Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. This was because nurturing people with low grades required much greater resources than for those with high grades. The orcs were most likely worried that Xiaofu would one day act against them, which was why they had given him these people. If he became too powerful one day, it would definitely be detrimental to the orc city. Because Xiaofu had the heaven and earth refining formation, he didn't care too much about the grades, but he was displeased that the orcs had tried to do this to him. To most large factions, these people would just be cannon fodder. Esteemed guest, are you satisfied with this? Gunador wasn't quite sure what to expect. He knew that there were hidden dangers in giving these people to Xiaofu because it was equivalent to strengthening a potential enemy. Normally, orcs didn't like taking prisoners, but because he wanted equipment from Xiaofu, he couldn't help but make an exception. When he heard this, even though Xiaofu was somewhat displeased, he still lightly laughed and replied in a pleasantly surprised tone, "Respected Vice Lord, I had never thought that you'd gather so many people. I'm very pleased. Apart from the equipment, I will also gift you 300 bottles of medicinal pills." As Xiaofu spoke, he took out a bottle of 100 origin pills. The orc city was a city-level existence, so they most likely had stage 1 medicinal pills like the little spirit pills. If Xiaofu took out little spirit pills, they wouldn't be as attractive, so Xiaofu brought 100 origin pills. Gunador received the bottle, and upon inspecting it, a look of joy appeared on his face. These medicinal pills' effects were incredibly good, and now that Xiaofu was giving them both equipment and medicinal pills, Gunador felt a bit apologetic and replied, "How could we just accept these medicinal pills? Esteemed guest, how about I gift you 50 giant wolves?" The orcs' giant wolves were a variant type of normal wolves. They were incredibly big, powerful, and fast. In fact, they were much faster than even normal war horses. Xiaofu's Black Forest horses could rival the giant wolves in terms of speed, but they all had their own advantages and disadvantages. It was incredibly difficult to find these giant wolves in the wild, and it seemed that only the orcs could breed them. That was why the orc wolf cavalry was so famous. Since the other side had gifted these giant wolves to him, Xiaofu decided he might as well accept. After all, he was quite interested in these giant wolves. After completing the transaction, Xiaofu first went back to the Great Ken town by himself to bring some soldiers to help him escort these captives back. After arriving at the Great Ken town, the captives felt terrified. Xiaofu gave the order for them to be taken out of their cages, and he reassured them that they were safe. He promised that he wouldn't harm them and that he would give them stable lives. Xiaofu's words caused the broken people to cry tears of joy. They all knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Xiaofu, and after reassuring them, Xiaofu asked Li Si to take them in before turning to look at the giant wolves. 230 rule the world. Xiaofu hadn't tamed the giant wolves yet, so they looked very antagonistic within their wooden cages. They bared their fang and roared, seeming incredibly vicious and making it so that no one dared to go near. Giant wolf, a type of mount unique to orcs that is bred using an orc blood crystal. They are far more ferocious than normal wolves. Orc blood crystal? Xiaofu decided to ask his orc subordinates. After all, they would know much more about giant wolves than him. "Bring Sar over," Xiaofu ordered. Soon after, a tall, muscular orc came to Xiaofu's side and respectfully saluted him as he greeted him, "Your Majesty." Xiaofu nodded and pointed towards the giant wolves as he asked, "Do you know of these giant wolves?" Sar looked over and immediately replied, "This subordinate does know of them. They're a type of wolf that only orcs can breed and will only follow the orders of orcs." When he heard this, Xiaofu's gaze became cold. They will only follow the orders of orcs? Won't our taming skill work on it? Sar nodded as he replied, "Yes, using taming will make them submit temporarily, but in the end, they will always follow the orders of orcs because they were bred using an orc blood crystal." Xiaofu frowned as he asked, "What's an orc blood crystal?" Orc blood crystals are the blood of 100,000 orcs refined by shamans into a blood crystal. This blood crystal is then fused with a wolf den, resulting in giant wolves. After listening to Sar, Xiaofu coldly harumphed. That old fellow, Gunador, wanted to backstab him, and if he didn't have any orcs and used these giant wolves, things would have been disastrous if he ever used them to fight against the orc city. Xiaofu turned and said coldly, "Sar, See if you can fully subdue these giant wolves with the other orcs. If you can't, just kill them." It was a bit of a pity, but Zhao Fu didn't want to sow any seeds that would lead to future trouble. After taking care of these matters, Zhao Fu went to the town hall and sat at the main seat. He let out a breath and settled down his emotions as he called Wang Ergu in and asked him if he had taken care of Green Apricot's intelligence. Zhao Fu had placed Wang Ergu in charge of Green Apricot and the Eternal Night Department, which was present in all of the regions they had opened up. They were taken care of by the legatees of the 12 equipment sets. "Your Majesty, we've already obtained all of the information you wanted. Apart from Great Shun, there are also the Li, Zhe, Wu, Xia, Dong, and Yu families in the other 3 main cities. Apart from Great Shun, they're the 6 biggest factions in Green Apricot. They're quite antagonistic towards Great Shun, and it seems that Great Shun has been helped by someone to grow incredibly quickly. Their relations with the government is quite good, and they have already upgraded to a basic town. They have around 30,000 residents, and there are also around 30,000 players who are part of Great Shun's faction. Regarding Great Shun's location, this subordinate spent a lot of money to obtain it. It's about 20,000 kilometers north of Apricot City," Wang Ergu explained. Zhao Fu sank into his own thoughts. He wasn't too surprised that Great Shun would become enemies with the other 6 families. After all, if those with a legacy wanted to develop, they would have to destroy the other factions. It was only natural that they would be enemies. Moreover, Great Shun had most likely grown so quickly because of help from the School of Vertical and Horizontal. This was because they had only achieved such growth after they had announced that they would resist Great Kin. Without any benefits, people wouldn't resist Great Kin for nothing. Furthermore, Great Shun had many players in its faction. A faction with 30,000 players was definitely a powerful faction. There were both advantages and disadvantages to having such a large faction. While they could obtain many supporters, making the faction more powerful, the players required payment and wouldn't necessarily be loyal. If a faction gathered many players, it would either become incredibly successful because of the players or fall because of the players. After all, Great Shun's position had been exposed by one of the players in the faction. Zhao Fu didn't care too much about the 30,000 players because as long as he could give them sufficient benefits, he could dismantle that faction easily. Zhao Fu ordered his forces to officially move into Green Apricot and for Wang Ergu to deliver invitations to those 6 families. A large merchant alliance, a restaurant, and a population trading office all suddenly appeared in Green Apricot, breaking the deadlock between Great Shun and the 6 families. Those things attracted the gazes of many factions, and they started to become wary, wondering what new faction this was. The 6 families received Zhao Fu's invitation and all had different attitudes. Some were curious, some were confused, and some were surprised. However, they all decided to accept the invitation because this large, mysterious faction, which had suddenly appeared in Green Apricot, made them feel quite alert. Following this, the family leaders of the 6 families, 4 men and 2 women, together with their bodyguards, went to a luxurious restaurant. When they saw each other, they were all slightly surprised before realizing something. An attendant led them to a grand and luxurious room, in which a banquet was already prepared. There was also a person in a black cloak waiting for them. "Thank you for all giving me face and attending this banquet." Zhao Fu cupped his fists as he courteously greeted the 6 people. The 6 people had been to many events like this before, and they didn't feel much. However, they still smiled and courteously greeted Zhao Fu back. The 7 of them sat around the table, idly chatting for a short while before getting to the main matter. Since Zhao Fu didn't mention it, they didn't ask because they all had their own thoughts and plans. When he saw that they had eaten more than half the food, he decided to ask, "I wonder what you all think about Great Shun. I'm sure you've been oppressed by Great Shun in this region." When they heard this, the 6 people felt quite awkward, as Zhao Fu was completely right. No matter if it was in terms of their factions or legacies, they couldn't compete with Great Shun. They could only continuously give way to Great Shun and hide the displeasure in their hearts. "I'm willing to provide some equipment, medicinal pills, and other items to help everyone resist Great Shun. That way, my own faction will be able to survive as well," Zhao Fu directly said as he told them his goal. The 6 others around the table sank into deep thought. They weren't in a rush to make a decision, as this matter concerned their survival or demise. A fierce-looking man suddenly harumphed and said, "All right, stop making pretenses. Helping us like this is because you have some enmity with Great Shun and want to use us to suppress Great Shun, right?" The 6 of them could all tell that Zhao Fu didn't have good intentions and wanted to use them as tools. In response, Zhao Fu lightly laughed and replied, "I indeed have enmity with Great Shun, so I wanted to trouble you all to help me. Right now, everyone has 2 paths to take. One is to watch Great Shun slowly become more powerful and become annihilated by Great Shun in the future. The other is to resist Great Shun with my support and maybe even destroy Great Shun." This caused the 6 people to once again sink into their thoughts. 231 gold token fighter rule the world. Indeed, these were the only two paths that they could take. They could either accept being destroyed by Great Shun in the future, or they could take this opportunity and resist. Even though they would be used by Zhaofu, by themselves, they had no way of fighting back. After thinking it through, the six of them could only reluctantly agree. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhaofu's face as he lifted his wine goblet and said, "To our partnership." The others knew that this matter had been formalized, so they all smiled as they started to discuss the details of this partnership. An hour or so later, everyone happily left the banquet. The six families were all quite satisfied with the equipment and medicinal pills that Zhaofu had provided, and they started to carry out the plan. The six families suddenly allied together and started to show hints of resistance. Normally, they would avoid Great Shun at all costs, but now, they dared to face them straight on. It wasn't just the attitude of the six families that changed, the six families started to meddle in the things that Great Shun normally did, and they even started making trouble for them. This caused a lot of conflict. Great Shun's people couldn't understand what had happened. For the six families to act so unyieldingly and confidently, were they not afraid of revenge from Great Shun? Did they all want to die together? Within the Great Shun town, a fair-skinned young man, Great Shun's legatee, Li Mu, listened to his spies' reports about the mysterious faction that had caused these changes in the six families. Li Mu immediately felt a sense of danger. These things were already enough to threaten Great Shun. He had no idea why that mysterious faction was so hostile as soon as it had appeared, and now, it had allied the six families together and threatened Great Shun. After thinking for a moment, Li Mu had no idea what to do. In the end, a figure appeared in his mind, and he immediately returned to the real world and quickly dialed a mysterious phone number with his phone. "Hello? What is it?" A mild and gentle voice said from the other side of the line. When he heard this voice, a look of delight appeared on Li Mu's face. He immediately said in a respectful tone, "Mr. Su. I've encountered some problems and want to ask for your advice." "Oh." Mr. Su sounded quite surprised and listened to Li Mu's explanation. Li Mu told him about the mysterious faction and the six families' strange movements. Elsewhere, an elegant, incredibly harmless-looking man sat on a bamboo chair. Next to him was a lush bamboo forest, and a light breeze blew. The man seemed incredibly carefree and leisurely. This man was named Suyan and was part of the school of vertical and horizontal. To be part of this school, he was without a doubt, an exceptional person. He didn't like Great Kin, as his ancestor hadn't been treated very well by Great Kin, so he could only go and serve others. Moreover, because the vertical branch had lost to the horizontal branch, Great Kin had been able to unify the six other states. Right now, anyone could tell that Great Kin was the faction with the most potential. Not only was it one of the 5 great dynasties, but it had also gathered most of China's fate and controlled the imperial ruler's seal. Great Kin had all sorts of advantages and was destined to be powerful. Its future path was bright and would be incredibly smooth. However, Suyan didn't like this. Joining Great Kin and helping it rule the world would be very easy to do, but it wouldn't give him a challenge. As someone who was a part of the school of vertical and horizontal, he didn't want to do such easy and simple things. He suddenly realized that it would be more of an accomplishment to destroy Great Kin than to help Great Kin. Destroying the nation with the most potential in China would be incredibly difficult, but it would also be incredibly satisfying. In his eyes, the various nations and factions were just chess pieces, and this entire world was a massive game of chess. He had no interest in conquering the world, he was only interested in being a player in this chess game and enjoying the excitement from controlling all of these chess pieces. More so than anything, he wanted his junior apprentice brother to appear so that he could have a massive battle with him. Would his horizontal branch be stronger, or would his junior apprentice brother's vertical branch be stronger? This time, he didn't want to lose. After listening to what Li Mu had to say, Suyan immediately thought of Great Kin, but he had long since expected this and wasn't too surprised. This was because there had been a faction gradually expanding behind the scenes, and though it kept a low profile, Suyan was an intelligent person. However, the more powerful Great Kin became, the happier Suyan became, as there was more excitement in destroying a powerful enemy. As for the things troubling Li Mu, Suyan lightly laughed and said confidently, "That's not a big deal, we can take care of it easily. As long as you humble your attitude and then." After hearing everything Suyan had to say, Li Mu felt immense joy and exclaimed, "Sir, you're simply an outstanding genius." Li Mu hung up, and Suyan put his phone away as a faint smile appeared on his face. He laid back on his bamboo chair and relaxed. Li Mu did what Suyan told him to do and easily neutralized the danger, resolving this crisis. This made Zhaofu feel quite annoyed and frustrated because the partnership that they had just formed had been instantly betrayed. The Xia family and Yu family immediately went to join Great Shun. The reason was because Li Mu had humbled his attitude and promised great benefits, and he expressed his willingness to live amicably with them. He would no longer harass them and would split a portion of Apricot City to these two families to express his sincerity. This was enough for the Xia family and Yu family to betray the others. They were relatively weaker than the others and didn't have a lot of weight when making decisions, so they would join whoever provided them with the greatest benefits. Of course, they weren't stupid and didn't believe Li Mu when he said that he wouldn't act against them. However, they understood that Li Mu required them to counter the other four families, so he wouldn't dare to act against them. What's more, Li Mu had given them plenty of benefits, which was why they had decided to join him and betray Zhao Fu. It wasn't just Zhao Fu, the other four families were completely furious. They cursed at the Xia family and Yu family, saying that they were selfish and stupid. If Li Mu destroyed the other four families, how could he not destroy them as well? Now, the situation had been turned on its head, and Zhao Fu's side was now at a disadvantage. With the Xia family and Yu family's support, Great Shun would develop even faster than before. As for the remaining four families, it was impossible for them to join Li Mu, as he would then have the ability to destroy the remaining three families. If Great Shun destroyed the remaining three families, it wouldn't take long for it to turn to the three that it had allied with. As the legatee of a dynasty, Li Mu's goal was to conquer this entire region before expanding outward. When that happened, none of them would be able to resist Li Mu. In the future, the only conclusion would be to lose and die or to submit at Li Mu's feet. This was why the other four families had cursed at the Xia family and Yu family for being selfish and stupid. As for Zhao Fu, the four families viewed him as a foreign faction and believed that he definitely wouldn't be as powerful as the local factions. Zhao Fu didn't show himself as a threat either and had provided them with a large amount of equipment and medicinal pills to suppress Great Shun. However, the perfect partnership had been destroyed in an instant. 232 Your Majesty, O Great Kin Legatee. Now that these four families were in a weaker state, they could only put their hopes in Zhao Fu. As such, they all rushed to Zhao Fu to discuss how they could resist Great Shun now. Zhao Fu had also been thinking about this, and now that Great Shun had allied with two other families and suppressed the others, his plan had completely failed. He had never thought that two families would betray them right after the partnership was formed. It seemed that there was no absolute loyalty in this world as long as the benefits for betrayal were high enough. Zhao Fu engraved this matter into his heart. However, he didn't have any solutions, nor could he drag those two families back. As such, he could only think for now. Young Master Zhu, what do you think we should do? The four family leaders looked towards Zhao Fu and seemed incredibly troubled. They referred to him as Young Master Zhu, as Zhao Fu had made them think that he was Great Ming's legatee. After all, everyone knew that Great Ming had enmity with Great Shun, so Zhao Fu had told them that he was surnamed Zhu to cover up the truth and increase their trust in him. Now that they had the legatee of a dynasty supporting them, the four families felt much more confident. After all, Great Shun had the legacy of a dynasty but only had two families supporting it. Facing their gazes, Zhao Fu could only take a step back and make some sacrifices. He discussed establishing a player faction in Green Apricot. This faction wasn't for development or to obtain gains but to make trouble for Great Shun and restrict its development. This required the four families to give a lot of assistance, or the pressure on Zhao Fu would be quite great. The four families were satisfied with what Zhao Fu had suggested, and they smiled and agreed before leaving. Afterward, Zhao Fu established this faction, and with the support of the four families, they were able to suppress Great Shun's momentum once again. Zhao Fu didn't bother to choose good people for the faction. Most were rogues and hoodlums who used all sorts of shameless methods. The main goal was to make trouble for Great Shun, and their actions restricted Great Shun's growth by about a fifth. This was all they could do for now, and because Zhao Fu's primary goal was for Great Ken to grow, he couldn't expend too many resources fighting with the school of vertical and horizontal standing behind Great Shun. If that happened, Great Ken would be dragged down too much, which simply wasn't worth it. On the face of it, it seemed like Zhao Fu had won, but in a way, Zhao Fu had lost because his initial plan had failed. However, he had to take a step back out of consideration for the grand scheme of things. Right now, Great Shun had 30,000 subjects and a player faction with 30,000 players. Only when Zhao Fu had 40,000 soldiers and at least 5,000 Stage 1 soldiers would he be able to devour Great Shun. Great Ken still needed time, or else. Humphrey. Whenever Zhao Fu thought about the school of vertical and horizontal, he couldn't help but coldly harumph. Once Great Ken grew, no matter if it was the school of vertical and horizontal or the entirety of the 100 schools of thought, anyone who didn't submit would be wiped from history. That was the end of matters in Green Apricot for now. After returning to the Great Ken town, Zhao Fu found that Jnai had also returned from Battle City. After coming to Zhao Fu immediately saw that Jnai's cultivation had broken through to Stage 1. Your Majesty, I have something to report. Zhao Fu was quite surprised and curiously asked, What is it? Following this, Janaya reported to Zhao Fu. After listening to everything, Zhao Fu became delighted. Janaya had become a gold token fighter in the arena, and there weren't many of them in all of Battle City, only 30 or so. All of them were Stage 2 experts. It was incredibly rare for anyone to become a gold token fighter with just a Stage 1 cultivation, so Janaya was lauded as the gold token fighter with the greatest potential. The status of a gold token fighter was even better than a baron in Battle City, and anyone with such a status would be respected wherever he or she went. In fact, a gold token fighter could even apply to be a battalion chief and lead 300 Stage 1 soldiers. Even though 300 Stage 1 soldiers weren't that attractive to Zhao Fu, any normal player would be desperate for them. Right now, most normal players' cultivations were at Tier 0 Level 4 or Tier 0 Level 5, and dying would result in their cultivation falling to 0. As such, there were many people only at Tier 0 Level 1 to Tier 0 Level 2. Right now, anyone who had 300 Stage 1 soldiers could completely bully other normal players and do as he or she wished. Zhao Fu wasn't very excited about the 300 Stage 1 soldiers, rather, he was excited that Janaya had the opportunity to fight for the position of City Lord. Battle City's City Lord was over 60 years old, and he was growing weaker. He had said that he would nurture the next City Lord out of the gold token fighters. If Janaya could become the City Lord of Battle City, Zhao Fu would essentially obtain a main city for free, which made him ecstatic with joy. A main city had incredible value, and it was worth it to spend a massive amount of time, money, and effort to obtain this city. If Janaya could become a City Lord, he would be able to give Zhao Fu a lot of help. As such, Zhao Fu decided to help Janaya establish a faction in Battle City. This would eliminate any obstructions in the future and help pave the road for Janaya to become the City Lord. Moreover, even if Janaya was unable to become the City Lord, with Janaya inside and Zhao Fu outside, they would be able to conquer Battle City together. Zhao Fu told Janaya's plans, and as for creating the faction, Zhao Fu wouldn't be managing it. He would only be providing a large sum of money. Of course, they needed some management figures, as Janaya wasn't skilled in such areas. Zhao Fu and Janaya went to Battle City and was about to take care of some matters when suddenly a voice said, "Long time no see, Zhao Xin." This voice sounded quite familiar, and Zhao Fu turned to see a handsome young man riding a donkey with a smile on his face. It was Zhang Heng. When he saw Zhang Heng, Zhao Fu was quite wary. It seemed that fate really had brought them together again. However, how was he able to recognize him instantly? Facing Zhang Heng, Zhao Fu said in an amicable tone, "I'm pleasantly surprised to meet you here." Zhang Heng walked right over to Zhao Fu, treating him not as an outsider but as an old friend as he replied, "This proves that we're tied together by fate. Thanks for your directions last time, how about I treat you to some wine as thanks?" Zhao Fu wanted to refuse because he felt Zhang Heng's dangerous aura and thought that he had ulterior motives. However, at that moment, Zhang Heng suddenly looked over and said, "Ah, Brother Sword Demon is here as well, perhaps I have a way to help you with your matter." Those words greatly surprised Zhao Fu, and after thinking about it, he decided to agree and see what Zhang Heng wanted. Following this, Zhao Fu went with Zhang Heng to a restaurant, and Zhang Heng looked quite ravenous as he smiled and said, "Brother Zhao, this restaurant's dishes are superb, I'll treat you to some today." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and followed Zhang Heng into the restaurant. Just as Zhao Fu walked in, the waitress's movements all paused as they looked at him. After all, this was one of Zhao Fu's restaurants. 233 Sword Sec. Following this, a few waitresses walked over excitedly and said, "Boss, how come you're here?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he replied, "I'm here with a friend. Prepare one of the best rooms and some good food." "Yes, sir." The waitresses replied and hurried off to prepare everything. Hearing this exchange, Zhang Heng looked quite awkward. He had never expected that this restaurant would be owned by Zhao Fu, but all he could do was awkwardly smile. The three of them sat in an elegant room, and Zhang Heng started to eat first while Zhao Fu and Janaya sat and watched. "What, aren't you two going to eat? It's a waste not to eat such good food." In front of this delicious food, Zhang Heng seemed to become a different person. Gone was the steady and confident person. Right now, he only cared about eating and felt quite strange that Zhao Fu and Janaya weren't eating. Zhao Fu smiled and shook his head as he said, "Brother Zhang, take your time, I'm not very hungry." When he heard this, Zhang Heng didn't say anything. As a person, he wasn't lured by money or beauties, but he couldn't resist the temptation of good food. Perhaps this had to do with his past. If it hadn't been for his master, he most likely would have starved to death. After eating and drinking his fill, Zhang Heng downed a final cup of 100-flower wine before his attitude became serious again, and he regained his extraordinary bearings. "Your Majesty, O great kin legatee, I won't beat around the bush. I came this time to meet with you, the mysterious and terrifying, to see what sort of person you are," Zhang Heng said with a sharp gaze, causing Zhao Fu's hairs to stand on end. It was the first time his identity had been exposed so suddenly like this. However, when he thought that others had most likely guessed his identity and that his identity would become known after growing more and more, he didn't feel as panicked. However, he still had no idea how Zhang Heng had figured out his identity. Zhao Fu didn't try to hide it, and his gaze became cold as the dignified aura of an emperor erupted from his body. He said with an imposing might, "Then, what does Sir think of me?" Zhang Heng suddenly laughed. "Overall, you're not bad, you have a good temperament and willpower and will be a powerful king in the future. Right now, I didn't want to concern myself with the matters of the world, and I simply explored around. However, since my senior apprentice brother has made a move against Great Kin, I should help Great Kin in response." "Your senior apprentice brother?" Zhao Fu was quite confused before his eyes lit up and he asked, "You're from the school of vertical and horizontal?" Zhao Fu couldn't help but feel shocked upon realizing this. This was because the school of vertical and horizontal was simply too famous, and he had only just clashed with someone from it and already felt a headache. He was now quite clear about the school of vertical and horizontal strength. Zhang Heng didn't try to hide it, and he cupped his hands as he once again introduced himself. "This lowly one is Zhang Heng of the horizontal branch of the school of vertical and horizontal." This was the first time that Zhao Fu had personally met someone from the school of vertical and horizontal. No wonder he gave off such a dangerous aura. Now that both sides had revealed who they were, Zhao Fu cast aside the worry he had been feeling and smiled, saying, "I've long since admired the great name of the school of vertical and horizontal." Zhang Heng also smiled as he said, "The people of the world praise our school too much. In actuality, we're just ordinary folk. How does Brother Zhang plan to help Great Kin?" Zhao Fu believed in the school of vertical and horizontal strength, so he didn't pay much mind to Zhang Heng's words. Zhang Heng had said that he wanted to help Great Kin, so Zhao Fu wanted to know just how he would do this. Zhang Heng's smile didn't change, and he sat up straight in his chair as he replied, "By now, senior apprentice brother has most likely discovered Great Kin's position, and he is slowly casting out a large net and closing it. He wants to trap Great Kin and kill it off like a trapped beast. Senior apprentice brother feels more excited the greater the challenge is. However, he has underestimated Great Kin's strength, and I'm sure that your majesty will be able to break through. However, this lowly one still has some suggestions. Right now, your majesty can use Seeping River, Valiant Peace, South Leaf, and Open Flask as a foundation in a straight line to split apart the northern side of the Midland continent. If your majesty can do that, Great Kin's rise will be unstoppable. Not only will this allow Great Kin to break through senior apprentice brother's encirclement, but it will also smooth the path for Great Kin in the future. However, I'm sure that senior apprentice brother will try to obstruct you as much as possible, so I hope that your majesty will be mentally prepared." Zhao Fu already felt quite troubled about Zhang Heng's senior apprentice brother, and he felt that his life had become incredibly difficult now that he had such an opponent. He was now prepared for anything else that Zhang Heng's senior apprentice brother would throw at him. After hearing Zhang Heng speak, Zhao Fu realized that his aim had been off. With Seeping River, Valiant Peace, South Leaf, and Open Flask as a foundation, if he steadily expanded, no one would be able to stop him in the north, and he would be able to escape from the interference of Zhang Heng's senior apprentice brother. Zhao Fu was quite satisfied with this suggestion, and he replied, "Thank you for your guidance, Brother Zhang." Zhang Heng lightly shook his head and said, "Your majesty is too courteous. I'm sure your majesty can tell that this crude plan is only just the preliminary steps. As for obtaining Battle City, I also have some suggestions. Would you like to hear them?" "Oh." Zhao Fu once again felt quite surprised. Who would have thought that Zhang Heng would have guessed this as well? He had just been about to start taking care of this matter, so he wondered what Zhang Heng had to say about it. As such, he asked, "What suggestions do you have, Brother Zhang?" "In actuality, your majesty doesn't have to do much. Brother Sword Demon's fame and talent are already enough to give him a 20% chance of obtaining the position of City Lord, so this lowly one's suggestion is simply akin to pushing a boat along a current. First, Brother Sword Demon needs to reveal to everyone his true appearance. After all, no one would want a faceless person to become the City Lord. Second, Brother Sword Demon needs to officially join Battle City and even temporarily cut off ties with Great Kin to fully devote himself to Battle City for now. Third, Brother Sword Demon needs to establish his own faction, mainly to display his strength and gain sufficient power. Fourth, he needs to stop acting low profile and try to make himself as well known as possible to attract people to him. Fifth, Brother Sword Demon needs to maintain friendly relations with all factions in Battle City, but he must not try to curry favor with them or drag them to his side. This is a taboo of power struggles. Sixth, and finally, he must not take the initiative to attack any other faction. Rather, he must act as humbly as possible. If he can do all of these things, There is a 90% chance that Brother Sword Demon will be able to become the next City Lord of Battle City. As insurance, Your Majesty can even have the current City Lord assassinated. If that happens, there will be a 100% chance that Brother Sword Demon will become the next City Lord, but the risks will be extremely great. After listening to Zhang Heng, Zhao Fu's mind became clearer. Zhang Heng's suggestions were simply flawless, and if they followed his advice, it would almost be guaranteed that Chania would become the next City Lord. If Zhao Fu was Battle City's City Lord, he would be inclined to choose Chania. Thank you for your advice, Brother Zhang. Zhao Fu couldn't help but laugh in delight before calling out, please bring up another table of food and our best 100-flower wine. Zhang Heng quickly waved his hands and said, Your Majesty, there's no need for that. This lowly one has eaten and drank his fill. Now that these matters are done, it's time for me to leave. I hope that I'll be able to meet Your Majesty again in the future. Hearing this, Zhao Fu inwardly sighed. Zhang Heng was a talent among talents, but it was a pity that he didn't intend to join him. As such, Zhao Fu didn't try to make things difficult for him. Under the golden sunset, Zhang Heng rode his donkey and slowly disappeared from Zhao Fu's vision. This scene seemed quite familiar, and Zhao Fu couldn't help but think of Gong Sunlin. It was a pity that he wasn't able to keep either Gong Sunlin or Zhang Heng, both of whom were top-tier geniuses. Zhao Fu started to wonder if it was because he lacked charisma. 234 lying 100 families. After returning to the restaurant, Zhao Fu started to act on Zhang Heng's advice. The suggestions he had given him were already quite comprehensive and well thought out, so Zhao Fu didn't have to make many changes. Today, he would start with setting up Jnia's faction. The day passed quite quickly, and the next day, Jnia was scheduled to have a fight. Upon hearing that the famed Sword Demon was going to fight, many people came to the arena, filling it to the brim. Jnia's popularity was simply unheard of. This time, Jnia was to fight someone at Tier 1 Level 9 and was only a single step away from breaking through to Stage 2. He had challenged Jnia as he couldn't accept that someone who was at Tier 1 Level 0 could enter the ranks of Gold Token Fighters. After all, even though he was at Tier 1 Level 9, he was still a Silver Token Fighter. The fight soon began. The challenger wielded a large battle axe and viciously rushed towards Jnia. As soon as he came before Jnia, he brought the battle axe crashing down towards Jnia with enough strength to split mountains. Jnia quickly stepped to the side and avoided the battle axe and flicked upwards with his sword. A sharp arc of light rushed upwards, forcing the challenger back. The challenger became furious, and he gripped his battle axe and swung it, bringing with it a massive gust of wind as it rushed towards Jnia. Facing this terrifying attack, Jnia didn't try to meet it head-on, as his cultivation was much lower than the challenger's, and he could only look for an opportunity to kill the challenger in one blow. Bang! 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 The two of them began an intense exchange, and the spectators became incredibly excited. Most of them were yelling out, causing the arena to seem incredibly raucous and lively. The challenger suddenly roared loudly, seeming like a ferocious tiger as he leaped into the air and swung his battle axe ferociously downwards at Jnia. Boom! Jnia suddenly twisted his body, avoiding the battle axe as it crashed into the ground and created a 3-meter-wide crater. At that moment, Jnia's sword stabbed upwards, bringing with it an icy gleam as it pierced through the challenger's throat in an instant. Blood spurted from the challenger's throat, and he gurgled a few times before falling to the ground and dying. The arena once again burst into roars and cheers as countless people cheered, Sword Demon! Sword Demon! Sword Demon! However, something completely unexpected that made them even more excited happened. Jnia stood over the challenger's corpse and slowly took off his black cloak, revealing his cold and handsome face. The arena fell silent, and time seemed to pause as everyone stared with wide eyes. No one had expected Jnia to reveal his appearance. Everyone had always been incredibly curious as to what Sword Demon looked like, but their curiosity had never been sated. This came as an incredibly pleasant surprise, and none of them knew how to react. Right after revealing his appearance, Jnia left the arena. Afterward, this matter became the most hotly discussed topic in Battle City. Most people had no idea why Jnia had suddenly revealed his appearance. However, some of the factions realized the intent behind this. To them, it was a declaration that another powerful contender had appeared. As expected, soon after, Sword Demon created a faction called the Sword Sect. The Sword Sect was a faction that only recruited elites who used a sword. Anyone who joined the Sword Sect could receive personal guidance in sword skills from Sword Demon himself, which made many people interested. Sword Demon's godly sword techniques had remained fresh in their minds. Many people who used swords decided to give it a go and went to the recruitment area for the Sword Sect to participate in the trials. If they were chosen and received personal guidance from Sword Demon, their skill with the sword would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Anyone, regardless if it was a player or an indigenous resident, who was proficient at using the sword was accepted. Jnai wanted his faction to be filled with elites, and there wasn't a single useless person within the sect. They only accepted 500 people this time, but their overall battle strength was comparable to that of a faction with 2,000 to 3,000 people. The sword sect would be linked to Jnai's ideals and develop according to his will. Zhao Fu wouldn't interfere with any of it. After all, he believed that Jnai would be able to bring glory and fame to the sword sect. Zhao Fu also gave Jnai a stage 2 blood god pill. This was what he had obtained after refining Xiang Shoshan's corpse. Zhao Fu told Jnai about its effects and gave him the discretion as to when he wanted to use it to boost his cultivation. At the same time, Zhao Fu left Jnai with a large amount of money because Zhao Fu had ordered all of Great Qin's departments to not have any connections with the sword sect. This was so that the sword sect could properly integrate into Battle City and become part of it. After taking care of these matters, Zhao Fu was able to rest at ease. He told Jnai to stay at Battle City and not to return to the Great Qin town unless there was anything urgent. Within the town hall, an elderly man with short, silver hair and a masculine, powerful or listened to the reports from his subordinates and had a mysterious smile on his face. After returning to the Great Qin town, Zhao Fu started to take care of some matters that he had stopped, including setting up a ranch for livestock. He had been stopped by many things in the past, but he finally had some time now. Zhao Fu rode on Little Black and brought along Little Gray and Little White to spend some time with them as he went to the place that he had decided on. After arriving at the place, Zhao Fu found that it was incredibly beautiful here. The ground was flat, and the place was filled with lush, green grass. There were also some white flowers and a few small creeks. The sky seemed incredibly blue here, and combined with the grass and the creeks, this seemed like an incredibly good place for a ranch. After deciding on this place, Zhao Fu asked some scholars to come over and build a teleportation channel. However, before moving any livestock over, they would have to build wooden fences to prevent the livestock from running off. As for who would take care of the livestock, Zhao Fu decided on the Xianbai people and Zagnu people who had surrendered to him. They were originally nomadic tribes who took care of livestock and had a lot of experience in that area, so Zhao Fu decided to give the management of the livestock to them. Upon hearing about this, they all seemed quite happy, as they enjoyed this sort of lifestyle and were glad that Zhao Fu was treating them as his own. They could raise a large number of cattle and sheep here, and this livestock would not only feed Great Qin, but the livestock could also be sold. However, Zhao Fu felt that using them to supply his restaurants would provide the greatest profits. At the same time, Great Qin's business model also went through some changes. Right now, Zhao Fu was doing his best to turn Great Qin into a business nation and earn a large amount of money while they still held many advantages to fuel Great Qin's growth. After taking care of these matters, Zhao Fu returned to the Great Qin town and there didn't seem to be anything else requiring his attention, so he started to walk about in the Great Qin town until he arrived at Rising Qin Academy. After many renovations, Rising Qin Academy was many times bigger than before, and the conditions within it were much better. There were many more classrooms, and there were also more than 30 teachers now. These people would all be the pillars of the state in the future. Zhao Fu cared very much for these young men and young women, so he went over to take a look. 235 Those who stand against us. Zhao Fu stealthily went to a classroom by himself without making any noise. Only the teacher was speaking, and the rest of the classroom was quite quiet as all of the students held books and focused on the lesson. Looking at how earnestly these students were studying, Zhao Fu felt quite satisfied and thought back to when he was a student. This place was for teaching all sorts of subjects to produce officials and ministers for Great Qin in the future. Here, there was no need to worry about corruption and abuse of power, and because Zhao Fu wasn't an incapable ruler, it was unlikely that any of those things would manifest. Zhao Fu would always maintain complete transparency and fairness, but he only wanted those with true capabilities and talent. As such, he would set many tests and trials to differentiate the talented from the others, but that was all for the future. Of course, Zhao Fu wouldn't only have them taught about management, that was simply too short-sighted. In order to be a good official or minister, they had to learn about history, philosophy, society, and all sorts of other things that couldn't just be learned from books. That was why Zhao Fu was opposed to the Confucian teachings that reduced students to trash who only knew how to study and read. Zhao Fu didn't want to see the students of Great Qin become scholars who were incapable of anything else. At that moment, even though Zhao Fu had been very quiet, he was still detected by the teacher. The teacher looked over, and his face froze. He immediately put his book down and was about to pay his respects when Zhao Fu signaled for him to continue with the lesson. However, the teacher's sudden movements caught the students' attention, and they all looked over. Immediately, all of the students in the classroom stood up with different expressions: happiness, excitement, and admiration. They all paid their respects to Zhao Fu and felt incredibly excited that he came to visit them in the academy. This was because Zhao Fu was not only an important figure but also the future emperor of Great Qin, the greatest existence in Great Qin. As such, They couldn't help but feel incredibly excited. As Great Kin gained more and more people, there were still many who had never seen Zhao Fu before and had only heard of His Majesty's heroism and might. Zhao Fu felt somewhat awkward. He had only wanted to take a look and had never thought that things would become like this. Facing their tender and pure gazes, Zhao Fu felt a calmness within his heart. He smiled as he gestured for them to continue with the lesson as he left. Zhao Fu didn't regard men as superior to women, and his ideology was quite modern, allowing both men and women to study in the academy. In terms of governmental positions, he wouldn't discriminate either. Those with the ability would be able to claim the role that they wanted regardless of their gender. If this was in ancient times, such a thing would be impossible. However, times had changed, and even though this was the heaven-awakened world, Zhao Fu refused to comply with such backward thinking. After visiting the civil institution within the academy, Zhao Fu went to visit the martial institution. Comparatively speaking, the martial institution was much more lively than the civil institution. On the field, students wielded all sorts of weapons, and to prevent any injuries, these weapons were all made from wood. Because there were many people training at once, it was quite noisy. The martial institution taught one how to fight, the art of war, and some other basic knowledge. It developed national pride and leadership in the students. Zhao Fu discovered quite a few young seedlings with talent who had decent skills and could defeat many people of the same age as them. Moreover, they seemed to be quite intelligent as well. Overall, Zhao Fu was quite satisfied with the academy's civil institution and martial institution. After returning to the town hall, he called Li Si over. Soon, Li Si walked in and paid his respects as he asked, "Your Majesty, what matters do you have for this subordinate?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he replied, "It's not much. I just went around the Great Ken town and found that the facilities are simply flawless." "You must have spent a great deal of time and effort." Li Si felt quite grateful within his heart and he smiled as he lowered his head and cupped his hands as he replied, "These are all things that this subordinate should be doing." "Alright, no need to be so modest. The Great Ken town is well managed and the internal affairs are in good order because of your hard work." Zhao Fu didn't hold back his praise. Li Si felt incredibly happy but couldn't express it. Because Zhao Fu was his liege, he couldn't break etiquette between liege and subject, so he had to restrain himself. Afterward, Zhao Fu said, "I want to conduct an examination for Rising Ken Academy. All those who perform well, regardless of age, will have the opportunity to learn from soldiers or mayors." Li Si thought about it and smiled as he replied, "Your Majesty is wise. This will not only motivate the students but also give them practical experience." This subordinate will immediately go to prepare. After Li Si left, Zhao Fu took out a large map. This was a map of the northern area of the Midland continent. Afterward, he summoned all of his military commanders and said gravely, "Right now, the School of Vertical and Horizontal's vertical branch has discovered Great Kin's location and is trying to ally many factions to surround Great Kin and kill it like a trapped beast." Upon hearing this, all of the military leaders became furious. The School of Vertical and Horizontal thought that Great Kin was a pushover. This person was simply too bold and arrogant. "What do you all have to say?" Zhao Fu asked as he looked at them. Beiqi's gaze became cold, and he gave off a faint killing intent as he replied, "Your Majesty, we won't allow that person to have his way. Right now, the regions are separated, so he will only be able to run some minor interference. He won't be able to cause any great harm to Great Ken for now. I believe that right now, Great Ken needs to develop as fast as possible to deal with whatever that person throws at us. If he allies with one family, we'll kill one family. If he allies with 10 families, we'll kill 10 families. If he allies with 100 families, we'll kill 100 families. If he allies with 10,000 families, we'll leave corpses everywhere and leave not a single blade of grass remaining." Beiqi's cold voice rang in the hall, and it was filled with a dense killing intent that caused everyone to feel a chill. After Beiqi spoke, Wang Jian thought for a moment before saying, "Even though Commander Bei's words are true, killing isn't the only solution. Too much fighting will drain Great Ken's resources. Rather, I believe that we should keep our friends close and our enemies even closer. We should destroy the Vertical Alliance. We can also establish a massive army to deter them with our military might, making them feel that they cannot stand up to us. If that happens, the Vertical Alliance will be destroyed without us having to do anything." Wei Liao, who had been staring at the map the entire time, finally said, "Commander Bei and Wang Jian have both spoken well, and I agree with them. However, from the grand scheme of things, I believe that we need to start making preparations to defend against the Vertical Alliance. Everyone, please look at Seeping River." Before Wei Liao could finish, Zhao Fu's eyes lit up as he said, "We'll use Seeping River, Valiant Peace, South Leaf, and Open Flask as a foundation to split the northern area of the Midland continent, preventing the Vertical Alliance from causing any danger to us." Upon hearing this, Wei Liao and the others all felt incredibly surprised. Who would have thought that Zhao Fu would spot the key areas so quickly? Just as they were about to remark at his brilliance and ingenuity, Zhao Fu suddenly smiled and told them about meeting Zhang Heng. After everyone marveled in surprise, Wei Liao smiled and seemed quite interested. Following this, Wei Liao once again spoke and started to propose a detailed plan, as Zhang Heng's suggestions were only overall plans and still needed to discuss the specifics and details. 236 Deathly Aura. Everyone, please look, Seeping River is the 6th region to the north of Great Qin. With Seeping River, which is 100 kilometers wide, as a barrier, it's quite difficult to pass. There are many man-eating fish monsters in the water, which can prevent other people from entering. Valiant Peace is the 5th region to the south of Great Qin, and it faces the center of the Midland continent. The north side is quite flat, while the south side has a mountainous region, which also forms a natural barrier that will stop other factions from crossing. South Leaf is the 7th region to the east of Great Qin, and it is foggy all year round. It is a swamp area where the ground often collapses, making it difficult to travel through. It is incredibly good for stopping other factions from passing through. Open Flask is the 6th region to the west of Great Qin. It is narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, making it look like a flask. As long as we establish a powerful base at the bottleneck, we'll be able to stop all other factions with that single place. Even if they bring a massive army, there will be nothing for us to fear. These 4 locations can split up the entirety of the northern region of the Midland continent, destroying the vertical alliance. It will also establish our roots for growth and help us devour other countries. They will also form a barrier that will stop all other factions from advancing, and even if Great Qin doesn't expand outwards, as long as we defend those 4 key points and devour all regions between them, Great Qin will be able to establish an empire again. Wei Liao's words made everyone else feel incredibly excited. The re-establishment of the Great Qin Empire wasn't just something that Zhao Fu wanted. All of them wanted it as well. In total, Wei Liao had drawn out 31 regions. All of the regions in the Heaven Awakened world were bigger than entire provinces, and 31 regions added together was 2 times larger than China in the real world. Even though this area wouldn't be very big considering the size of the northern region of the Midland continent, it was enough for Great Qin to establish an empire. Zhao Fu was quite satisfied with this plan, so he smiled and asked, "What does everyone else think?" Beiqi immediately replied, "This subordinate is in support of Commander Wei Liao's plan." "I am also in support of Commander Wei Liao's plan," Wang Jian said. Following this, the rest of the leaders also followed. "We are all in support of Commander Wei Liao's plan." "Very well. That will be the path for Great Qin in the future then," Zhao Fu announced before changing the topic. "Before, we were planning on avoiding the muddied waters of China and using Vietnam as a foundation to retreat out of China. However, trouble has come looking for us, and Great Qin has no way of extricating itself from this. As such, we can only respond to those troublemakers. What does everyone think about our plans regarding Vietnam?" Hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. Right now, if they wanted to carry out Wei Liao's plan, Great Qin's focus would be on those 4 regions, and there would be no need for so much setting up in Vietnam. Right now, the Vietnamese Guard was not only in North Nam but in other regions as well. Its growth was incredibly fast, but it wouldn't have been able to accomplish such a thing without Zhao Fu's support. At that moment, Beiqi said, "Your Majesty, this subordinate believes that we can slightly shift the focus back, but Vietnam will attack sooner or later. After Great Qin restores the empire, it will still have to deal with Vietnam. This subordinate suggests that the Vietnamese Guard should continue to infiltrate Vietnam and suppress its overall strength. Those who stand against us must be purged." After thinking for a moment, Wei Liao said earnestly, "Your Majesty, this subordinate cannot fully agree with Commander Bei's views." Zhao Fu wasn't too surprised, and he looked at Wei Liao, gesturing for him to continue. Wei Liao first respectfully saluted Zhao Fu before continuing, "I believe that we should divert most of our attention back from Vietnam and only leave a small portion of our resources there. The Vietnamese Guard can remain as a hidden chess piece buried there, but there will be no need for it to greatly develop. After all, supporting the Vietnamese Guard has cost us greatly in terms of finances and manpower, and infiltrating Vietnam isn't something that can be done in a short period of time. Rather than wasting time, effort, and resources on Vietnam, dragging down Great Qin greatly, it will be better to shift the focus back to Great Qin itself to speed along the restoration of the empire. There's also the 31 regions. There are many enemies that Great Qin needs to face. On the surface, it's just the other 4 legatees of the 5 great dynasties, and who knows if there are more hidden enemies. There are also countless families, and because it will be incredibly difficult to get rid of them, it's best not to disperse our strength too much." After everyone heard Beiqi and Wei Liao's suggestions, they once again fell into deep thought because both of them were right in one way or another. Beiqi was advocating taking care of external matters first before internal matters, and the focus was more on the outside. This was because the Vietnamese Guard's development had been incredibly smooth, and they would be able to easily infiltrate Vietnam's inner regions. This was a great opportunity that could allow the Vietnamese Guard to rapidly develop and suppress the rest of Vietnam. In the dark and chaotic future, it was unlikely that such an opportunity would surface again. After all, when that time came, everyone would only care about his or her own life, who would have the time and energy to love his or her own country. The Vietnamese Guard, which rallied people based on their patriotism, would lose this opportunity. However, Wei Liao's suggestion of taking care of internal matters first before external matters also made sense. There would be countless obstacles in restoring the Great Qin Empire, and if they wanted to get rid of these obstacles, they would have to put in a lot of effort and concentrate their strength. In the end, neither plan could be carried out quickly. Zhao Fu asked the others, causing them to split into two factions that supported either Beiqi's suggestion or Wei Liao's suggestion. Both sides had good arguments and could provide all sorts of reasons. What do you think, Wang Jian? Zhao Fu's gaze suddenly fell on Wang Jian, who had yet to say anything. Everyone else paused and turned to look at Wang Jian as well. Wang Jian stroked his chin and smiled as he said, "This subordinate believes that both commanders are right in their own regard." That was all he said. This was essentially equivalent to not saying anything, and everyone glared at Wang Jian, who only awkwardly smiled. Zhao Fu felt a headache coming on, and after thinking about it for a while longer, he decided to put 80% of his focus on Great Qin and 20% of it on the Vietnamese Guard. Thus, this discussion finally concluded. Various new orders were disseminated throughout Great Qin, causing Great Qin's battle plan to greatly change. The military leaders all left, leaving Zhao Fu sitting on a chair by himself. His mind felt incredibly weary, and he massaged his temples. A few beautiful female attendants walked in and came to Zhao Fu's side, saying gently, "Your Majesty, let us give you a massage." When he heard this, Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. The female attendants came to his side, with one person massaging his temples, two people massaging his hands, and two people massaging his legs. Zhao Fu wasn't used to this sort of service, especially because of how close they were to him and the fragrance he could smell, so he asked them to stop. At that moment, Li Wen walked in with a serious but faintly excited expression and half knelt on the ground as he reported, "Your Majesty, we've found a large energy stone mine. 237 warding power, a large energy stone mine?" This news completely surprised Zhao Fu, and he sat up as he looked at Li Wen and asked seriously, "Are you sure about this?" Li Wen understood the importance of this, and he nodded earnestly. When he saw this, Zhao Fu shot to his feet in joy and excitement. From the very beginning, energy stones had been one of the resources that Great Qin had lacked most. Apart from population and corpses, it was the third most needed resource for Great Qin. This was because they would refine many high-grade and high-cultivation corpses every day. This required a large number of energy stones, and because they were so expensive, a great portion of Great Qin's expenses was on energy stones alone. It could be said that energy stones were one of the greatest limiting factors for Great Qin, which Great Qin didn't have much control over. Now that Li Wen had reported that they had discovered a large energy stone mine, not just a small or medium-sized one, how could Zhao Fu not feel delighted? "Hurry and tell me all of the details." Zhao Fu smiled as he asked somewhat impatiently. "Yes, Your Majesty." Following this, Li Wen described to Zhao Fu all that had happened. Li Wen and his team had opened up a fourth passageway in the underground region, and they found some traces of an energy stone mine at the end. They followed the traces and came to a large energy stone mine, but there were at least 50,000 or so skeletons around it. 50,000 skeletons wouldn't be easy to deal with. Zhao Fu thought for a while before saying, "Li Wen, take me there to look, we'll come up with a detailed plan after." Li Wen obeyed and took Zhao Fu down to the passageway. A while later, two soldiers lit some torches, and Zhao Fu stood between them with Li Wen leading the way. The underground region was still the same, and it was just as dark and terrifying. Their party walked onward silently. Afterward, they came to an intersection and stopped. Zhao Fu found that there were many energy stone shards on the walls. They weren't very big, only as big as fingernails, but there were many of them. They were scattered across the walls and looked quite beautiful. "Your Majesty, the large energy stone mine is ahead. Please be careful," Li Wen said. Zhao Fu nodded, and the party continued onwards. Finally, they came to the end of the passageway. There was a cliff here, and there was an incredibly large space ahead. Right now, Zhao Fu was at a cave mouth that was 10 or so meters high. The region ahead of them was quite large and surprisingly bright. This was because the walls were essentially covered with energy stones, and all of them gave off a brilliant light, making it seem like day. The sight was both majestic and beautiful. This was an incredibly big energy stone mine. However, the area below them was like a sea of whiteness with all sorts of skeletons. They milled around, and they looked like a colony of ants from above. There were too many of them to count, and there were roughly 50,000 of them. This would be quite troublesome. After observing them for a while, Zhao Fu finally said, "Let's go back. Don't alarm the skeletons here." Following this, the party slowly and quietly withdrew. After returning to the surface, Zhao Fu once again gathered all of his leaders and discussed this matter. This energy stone mine was incredibly important to Great Kin, and because they couldn't afford to have anything go wrong, they had to be careful. After some detailed discussion, everyone split up to carry out his or her part in the plan. First, because the passage connected to a cave mouth that was quite high up, they could use this to construct some defenses. Furthermore, because there were 50,000 skeletons, Zhao Fu would have to deploy all 20,000 of his soldiers. As such, the 10-meter-wide passageway definitely wouldn't be enough for them to travel through. Zhao Fu wanted to dig the sides of this passageway and expand it outwards to allow more soldiers to be able to pass through it. However, they had to be extremely careful and couldn't make too much noise, or they would alarm the skeletons. If this massive army of skeletons attacked, things could become disastrous. As such, the digging would have to go quite slowly. Nevertheless, Zhao Fu believed that waiting a few extra days or weeks was worth it. They also had many talisman papers and other evil warding items from the Ghost Festival, and after testing them on skeletons from other passageways, Zhao Fu found that they were effective against skeletons as well. However, the effects weren't as good as against ghosts, and they were roughly half as effective. Regardless, this was still pretty good, as they would have no use otherwise. Furthermore, the 300 yin soldiers, the black and white impermanences, and the city god would all greatly help, as they specialized in suppressing and capturing undead. 4 days later, all preparations were complete. Everyone came to the passageway, which had now been expanded by more than 20 meters to the sides. The sides were covered with thick iron, and the area above, below, and to the sides of the passageway were covered with evil warding talismans. Zhao Fu stood at the mouth of the passageway and looked down at the countless skeletons, and he gave the signal to attack. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, the deathly silent area was filled with the sound of the air being torn as arrows and ballistic bolts shot out. Normal arrows and ballistic bolts weren't very effective against skeletons, but arrows and bolts with ghost-slaying talismans on them would be able to reduce some of the deathly aura within the skeletons' bodies. Even though the effects weren't very great, they were still useful. For some of the powerful archers, even without ghost-slaying talismans, if their attacks contained certain attributes, they would be able to reduce a skeleton into a pile of bones. The arrows and bolts formed a dense rain that fell towards the countless skeletons, and the effects could immediately be seen. This was especially for the ballistic bolts that had 3 ghost-slaying talismans on them. They seemed to contain immense might and blasted through multiple skeletons' bodies, reducing them to fragmented bones. This wave of attacks caused Zhao Fu and his soldiers to be completely exposed. Countless skeletons fearsomely roared as they started to rush towards them, giving off a fearsome aura. In fact, some people with lower cultivations were a bit dazed after hearing those roars, and the skeletons rushed towards them like a flood. When he saw this, Zhao Fu once again ordered for his soldiers to shoot again. Very soon, the skeletons reached the bottom of the cliff. These skeletons weren't ordinary skeletons, and they gripped their weapons with their teeth as their bony hands stabbed into the cliff, quickly climbing upwards. Ordinary skeletons wouldn't be able to do such a thing, and they would be left at the bottom of the cliff, attacking the cliff based on their instincts. However, these skeletons were different, and it was possible that they still had some memories from when they had been alive. 238 black and white impermanences. The skeletons held their weapons with their mouths as they climbed up the cliff incredibly quickly. In just a few moments, they had almost reached the top of the cliff, which was 10 or so meters high, and a dense sea of skeletons was quickly forming at the cliff with unstoppable momentum. When he saw this, Zhao Fu ordered his soldiers to pour buckets of yang blood. Upon landing on the skeletons' bodies, the yang blood's effects were like that of boiling water, causing white smoke to rise from the skeletons and for them to fall down. The yang blood dyed the cliff red, causing the masses of skeletons to seem somewhat apprehensive. They didn't dare to come close anymore, and it seemed that Zhao Fu would be able to use yang blood to suppress these skeletons. However, the battle wasn't so simple. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, sharp arrows filled with deathly aura shot up towards Zhao Fu's side from below. It wasn't just Zhao Fu who had archers, the skeleton archers also started to shoot powerful arrows. Immediately, Great Kin soldiers responded by forming shield walls, creating impenetrable walls of iron. Bang, bang, bang. The arrows shot up from below like a sea of arrows. Some hit shields, while others hit the cliff, giving off dull thuds. The skeletons caught this opportunity to start climbing up the areas where there wasn't any yang blood. The countless arrows forced Zhao Fu's side to continuously defend, and Zhao Fu's side couldn't do anything about the skeletons climbing up. Right now, Great Kin's side was being suppressed by skeletons. Luckily, the skeletons didn't have unlimited arrows, and after shooting without stopping for a few minutes, the skeleton archer's arrows started to thin out. The skeletons that had made it to the top didn't dare to come close because there were countless evil warding talismans all over the place. Because the area here was much smaller than the town walls and Xiaofu still had a great amount of the talisman papers, he had his people stick 3 layers of talisman papers around this area. This was especially to the left and right of the passageway, where they had weaker defenses, and there were also 2 dark gold rank evil warding talismans left over from the Ghost Festival. Those 2 dark gold rank evil warding talismans still had roughly 1/4 of their power and were still more effective than normal fine gold rank evil warding talismans. The evil warding power formed from so many evil warding talismans was simply terrifying to the skeletons. To them, it felt as if there was a raging inferno ahead of them, and going closer made them feel like they were slowly dying. By now, the skeleton archers had started to slow down due to lack of arrows, and Great Kinsai took this opportunity to counterattack. They opened up the shield wall, and archers, who had long since been ready, drew their bows and started to shoot at the skeletons that had made it to the top but didn't dare to approach. Arrows containing immense force and ghost-slaying power shot towards the skeletons, causing them to fall back down. Bang, bang, bang. The skeletons crumbled into fragmented bones after hitting the ground, making it seem as if it was hailing. Even though the skeletons continuously fell, the other skeletons didn't show any fear while climbing up the cliff. However, at the top, because of the powerful evil warding power, the countless skeletons couldn't draw near, and they could only vengefully glare at Great Ken's soldiers. Skeletons continuously plummeted down after being hit by arrows, but more skeletons continuously climbed up. Great Ken's soldiers didn't dare to relax for even an instant, using all sorts of methods to deal with the skeletons around them. The battle was incredibly intense, and the ground below was littered with bones. Even though Great Ken's soldiers were quite tired, at least no one had been injured. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. A grey blur tore through the air and rushed towards Great Ken's soldiers. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the grey blur smashed into the wall to the left side of the passageway. The rocks crumbled, causing some soldiers to fall down to their deaths, shocking everyone else. Xiaofu's gaze became cold, and he looked at the skeleton. The skeleton wore silver-grey armor and held a grey crystal bow, and it stood among the skeletons. It was a skeleton general, but its aura was at least 4 times as powerful as that of a normal skeleton general. Not only had the left side of the passageway partially collapsed, but many of the evil warding talismans had also been destroyed in the process as well. As soon as the evil warding power on this side disappeared, a massive number of skeletons furiously flooded towards them. All of the soldiers there were caught completely unprepared, and it seemed like the situation was going to spiral out of control. Beichi! Xiaofu roared. Beichi understood, and he drew his 7 murders sword and pointed it upwards as a blood-red aura came out of the soldiers' bodies and gathered above. Scree-ee-ee. A grand bird's cry sounded out as a blood-red eagle rushed towards the countless skeletons. Each beat of its wings brought with it a blood-red berserk gale, sending the skeletons flying backward and destroying many of them, diffusing the tense situation. However, in the next moment, countless arrows filled with deathly aura shot towards the massive eagle. The skeleton archers had once again attacked with their limited arrows, forcing the blood-red eagle to dodge in between attacking and causing the situation on the left side to become tense again. Xiaofu immediately gave out orders, and the archers and ballistae aimed at the skeleton archers and started to shoot. Countless arrows arced through the air towards the skeleton archers, forcing them to stop shooting and take cover. The skeleton archers either died or ran from the arrows and bolts, preventing them from shooting anymore, and that relieved the situation for the blood-red eagle, allowing it to fully deal with the skeletons on the left side. The skeleton general below once again drew its grey crystal bow as a large amount of deathly aura flowed out from its body and entered the arrow it had knocked on the bow, causing it to shine with a terrifying grey light. The skeleton general was about to unleash the same horrifying attack as last time. How could Xiaofu allow it to do as it wished? He coldly harumphed, brought out the great spirit rock bow, and instilled it with his king's power, causing it to glow with a brilliant violet light. Boom! A massive explosion rang out as a grey arrow streaked like a terrifying meteor towards Great Kin's soldiers. At that moment, Xiaofu released his arrow, causing it to fly out and turn into a large violet rock that shot towards the grey arrow. Bang! The 2 arrows collided and exploded, causing grey and violet light to shoot in all directions and generating a fierce gale. At that moment, another powerful aura appeared as another skeleton general holding a spear and riding a large skeleton horse appeared. It turned into a grey blur as it charged over, reaching the cliff in an instant. The skeleton horse seemed to defy gravity, and it rushed up the cliff on the right side. This greatly shocked Xiaofu, and he gave the great spirit rock bow to Zhongdo, whose cultivation was second only to Beichi, and told him to use it to suppress the skeleton archer general. He also asked Old Log to support Zhongdo. Zhao Fu went to the right side where the skeleton cavalry general was. The skeleton cavalry general ignored the evil warding power and gave off a terrifying aura as it eyed the great Ken soldiers around it. 239 Colored Sky, all of you, go and support the left side. Zhao Fu coldly glared at the skeleton general and gave orders to the soldiers around him. With the skeleton general's strength, staying here would be equivalent to committing suicide. The soldiers obeyed and retreated to the left side. The skeleton general, riding on its skeleton horse, had a powerful spirit flame in his head, and it eerily stared at Zhao Fu. Suddenly, the spear in the skeleton general's hand turned into a blur as it stabbed towards Zhao Fu. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out as sparks burst in the air. The skeleton general rushed past Zhao Fu, while Zhao Fu stood his ground with a blood-red sword in his hand. The skeleton general reached Zhao Fu in an instant and stabbed its spear towards Zhao Fu's chest. However, Zhao Fu instantly drew the slaughtering ghost sword and chopped out with it, blocking the skeleton general's attack. The slaughtering ghost sword's attributes countered undead creatures, so it was perfect to use it now. Seeing that its attack had failed, the skeleton general turned its skeleton horse around and raised its spear as it once again rushed at Zhao Fu. This time, the spear shined with an icy light and seemed to contain energy that could pierce through all things as the skeleton general charged at Zhao Fu. Slaughtering Ghost. Zhao Fu lightly yelled as he used one of the slaughtering ghost sword skills. The slaughtering ghost sword seemed to be bathed in a blood-red light as faint ghostly cries sounded out, giving off an eerie and terrifying aura. Bang! The skeleton general arrived before Zhao Fu incredibly quickly, stabbing out with its spear so quickly that the air seemed to explode. Zhao Fu also slashed out with his sword, and the collision resulted in a powerful shockwave. This time, the skeleton general had been completely stopped by Zhao Fu's block. For cavalry to be blocked by someone on foot, that was an extremely great humiliation, and the skeleton general roared as the spirit flame in its head doubled in size. Immediately after, it once again ferociously charged at Zhao Fu. Even though the skeleton general had exploded out with more strength, Zhao Fu didn't feel much pressure. The slaughtering ghost sword's attributes counter the skeleton general's deathly aura, and every time they clashed, the skeleton general would suffer a bit. The deathly aura that it took time to condense would be blown away by the slaughtering ghost sword each time. Boom! Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the ground beneath them as another powerful aura came from below. It was a skeleton holding a large shield and a long saber, and the skeleton had an aura that was even more powerful than the previous two skeleton generals. This skeleton general's aura was like that of a mountain's. It used its shield to vigorously bash the cliff, causing long cracks to appear. If this continued, the entire cliff would collapse because of the skeleton general, and Great Kin's soldiers on top would be in grave danger. Zhao Fu knew that he couldn't continue to be tied up by the skeleton cavalry general. He stretched out his hand, and the king's ring glowed with a golden light as 10 skeleton cavalrymen riding on skeleton horses, but with golden flames in their heads, appeared. They were the king's undead cavalry, and Zhao Fu ordered them to keep the skeleton general under control. The 10 king's undead cavalrymen rushed over and easily engaged the skeleton general, even suppressing it. Even though they were individually weaker than a skeleton general, their overall power wasn't less than the skeleton general's. Zhao Fu's king's undead cavalry were now quite powerful, as they had devoured a lot of deathly aura each time they fought when going out with Zhao Fu's soldiers. By now, at least 90% of the skeletons were streaming towards the left side, and all of the soldiers were putting up a bitter resistance. There were less than 3,000 skeletons left below. Zhao Fu brought 300 Yin soldiers, the black and white impermanences, Daisy, and a few other leaders to the bottom from another side while Beiqi and Wang Jian continued to give orders above. After reaching the bottom, Zhao Fu ordered Doke, Sar, Daisy, and a goblin warrior, who wielded a gold-grade shield and had been promoted to general, to engage the skeleton shield-bearer general. Nearby, the remaining 3,000 skeletons on the ground gathered and charged towards them. At that moment, Zhao Fu's 300 Yin soldiers sprang into action and rushed to meet the skeletons. Both sides were incredibly fast, and soon, they were only 10 meters apart. In terms of the aura that they gave off, the 3,000 skeletons seemed to be more powerful, but there was a vast difference in strength between them and the Yin soldiers. The two sides soon clashed, and the 3,000 skeletons raised their weapons and started to attack the Yin soldiers. The Yin soldiers showed no fear at all and vigorously stabbed out with their iron tridents, stabbing into the skeletons' bodies. They then sent their ghost-suppressing power into the tridents and twisted them, causing the skeletons' bodies to shatter and fall to the ground as fragmented bones. This was because the Yin soldiers' ghost-suppressing power was effective against other undead as well, and the Yin soldiers could easily neutralize the skeleton's deathly aura. Without their deathly aura, the skeletons were just bones. Even though there were far less Yin soldiers than skeletons, the Yin soldiers weren't weak at all. The situation was in their favor, and none of the skeletons could defend against the oxen-faced or horse-faced Giant soldiers. On the other side, Daisy and the others started to clash with the skeleton shield-bearer general. Sar and Doke faced it with direct blows. The goblin warrior with the dark gold rank shield was in charge of defense, and Daisy launched long-range magic skills from a distance. This skeleton general was powerful, but Daisy and the other generals had long since broken through to stage 1, and with their flawless teamwork, they were able to completely suppress the skeleton general. Bang! 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 Elsewhere, 3 blood-red fireballs flew towards the skeleton archer general and exploded, forcing the skeleton general to dodge to the side. At that moment, a violent arrow blasted towards the skeleton general. Zhang De caught that opportunity to shoot at the skeleton general while it had dodged to the side, making it extremely difficult for it to dodge. The skeleton general could only draw the short sword at its waist and slash out with a powerful sword light, which collided with the violet arrow. The collision resulted in a great explosion and shockwave, causing the skeleton general to stumble backward. Zioxi and Xiaji, go help Zhang to kill that skeleton archer general. Zhao Fu ordered. He wanted to end this battle quickly. The black and white impermanences obeyed and floated towards the skeleton archer general using some sort of skill. Each of them held a white and black wooden stick respectively and joined the battle. With the black and white impermanences helping out, the skeleton general fell into dire straits. This was especially so because of their wooden sticks. If they hit the skeleton general, its spirit fire would flicker and grow slightly smaller, and its aura would become slightly weaker. Above the left side, the blood-red eagle, the archers, and the ballistae rapidly attacked, continuously reducing the number of skeletons and sending them falling from the cliff. On the other side, the 10 King's undead cavalrymen surrounded the skeleton cavalry general, while below, Sar, Daisy, and the others suppressed the skeleton shield-bearer general. Everything seemed to be in Great Gin's favor, and they were winning on all fronts. However, what Zhao Fu didn't expect was for a terrifying aura to suddenly appear in the next second, sweeping in all directions like a massive wave. 240 skeleton commander at the bottom of the energy stone mine. A skeleton slowly stood up. The skeleton held a crystal sword and had a golden spirit flame in its head, and its bones were white and as flawless as jade. Its mighty aura caused those in this region to freeze in shock. This skeleton was incredibly powerful, and Zhao Fu stood his ground, clearly detecting this power. The sword that it held was definitely a epic rank weapon. It had been corroded through the passage of time, and since epic rank weapons definitely would have become dark gold rank weapons, this weapon must have been a legendary rank weapon before. After standing up, the skeleton's gaze fell on the skeleton archer general, and the skeleton's body turned into a ray of light as it rushed over. It seemed that in just a few seconds, this skeleton would be joining the battle. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu drew his slaughtering ghost sword and sent his king's power into it before stabbing it into the ground. A blood-red semicircle immediately expanded outwards and brought the skeleton into the slaughter field domain. The skeleton looked up at the blood-colored sky and looked down at the corpses on the ground before looking over at Zhao Fu. Xing. The skeleton's crystal sword hummed as it shot out a massive amount of sword light. The skeleton instantly traversed over 100 meters and appeared in front of Zhao Fu as it swung its sword, bringing with it a massive amount of sword chi. Bang! Zhao Fu was quite surprised and quickly brought the slaughtering ghost sword up to block the strike. A massive wave of energy passed through his sword, causing his body to slide back 10 meters before he could steady himself. This skeleton was simply too powerful, and with his current strength, Zhao Fu couldn't defeat it. Out of the 70 or so Sky Ghost treasure sacks that they had obtained during the Ghost Festival, they had obtained 3 unsealing stones. As such, Zhao Fu had no choice but to use one of them now. The sealing power within his body disappeared as a feeling of might and power spread throughout his body. Swish! The skeleton appeared above Zhao Fu, and its sword seemed to give off an aura that could split apart all things as it hacked downwards towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's eyes flew open as a black light burst forth from his body, and he gripped his sword as he heavily swung it upwards to defend. Bang! The air seemed to explode as the two swords collided, bursting forth with destructive power and causing the ground to crack, creating a 20-meter wide crater. The skeleton sinisterly gazed at Zhao Fu, surprised that Zhao Fu could match its strength. It bore down with its sword, forcing Zhao Fu to lean backward. Following this, its body once again disappeared and reappeared at Zhao Fu's side, slashing horizontally. Clang! The sound of metal colliding pierced through in a 1,000-meter radius as Zhao Fu spun, once again blocking the skeleton's attack with his sword. However, in the next moment, the skeleton once again disappeared and attacked from the other side. Bang! 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 The skeleton was incredibly fast, and it continuously disappeared and reappeared, attacking Zhao Fu from all angles. The battle between the two of them caused sword light to shoot everywhere, forming a gigantic gale. The ground over which they fought was left completely decimated, with countless deep sword gashes all over the place. The skeleton's attacks were ferocious and extremely fast, not even giving Zhao Fu an opportunity to breathe. Zhao Fu felt incredibly displeased that he was being suppressed by this skeleton. Clang! The skeleton swung its sword, which brought with it a sharp light, and Zhao Fu circulated all of his king's power and sent it into the slaughtering ghost sword. The slaughtering ghost sword gave off a terrifying bloody light, and Zhao Fu slashed it furiously, causing it to leave behind a shocking blood-red light. As the swords collided, Zhao Fu finally forced the skeleton to retreat and stopped its momentum. However, the skeleton immediately recovered and sprang towards Zhao Fu. At that moment, Zhao Fu drew the Sky Demon's sword and stabbed it into the ground. A large amount of demonic chi flowed out of the Sky Demon's sword, dyeing the ground black. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand, and his king's seal appeared on his palm. When it saw this, the skeleton, that was now only 5 meters away, suddenly stopped and retreated. Swish! 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 Countless black spikes stabbed up from the ground, piercing through the skeleton's body and raising it 20 or so meters into the air. This attack caused the skeleton's spirit flame to slightly dwindle. It seemed that it had taken considerable damage from this. The skeleton raised a crystal sword in its hand, and the sword suddenly gave off strange ripples. Following this, the skeleton slashed at the black spikes stabbing into its body, causing them to turn into crystals and shatter. The skeleton fell from the sky and gave off a tremendous sword aura as it slashed downwards towards Zhao Fu. In response, Zhao Fu pointed at it with the slaughtering ghost sword and lightly cried, "Seal." Suddenly, the massive domain shrank and turned into a sealing energy that attached to the skeleton's body. Because they were both within the slaughter field domain, Zhao Fu could use its power as he wished. This energy caused the falling skeleton to slightly pause. At that moment, Zhao Fu brought out an evil crushing spear and sent his power into it. The evil crushing spear shined with a silver light, and the runes on it moved and gave off powerful evil crushing power. Boom! Zhao Fu used all of his strength to throw the evil crushing spear. The spear shot out a massive amount of silver light, and there was some lightning crackling around it as it pierced through the skeleton's chest, creating a fist-sized hole and heavily injuring the skeleton. Og! Just as Zhao Fu was about to take out another evil crushing spear and finish off the skeleton suddenly roared and exploded out with a terrifying might. It easily broke free of the sealing energy, and its body twisted as it loosed an incredibly powerful strike, causing a 20-meter-long sword light to rush down towards Zhao Fu. Bang! Zhao Fu was sent flying backward by the attack, and as the sword light hit the ground, it caused the ground to instantly crystallize. Zhao Fu had used his sword to block, but he hadn't been able to fully block the attack, causing the clothes on his right shoulder to turn into crystals. The massive energy also split open Zhao Fu's shoulder, causing blood to flow out from it. Bang! After the skeleton landed, the spirit flame in its head once again dwindled and became smaller by 2/3. It seemed that it had paid a great price to unleash such a terrifying power. When he saw this, Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that this skeleton was like an arrow that was at the end of its flight. He disregarded the injury on his right shoulder and rushed up with his sword, continuously attacking the skeleton. The skeleton was forced to defend with all of its might but continuously retreated. Roar! At that moment, the skeleton exploded out with the remainder of its strength and was finally able to counterattack again, suddenly stabbing its sword towards Zhao Fu's throat. Zhao Fu dodged to the side and swept upwards heavily with his sword, hitting the skeleton and sending it flying up into the air. As soon as he did this, he switched over to the Sky Demon's sword and pointed at the skeleton with it. A massive demon's figure shot out from the sword and flew towards the skeleton with a monstrous demonic aura. The skeleton in the air struggled with the last of its strength and once again slashed out a ray of sword light, turning the demon's image into a large crystal that exploded into crystal dust and scattered. Bang! At that moment, a silver ray of light, bringing with it massive force, shot up from below and pierced through the skeleton's chest. The spirit fire in the skeleton's head once again flickered before disappearing. The skeleton's body collapsed in midair, and countless bones crashed to the ground. The jade-white bones lost their luster and became a pile of ordinary bones again. At the same time, the skeleton dropped 4 items. 241 King Remnant Soul. Zhao Fu temporarily didn't have time to look at these 4 items. He put them into his king's ring for now before turning his gaze to the other battles. First, there were countless soldiers at the left side of the passage, and the blood-red eagle was helping them. They were killing most of the skeletons that were charging at them. Below, the ground was littered with bones, all of them from skeleton soldiers. They had fallen from 10 or so meters up, and without their deathly aura supporting them, they became incredibly brittle and shattered easily. The bones of tens of thousands of skeletons piled together was quite an awesome sight. Out of the 3 skeleton generals, the first one to be killed was the skeleton archer general. It had originally been suppressed by Zhongdu and Old Logue, and with the black and white impermanences joining in, its fate had been decided. In the end, the ones who had killed it were the black and white impermanences. The skeleton archer general was shot by an arrow from Zhongdu and stumbled backward, falling to the side. The black and white impermanences suddenly hugged together and waved their wooden sticks simultaneously, causing the image of a gray wooden stick that was half a meter wide and 10 meters long to suddenly attack. The image slammed down on the skeleton general, and the massive force crushed the skeleton archer general's body immediately. After killing the skeleton archer general, they picked up the items that it dropped and walked towards Zhao Fu. As they moved, their large breasts rippled, making them seem extremely seductive. Zhao Fu had ignored them before, and only now did he realize how shocking they were. Their clothes were unable to keep their breasts steady, and their breasts shook greatly as they walked. Zhao Fu couldn't help but feel his gaze attracted to them. Hyuga detected Zhao Fu's gaze and smiled as she looked at him flirtatiously. Following this, Zhao Fu came back to his senses and looked at the other battles. Sar slashed down with his large saber towards the skeleton shield-bearer general, causing it to bring with it a large ray of saber light. The skeleton general used its shield to block as Doke attacked from the other side. His spear stabbed out suddenly, the spearhead giving off a cold light as it pierced towards the back of the skeleton general's head. The skeleton general could only use its saber to block when suddenly, a massive figure appeared behind it. The goblin warrior, Lach, raised his 2-meter-tall shield before slamming it down on the skeleton general, and the massive force sent the skeleton general flying backward. Standing by the side, a white light appeared around Daisy, and she exuded a pure and holy aura as she lifted her hand and pointed towards the skeleton general. A white light shot out, instantly reaching the skeleton general. Boom! The white light split into 7 rings and slammed against the skeleton general. A massive explosion rang out as the skeleton general's body collapsed and scattered in all directions. Finally, Zhao Fu's gaze fell on the skeleton cavalry general. This skeleton general was riding on its skeleton horse and looked wretched as it was chased by the 10 King's undead cavalrymen. In the end, the 10 King's undead cavalrymen caught up to it and once again encircled it. The skeleton general unleashed a grey deathly aura from its body and swept out with its spear, bringing with it a powerful spear light, wanting to knock the King's undead cavalry and escape from the encirclement. However, the 10 King's undead cavalrymen's bodies shined with a faint golden light, and they simultaneously raised their spears and ignored the skeleton general's spear light as they simultaneously thrust out. Boom! 10 golden spears, bringing with them a sharp golden light, pierced through the air and stabbed through various places on the skeleton general's body. The spirit flame in the skeleton general's head violently trembled before finally extinguishing, and its body collapsed and fell from the skeleton horse. Seeing this, the skeleton horse whinnied sadly and chose to die as well. Its spirit flame continuously grew smaller and smaller until it disappeared, and its body also collapsed. This horse was quite loyal, it died with its master when they were both alive, and now, it chose to die with him again. Following this, they cleaned up the rest of the skeletons before collecting the spoils. There were 136 casualties on Greatkin's side, and there were 1,300 soldiers who were injured. There weren't as many deaths as expected, and this was thanks to their preparations and the blood-red eagle. Without these things, Greatkin's casualties would have been far greater. Comparatively speaking, their gains were far greater. They obtained 80,000 pieces of bronze rank equipment, 41,000 pieces of secret silver rank equipment, 3,200 pieces of fine gold rank equipment, 8 pieces of dark gold rank equipment, and 1 piece of epic rank equipment. The reason why there were so many pieces of equipment despite there only being 50,000 or so skeletons was because each of the skeletons carried multiple pieces of equipment, whether it was armor or weapons. However, by this point in time, equipment wasn't as important to Greatkin because they obtained 40,000 pieces of fine gold rank equipment during the Ghost Festival. Now, each of the 20,000 Greatkin soldiers had at least 2 pieces of fine gold rank equipment. The equipment wasn't as attractive to Zhao Fu, but there was something else that greatly excited Zhao Fu. Those were soldier souls. This time, they had obtained 178 soldier souls, and adding on the ones they had from before, he now had enough to fuse 2 general armaments. This made Zhao Fu feel incredibly excited. The value of 2 general armaments was simply incredible. For now, he ordered the soldiers to construct some stairs to the bottom in preparation to start mining this large energy stone mine. Afterward, Zhao Fu went to the bottom of the energy stone mine and stretched out his hand to touch a large vein of energy stones. This wasn't just a large energy stone but a super large mine, and its value was many times that of the bronze concentrate mine. With this energy stone mine, everything that he had done was worth it. Zhao Fu returned to the surface feeling quite reassured, and he turned his gaze to the items that the skeleton generals had dropped. The skeleton archer general, skeleton shield bearer general, and the skeleton cavalry general had each dropped 4 items. First, each of their weapons was fragmented epic rank equipment, and the weapons had most likely been fragmented legendary rank weapons before. They also dropped exquisite refined martial souls that could give S-grade skills and 3 undead general profession change stones. They would allow 3 people to become undead generals just like Li Wen. There were also 3 general souls, which could also be fused into a general armament. What surprised Xiaofu was that even the skeleton cavalry general's horse had dropped something. It was a horse jade soul. Horse jade souls were important for horse dens, as they could increase the number of horses that spawn per day and the strength of horses. It was a very good item, and its stats were the same as the horse jade soul that Xiaofu had obtained before. Finally, the skeleton commander that had wielded the crystal sword also dropped 4 items. The first was that crystal sword. It looked incredibly beautiful and gave off a faint crystalline light, and the blade was transparent. The blade was 3 finger widths wide and 1.3 meters long, and its style was quite Western, looking like a cross. Earth Crystal God Sword, Grade, Epic Rank, Stats, Strength +20, Intelligence +10, Constitution +12, Agility +11, Description: a famous sword in ancient times that has become epic rank due to the passage of time. This sword contains Holy Crystal's power. 242 abnormal signs. Xiaofu had personally experienced the might of this sword, and whether if it was its stats or destructive might, it was much better than normal epic rank weapons, as expected from a weapon that had once been legendary grade. Xiaofu didn't plan to use this sword, and he decided to leave it for Wei Liao to fuse into a general armament. With this sword's strength, if it could become a general armament, its might would become many times more terrifying. This was something that Xiaofu looked forward to greatly. Wang Jian had a fragmented epic rank sword, and comparatively speaking, it was a bit lacking to be used to fuse a general armament. Xiaofu thought to the ghost strengthening stones that he had remaining and decided to use them. After all, they had obtained Wang Jian's sword from the underground region, and it contained a dense deathly aura. After being initially strengthened, it had become a fragmented epic rank weapon, and its attributes were most likely suitable for ghost strengthening stones to be used on it. Xiaofu would take care of this later. His gaze now fell on the second item. It was a golden orb of light that was about as big as a fist that seemed to have a dragon swimming around within it. This dragon looked like a divine dragon, but the difference was that its horns were straight. It also had a pair of wings with golden feathers, and its eyes gave off a serious and dangerous aura. Xiaofu looked at this golden orb and had thought that it would have a human figure within it like soldier souls, but he found that it was actually a dragon. He held the orb in his hand and felt a powerful might within it. Xiaofu was quite familiar with this power, as it was the same as the power that came from his king's ring. Xiaofu fused the king's ring using the ancient king armament shard, which contained immense ancient king's power. This orb also gave off that sort of ancient king's power, but there was less king's power within this orb than within the shard. Moreover, even though they were both king's power, they were from different sources. Finally, Xiaofu had also seen that dragon on many pieces of equipment that they had obtained from the underground region. Even the heaven and earth refining formation had this dragon's picture on it. Suddenly, the dots all connected for Xiaofu. He realized that this underground region was something that a powerful empire in the ancient times had left behind. Xiaofu knew very little about this empire, but he could tell how powerful it had been just from the heaven and earth refining formation alone. Moreover, the surrounding 10-kilometer radius area was filled with the skeletons of all sorts of powerful beings, dragons, angels, demons, high elves, and some other strange races. If this wasn't a good indicator of the strength of this empire, what was? Xiaofu suddenly felt a trace of danger towards the heaven and earth refining formation, feeling that it could be both a blessing and a curse. This empire had most likely fallen a long time ago. Xiaofu had no way of telling how, but he was determined to find more information about it in the future. Following this, he looked at the orb stats. King Remnant Soul, a powerful soul of someone directly descended from a royal bloodline created after death. This item contains king's power and can be used to strengthen other items. It is the core item for fusing a king armament. Fusing a king armament requires a king remnant soul. Before, Xiaofu had thought that he would be able to fuse a king armament out of an ordinary piece of equipment after gathering 24 general armaments. Within its sword, the sky demon stared at the king remnant sword, its saliva pouring from its mouth onto the ground. It had been greatly attracted by the general soul, and this king remnant soul was much more attractive to it. Detecting the sky demon's gaze, Xiaofu immediately put the king remnant soul into his king's ring and said without any room for negotiation, "Don't even think about it. It's impossible." The sky demon yelled unhappily before retreating angrily into the depths of the sword. Following this, Xiaofu turned his gaze to the third item. The item looked like an eyeball, but it was made out of crystal. It didn't look like it had been carved, rather, it seemed to be like a person's eyeball. Crystal Realm Eye of Destruction, an eyeball created through special means that has an extremely powerful eye technique sealed within it. It is a very dangerous item. A very dangerous item. Within the Heaven-Awakened world, very few things were labeled as a very dangerous item. Only items with extremely terrifying power would have such a description. For example, the ancient king armament shard that Zhao Fu had obtained had also been described as such. Did that mean this eyeball had a similar power? This seemed to be a single-use item, and because Zhao Fu had no idea how powerful it was, he could only put it away for now. Finally, Zhao Fu looked at the fourth item. This item was a dagger that was completely black and seemed to be made of iron or stone. It felt abnormally cold to the touch, as if it was filled with an icy aura that would suddenly rush into one's body. In fact, it even affected one's vitality, and Zhao Fu immediately used his king's power to defend against that energy. He also noticed that there were many gray runes on the dagger. This dagger was quite strange, and even when he was just holding it in his hand, it was already messing with his vitality. Once one's vitality was completely disrupted or destroyed, one would die. Death Dagger, a forbidden item that contains a large amount of deathly aura and has many forbidden curses. It is extremely lethal, and it can instantly destroy one's vitality and kill. This dagger can only be used 5 times, and it costs one's lifespan each time it is used. This dagger has already been used once and can still be used 4 times. It seemed that this dagger was indeed quite monstrous. No wonder Zhao Fu had felt it interfering with his vitality when he had first touched it. That was most likely the massive deathly aura. Zhao Fu felt that this dagger was very powerful, and it would be a great tool to use to assassinate someone. However, the cost to use it was quite great, and it could only be used 5 times in total. One's lifespan determined how long one could live for in the Heaven-Awakened world, and once one reached the end of one's lifespan, one would get sick or die from old age in the Heaven-Awakened world. Looking at the death dagger in his hand, a plan formed within Zhao Fu's mind. This plan was incredibly shameless, sinister, and cruel, but it was still a plan that he wanted to use. After Zhao Fu put the death dagger away, it was time for the exciting event. Zhao Fu took out 200 soldier souls and called Wang Jian and Wei Liao over to an empty plot of land. Wang Jian, give me your sword for a moment, Zhao Fu said with a smile. Wang Jian understood what was about to happen, and he looked ecstatic. He drew his sword and respectfully handed it to Zhao Fu. After receiving it, Zhao Fu took out a few ghost strengthening stones and started to use them on Wang Jian's sword. The ghost strengthening stones turned into traces of ghostly chi before entering the sword. After using a few ghost strengthening stones, the sword became an ordinary epic rank sword. It was now gray and gave a cold and eerie feeling when holding it. Now, it was time to fuse the soldier souls. 243 Chaos on Earth. Zhao Fu quickly fused the 100 soldier souls into 10 divine soldier souls and then gave the sword back to Wang Jian for him to complete the final steps. Wang Jian walked up with a serious expression, and the 10 divine soldier souls shined with a brilliant white light and floated into the air, forming a circle with him at the center. The light that the divine soldier souls gave off became brighter and more piercing until they formed 10 massive orbs of light, seeming to call and respond to each other. Boom! A grand explosion sounded out as the 10 massive balls of light exploded with an awesome power, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. In that instant, the clouds swirled, and the heavens and earth dimmed as a massive storm gathered around Wang Jian and erupted outwards. Sand and small rocks flew into the air as large trees trembled, making it seem as if there was some sort of natural disaster. At that moment, the 10 orbs of light condensed into the figures of 10 soldiers, which then dissolved into traces of violet aura. Boom! Yet another explosion rang out as a gigantic violet star, giving off a noble-looking starlight and a mighty aura, appeared above the great kin. As soon as this abnormal sign appeared, countless espers and ability users from various factions detected something and hurried outside to look at the resplendent star in the sky. In the center of the storm, under the violet star, Wang Jian raised his epic rank sword and yelled as countless traces of black aura streamed out from his body. Boom! A massive sound that sounded as if something had been destroyed rang out as a black pillar of light shot out from Wang Jian's body and shot upwards towards that massive violet star. The terrifying black pillar of light shot into the violet star, causing the noble-looking violet star to be dyed black in an instant. It now gave off a shocking black light and an icy killing intent that couldn't be restrained, and it seemed to want to destroy everything. The countless people who were watching the violet star turn black felt their pupils constrict as they cried out in shock, "Army Destroyer!" Out of all of the general stars, the Army Destroyer star was the most devastating star. It had incredible battle strength and destroyed all of its enemies. Wherever the Army Destroyer star attacked, nothing would be able to stop it, everything in its path would be destroyed. In history, Wang Jian's general star had been the Army Destroyer star. Indeed, only someone with the Army Destroyer fate could destroy 5 states and end that warring period. Boom! An explosion sounded out as a black pillar of starlight also descended from the sky and covered Wang Jian's body, causing the air to explode and sending ripples in all directions. Zhao Fu had long since prepared for that and used his king's domain to defend against that energy. Under the black pillar of starlight, Wang Jian started to change. As the starlight entered his body, he began to give off a terrifying aura that seemed to cause the air to freeze. An air of savageness appeared about Wang Jian as traces of black aura came from his body. This was the army destroyer baleful aura. This aura made it feel as if he was a spear of destruction that nothing could defend against. At that moment, the 10 orbs of light drew towards Wang Jian and entered the sword that he was raising. The gray sword was first turned into a majestic violet color before turning completely black and giving off a powerful attacking aura, and the words Army Destroyer were inscribed on the blade. Finally, the Army Destroyer sword took form. The black pillar of starlight gradually became smaller before disappearing, and the black star in the sky also gradually faded away. Countless people stared at the Army Destroyer star, feeling quite shocked inside. However, they weren't as shocked as when the 7 Murders star had appeared. Now that someone's general star had already returned, it wasn't as shocking anymore. However, it was still the Army Destroyer star, one of the 3 great general stars, so countless people still paid attention to it and tried to guess who it was that had done this. What everyone cared about even more was that the Army Destroyer had yet again appeared in the north. Could it be that the Army Destroyer star was linked to Great Kin? After not making a lot of noise in a while, Great Kin's fame had been gradually overshadowed by other things. Now that Great Kin had fallen silent, the other factions were able to let out a breath of relief. However, now that the Army Destroyer star had appeared, all of the factions couldn't help but gnash their teeth and wonder why Great Kin couldn't just give it a rest and had to make them so anxious all of the time. Of course, whether it was the 7 Murders star or the Army Destroyer star, it was possible that they didn't belong to Great Kin. This was something that very few people could verify. However, the places where they had appeared was simply too strange. They had both appeared in the northern area of the Midland continent. In that region, the most powerful and mysterious faction was clearly Great Kin. No matter what happened there, everyone couldn't help but think about Great Kin. Many of the factions in the north were able to develop in relative peace because they had Great Kin as a deterrent. This was especially so for some of the weaker factions that could secretly develop. This was quite a benefit for them. Within Holy Light City's Westfall restaurant, Hyuga was wearing an elegant but simple-looking purple dress as she stood at the top of the building and looked at the disappearing Army Destroyer star. She slightly smiled and looked down at the long strands of fate around her that looked like dragons. They had become stronger yet again. They hadn't increased in number but had rather increased in quality and strength. I await that day to come. Hyuga looked away as she smiled and muttered to herself. In another region, Zhang Heng was riding on his donkey when he suddenly looked into the distance and lightly laughed. Great Kin has obtained another general star, and it's the unstoppable Army Destroyer. Adding on the 7 murders, I'm afraid no one will be able to stop them in the future. Senior apprentice brother, looks like you've made quite some trouble for yourself this time. I wonder if he can neutralize this danger? If he can't, even if Master shows up, he might not necessarily be able to protect him. At another place within the Midland continent, Su Yan was wearing white clothes and had a folded fan in his hand as he stood at the summit of a mountain. He looked into the horizon with a serious look before laughing and saying, Great Kin, you're indeed very powerful, and things have become difficult for me. However, I like it more like this. Great Kin really hasn't disappointed me. The more powerful it is the better. Only then will I use my full strength to fight against it and destroy it. CG, Bi Wuxian, Ji Shenming, and Liu Yi all looked towards the north, remaining silent. After a while, they turned to the people next to them and asked how they too could have their general's stars returned to them. All of the espers and ability users could only bitterly shake their heads. Ever since the 7 Murders star had descended, they had been trying all sorts of methods to unseal general stars, but they all failed. Just as everyone was about to look away, a gigantic violet star once again descended, but it immediately transformed into a resplendent green star. This caused countless people's bodies to freeze as they once again looked at the sky in the north in shock. 244 Myrtle Imperial Star. The green star in the north didn't hang far away, and it instead seemed incredibly close to the ground. The shining green light gave off a mysterious and cold feeling. Voracious wolf? Countless espers and ability users exclaimed as they stared with wide eyes. Not just these people, but even Hyuga, Zhang Heng, and Su Yan's expressions changed as they once again looked towards the north. The other 4 legatees of the 5 great dynasties also looked extremely shocked as they discovered the green star. Below the green star, Wei Liao raised the Earth Crystal God's sword and raised it towards the voracious wolf star as a green pillar of light fell on his body. The voracious wolf star signified strategy, resourcefulness, intelligence, and wisdom. However, there was also a sinister and cruel side to it, and while it couldn't compare to the 7 Murders star or the Army Destroyer star in power, those who had it as their general star were extremely adept at creating sinister plots. Wei Liao didn't have much fighting power, but very few could compare to his war management and strategies. He had a pair of eyes that seemed to be able to see past anything, and he could devise countless strategies and plots, allowing his side to win in the end. This made him very suitable for the voracious wolf star. Within the green starlight pillar, Wei Liao also underwent shocking changes. His aura became more powerful, and his eyes became green and gave off a chilling feeling, making anyone who saw him feel that he was extremely dangerous. At the same time, traces of green aura appeared around Wei Liao. This was the voracious wolf baleful aura, and even though it wasn't very powerful, it was extremely hard to deal with and to get rid of. The 13 general stars all had their own baleful auras, and each of them had their own effects. This sort of general baleful aura was much more powerful than a normal soldier's baleful aura. The green starlight pillar around Wei Liao gradually shrank, and the 10 orbs of light in the air also slowly moved towards Wei Liao and fused into the Earth Crystal God Sword. The originally transparent Earth Crystal God Sword, under the influence of the voracious wolf's power, became green, and it gave off a cold and mysterious aura, making it seem like an otherworldly sword. The words voracious wolf were also engraved on the sword, turning the Earth Crystal God Sword into the voracious wolf sword. As the green starlight disappeared, the abnormal signs also gradually disappeared as well. After his experience with the 7 Murders Star, Zhao Fu had decided to fuse these general armaments far away from the rest of the Great Qin town. Not only were the abnormal signs quite terrifying, but they would also damage many of Great Qin's structures, creating a lot of debris. Suddenly, just as Zhao Fu wanted to look at the voracious wolf sword stats, he realized that the green star in the sky still hadn't disappeared, and it was instead slowly descending as if affected by some sort of power. Suddenly, Wang Jian and Bei Qi's army destroyer sword and 7 murders sword gave off piercing black and blood red lights, and a formless fate energy descended. Wang Jian and Bei Qi were unable to control their bodies, and they pulled out the army destroyer sword and the 7 murders sword and pointed them towards the sky. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a blood-red pillar and a black pillar of light exploded out from Bei Qi and Wang Jian and rushed up into the clouds with great force. The heavens and earth seemed to shake, and the surrounding clouds completely dissipated. A blood-red star giving off a murderous air and a black star giving off a conquering air rippled with immense power and slowly descended from above, hanging at the same height as the voracious wolf star. The 7 murders star, the army destroyer star, and the voracious wolf star were all close to each other and shined with a resplendent light as a formless energy spread out. Boom! An explosion sounded out as if something had been destroyed, and a massive number of clouds started to gather. A wild gale also started to blow, and it seemed as if the entire heaven-awakened world was being buffeted by that wind as countless tall trees trembled and swayed. The sky gradually darkened, and it wasn't just the Chinese region or the Midland continent that darkened but the entire heaven-awakened world as a heavy feeling of suppression descended. The countries outside of China had no idea what was going on, but they could see in the distance that there were 3 stars giving off green, black, and blood-red lights. Dina Pendragon, the Roman Empire's legatee, Egypt's legatee, and countless legatees all over the world felt an incredibly dangerous aura, and their gazes became dim. They all lost their composure as they looked at the 3 stars shining in the distance. Boom! 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 Sparks of lightning appeared in the sky, and they brought with them an incredibly dangerous aura, which grew more and more. Soon, lightning bolts that were thicker than buckets descended and repeatedly smashed down onto the ground. It seemed as if the entire world was going to be destroyed, and countless beings trembled under this terrifying might and felt the aura of death creeping close. There was a legend that said when the 7 murders star, the voracious wolf star, and the army destroyer star were gathered, they would form the murder destroyer wolf formation. The 7 murders was the bandit who threw the world into disorder. The army destroyer was the general who swept across the world. The voracious wolf was the scholar who created sinister and vicious plots. Now that these 3 stars had gathered and formed the murder destroyer wolf formation, the world would be sent into great chaos. War would erupt all over the world, with battles and disasters happening continuously. Many people would find it difficult to live, and this was something that was irreversible. Because Zhao Fu had gathered these 3 general stars and the general armaments had returned to Zhao Fu's 3 generals, they had formed the murder destroyer wolf formation. Under the 3 massive general stars, Bei Qi, Wang Jian, and Wei Liao seemed to be guided by some sort of power, and they simultaneously roared, invigorating the general star power within their bodies, causing their veins to bulge and for their faces to look extremely savage. Boom! Each of the 3 people exploded out with a wave of powerful energy, and when he detected this energy, even Zhao Fu was given a big fright. He stretched out his hand, and his king's seal appeared on it as he unleashed his king's domain with all of his might. However, he was still sent back by a step. By now, the ground in a 100-meter radius had completely collapsed. The 3 generals' bodies lit up with blood red, black, and green flames, and the 3 general stars in the sky shined even brighter. Each of them was separate yet connected as if they were calling out to something. Boom! A shocking explosion rang out, and the sky seemed to split as a gigantic and extremely majestic violet star of sovereignty slowly appeared in the sky. Kai. At that moment, countless legatees, regardless if they were Chinese or from another nation, felt a pain in their chest as they coughed up a mouthful of blood, apart from Zhaofu himself. In the real world, the sky instantly darkened, making the world extremely dark, as a resplendent violet star appeared in the sky. This shocked even many of the old monsters, seniors, and masters. 245 Heaven Domain Boundary Myrtle Imperial Star. Countless elders, sect masters, and hidden experts cried out as they looked at that violet star. The Myrtle Imperial Star represented an emperor, and it contained boundless majesty and dignity. It represented absolute and supreme power, the power to rule the world. Logically speaking, the Myrtle Imperial Star shouldn't appear in the real world, as the world had become incredibly turbid and there hadn't been true emperors in the world for a long time. Even though some countries still had royal or imperial families, they were mere symbols and figureheads without any actual power and thus quite different from traditional kings and emperors. Of course, this had to do with the current times. Zhaofu wasn't sure why, but there weren't any modern countries recognized by the Heaven Awaken world system. The Myrtle Imperial Star disappeared after the Qing dynasty, and this had heralded the end of imperialism in China. Many people expected the Myrtle Imperial Star to appear after the Heaven Awaken world devoured the real world, but never in their wildest dreams had they have expected it to appear now, and in the real world as well. The Myrtle Imperial Star was extremely low in the sky, so it seemed enormous. Many people had no idea what it was, so they just took photos and posted them on the internet. Many experts had no way of explaining what this star was, as it was so strange, and only some elderly people respectfully knelt down upon seeing the star. Many young people didn't understand why these elderly people would suddenly kneel down, and they only found out after asking. It turned out that the violet star in the sky was the Myrtle Imperial Star, and its appearance signified that someone with the Son of Heaven fate had appeared. However, most young people snorted and mocked the elderly people for believing in such things. They were simply a bunch of outdated and stubborn old fellows. However, these people had no idea what would happen after the Heaven Awaken world devoured the real world. Within the Heaven Awaken world, the violet star shot down a violet pillar of starlight that covered Zhaofu's body. Zhaofu felt both his body and spirit tremble. The energy from the pillar of light was extremely comfortable, and he felt as if both his body and spirit were being cleansed and evolving. In the real world, Zhaofu's body, which was lying on the bed, gave off traces of noble violet aura. At that moment, an elder wearing a white Taoist robe with a beard that reached his chest detected this violet aura and looked incredibly confused. He would never have thought that the person who had awakened the Myrtle Imperial Star would be in the Ying family. Just who is it? Normal people wouldn't be able to awaken the Myrtle Imperial Star. At the very least, it had to be someone with a nation or state's legacy. However, with the current situation, it had to be. Suddenly, after connecting various dots, the Taoist realized something and felt cold sweat roll down his back. Great Qin's legatee was incredibly devious. He had actually been hiding within the Ying family. No wonder the Ying family couldn't find him no matter where they searched. However, the Taoist didn't dare to use any techniques to find Zhaofu's specific location. Now that the Myrtle Imperial Star had descended, if he dared to do anything to Great Qin's legatee, that would simply be seeking death. It was possible that he would be devoured by fate and explode. Within the Heaven Awakened world, Zhaofu lightly closed his eyes and received the Myrtle Imperial Star's power. A 100-meter-long black dragon appeared and circled around where Zhaofu was. Zhaofu's fate dragon was now no longer a shade but completely corporeal. It had black scales, sharp claws, a pointed horn, and a pair of eyes that gave off an air of seriousness and domineeringness as if it had a life of its own. As Zhaofu was enjoying the power of the Myrtle Imperial Star, the other legatees wiped away the blood from their mouths and looked at the violet star. The fate dragons within their bodies were curled up, not daring to move at all. As soon as the Myrtle Imperial Star had appeared, it had brought with it a massive amount of fate power, causing the fate within their bodies to shrink back and injuring them. Now, between them and Zhaofu, it wasn't just a matter of strength but also the difference between a real dragon, a heaven-ordained dragon, and a fake dragon. Even though they had all received the legacies of nations and empires and a massive amount of fate, without the Myrtle Imperial Star, they didn't have the right to become the rulers of the world or become a true king or emperor. This was a great blow to many of them, and some of them were in incredibly low spirits. They could all feel the massive suppression from the Myrtle Imperial Star in the distance. They were all clear as to who had awoken the Myrtle Imperial Star. After all, that star was filled with Great Qin's aura. When they thought of this, they felt quite bitter. It wasn't just the 4 other legatees of the 5 great dynasties, But even Tina Pendragon's expression became quite dim. Within a pavilion, there was also a trace of blood on Wu Qingniang's lips. Her beautiful eyes gazed at the violet star, and she felt helpless. She had once again experienced how powerful Great Qin was and felt that if Great Zhu faced off against Great Qin in the future, Great Zhu would definitely lose. On a hill, Li Beiqing also had a trace of blood on his lips as he looked incredibly worried. He felt an immense sense of danger from Great Qin's legatee. This was probably his greatest enemy in his lifetime. On the Westfall restaurant, Xianru laughed wildly. Her cool and rational demeanor was completely gone, and there were very few things that could make her feel like this. She had never expected that Zhao Fu would not only unlock the 7 Murders Star but also the Voracious Wolf, the Army Destroyer, and, most importantly, the Myrtle Imperial Star. This meant that he was destined to be an emperor in the future. This was something that couldn't be changed. The other 4 branches of the School of Yin Yang had failed, while everything that she had done had been worth it. Elsewhere, after steadying his emotions, a serious look appeared on Zhang Heng's face. Everyone had underestimated Great Qin and its potential, including himself. Great Qin's future was now unlimited, and he had been too self-confident. Su Yan's expression was incredibly ugly. He had greatly underestimated Great Qin. Now that the Myrtle Imperial Star had descended, he understood that it was likely that he would lose. If he lost, his end would be quite tragic, and he started to feel much less confident. Now that Great Qin's legatee had the Myrtle Imperial Star, even if he went through near-death experiences, he would still make it through. Back at Great Qin, the violet pillar of starlight gradually became smaller, and Zhao Fu felt as if he had a new body. Every part of his body seemed to have been refined, and the azure ceiling energy within his body had been fully erased, bringing him back to the peak of his strength. As the violet pillar of starlight shrank, the abnormal signs also started to disappear. Finally, just as the violet pillar of starlight became as thin as a finger, a wave of energy lightly raised Zhao Fu's right hand, and the starlight fell on the back of his hand. Zhao Fu felt a wave of pain as a mark appeared on the back of his hand. This mark was a circle with 8 mysterious and profound-looking symbols within it. They were arranged evenly around the edge of the circle, and there was a black dot in the center. Zhao Fu didn't recognize this mark, but it gave him a sense of familiarity. Finally, the abnormal signs all disappeared, and the Myrtle Imperial Star and the other stars disappeared from the sky. At that moment, everyone in the Heaven Awakened world received 2 pieces of information. 246 Calamity to the World System Announcement. The 7 Murders Star, the Voracious Wolf Star, and the Army Destroyer Star have aligned, and the Myrtle Imperial Star has descended. The first layer of the Heaven Domain boundary has been unlocked. System Announcement. The 7 Murders Star, the Voracious Wolf Star, and the Army Destroyer Star have aligned, and the Myrtle Imperial Star has descended. The world will descend into chaos, and the first stage of the chaotic world has been unlocked. After hearing these 2 system announcements, the government factions that knew what was happening grew extremely grim, while those who didn't know what was happening immediately looked into the detailed information of the system announcements. There was no detailed explanation for the first system announcement about the Heaven Domain boundary, so most people had no idea what it meant for the first layer of that to be unlocked. There was detailed information on the second system announcement, the first stage of the chaotic world. After the chaotic world was opened, all villages, towns, and cities would have a chaotic world stone steel, and attacking other factions would result in war points, which could be used to exchange for items from the chaotic world stone steels. Taking down a basic village gave 1 war point, taking down an intermediate village gave 2 war points, taking down an advanced village gave 3 war points, taking down a basic town gave 4 war points, and so on and so forth. The first stage of the chaotic world evidently encouraged warfare and for people to attack each other, using massive benefits to attract people into fighting. Even if someone was a pacifist and held on to his convictions and didn't attack others, in the face of such great benefits, others would still attack him and force him to fight back. No one would be able to maintain righteousness in such an environment, and what was especially worrying was that this was only the first stage. That meant that there might be a second, third, fourth stage, and so on. If the first stage was already so cruel, just how bloody would the next stages be? They would most likely be situations where anyone would be rewarded for killing. The restrictions on the system governmental factions would disappear, and they would be able to kill as they pleased. When that time came, everyone would be in danger, and there would no longer be a single safe place in the Heaven Awakened world. After all, people would indiscriminately kill others in the face of the massive benefits, and when that time came, the Heaven Awakened world would become a world where there was no such thing as right or wrong. Everyone looked at the description of the chaotic world and realized just how cruel and bloody it was. Everyone became incredibly serious and started to think about the future. Zhao Fu also received these 2 system announcements, and after going through them, his expression became extremely pensive. After thinking for a while, He cast this to the back of his mind as he had other things to take care of. The first was the mark on the back of his hand. Earth Realm Mark, the mark of being approved by the Earth Realm. It allows one to enter the Earth Realm's core and undergo the trial. Earth Realm? Zhao Fu had never heard of that before, nor did he understand what it meant. However, after finding out that he could undergo a trial at the Earth Realm's core, he felt that it was most likely the mark for some sort of legacy. Even though he didn't understand it now, he would most likely work it out in the future. There was something else that was strange, which was that even though he didn't know this mark, it gave him a very strong sense of familiarity as if it had to do with his origins. Zhao Fu simply couldn't figure it out, and he decided to stop thinking about it. He then looked at his bloodline. Before, Zhao Fu had a level 9 royal bloodline. Each level of bloodline was split into upper, middle, and lower levels, were advanced bloodlines, and levels 9 to 12 were royal bloodlines. A lower level 9 bloodline counted as an advanced bloodline, while a middle level 9 bloodline was between an advanced bloodline and a royal bloodline. An upper level 9 bloodline counted as a royal bloodline. Before, Zhao Fu had an upper level 9 royal bloodline, and now that he had received the Myrtle Imperial Star's power, his bloodline had also been enhanced into a lower level 10 royal bloodline. The advancement in his bloodline also caused Zhao Fu's king's power to become stronger. Adding on the fact that the azure sealing energy had been erased from his body, Zhao Fu felt that even though he wouldn't be able to defeat a city lord, he would be able to take on 2 great generals. The black fate dragon spiraling around Zhao Fu re-entered his body, making his aura seem even more noble and respectable. The dignified aura he gave off also made it difficult for people to look at him directly, and now, the aura about him was that of a true king. Now, normal legatees would feel a slight sense of inferiority before him. Even though Zhao Fu wasn't born as a king, he could now definitely be called a king. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Bei Qi, Wei Liao, Wang Jian, and the other leaders came over and knelt down as they yelled in joy. Zhao Fu also smiled. The Myrtle Imperial Star's descent had completely exceeded Zhao Fu's expectations, and he had never even given much thought to this. It was all thanks to Bei Qi, Wei Liao, and Wang Jian. Without their 3 general stars, his Myrtle Imperial Star wouldn't have descended. After telling them to rise, Zhao Fu asked Wang Jian and Wei Liao to show him their general armaments. General armaments required soldier souls, and when soldier souls fused to create a general armament, they would unlock the general's fate. The weapon would then be affected by the general star, creating a general armament. Because Zhao Fu didn't have the materials required to fuse a king armament, he didn't obtain an Imperial Star sword. Looking at the black and green swords in his hands, the Army Destroyer sword gave off an aura of destruction and conquest, while the Voracious Wolf sword gave off a cold and mysterious aura. Both of them felt extremely powerful, and Zhao Fu started to look at their stats. Army Destroyer sword, grade, legendary, stats, strength plus 28, intelligence plus 15, constitution plus 17, agility plus 15, description, a weapon strengthened by ghost strengthening stones. After fusing with a general armament and the power of the Army Destroyer General Star, it has become the General Armament Army Destroyer Sword. Voracious Wolf Sword, grade, legendary, stats, strength plus 20, intelligence plus 25, constitution plus 18, agility plus 17, description, originally the Earth Crystal God Sword, but after fusing with a general armament and the power of the Voracious Wolf General Star, it has become the General Armament Voracious Wolf Sword. These 2 general armaments stats were both slightly better than the 7 Murders Sword. This was because the 7 Murders Sword had been formed from the Star Slashing Sword, which had only been fragmented epic rank at the time. On the other hand, the Army Destroyer Sword and Voracious Wolf Sword had both been formed from epic rank weapons. The Voracious Wolf Sword stats were the best, as the Earth Crystal God Sword had originally been a legendary rank weapon. The 2 swords each had 6 special effects. The first 5, General's Power, General's Courage, General's Light, General's Soldiers, and Soldier Aura Formation, were the same as the 7 Murders Sword. The first 4 special effects could be stacked, and having 3 general armaments was far more powerful than having a single one. The 5th special effect, Soldier Aura Formation, condensed soldiers' auras into different forms. Bei Qi's was a blood red eagle, and Zhao Fu wondered what Wang Jian and Wei Liao's would be. 247 Regulus Sword. The 2 swords had different 6th special effects, which were Destruction and Slyness. These 2 special effects were just as powerful as the 7 Murders Swords, Slaughter, special effect, but their uses were completely different. Destruction causes soldiers to fall into a state where they destroy everything in front of them. They suppress defensive structures, formation arrays, and military formations. They also obtain Army Destroyer's power, increasing their attack damage and defense by 400%. Because the Army Destroyer's power belongs to the Army Destroyer star of the 13 general stars, soldiers also receive magic damage minus 30%, mental damage minus 50%, and receive great resistance to illusions and mysterious arts. The destruction special effect not only gave powerful attack damage but also defense as well. Only then would the soldiers be able to destroy everything and unleash the Army Destroyer star's full power. The power-up was weaker than what the 7 Murders star's slaughter gave, but the soldiers were able to maintain their rationality. Having control was always better than losing one's rationality and crazily massacring. The 7 Murders star focused on killing, while the Army Destroyer star focused on conquest. Only by allowing soldiers to stay sane could they do this. Slyness causes soldiers to fall into a strange state where their movements, speed, nimbleness, and strength increase. Soldiers will deal a massive amount of damage to magic-type professions, and they also obtain Voracious Wolf's power, and the Voracious Wolf's curse. Any enemy they hit will be cursed. Because the Voracious Wolf's power belongs to the Voracious Wolf star of the 13 general stars, soldiers also receive magic damage minus 30%, mental damage minus 50%, and receive great resistance to illusions and mysterious arts. Slyness seemed weaker and less destructive than slaughter and destruction. After all, just from its name alone, one could tell that it wasn't for direct fighting but for strange and deceptive attacks. This special effect made soldiers incredibly nimble and agile, and their attacks would carry the Voracious Wolf's curse. This curse wasn't very powerful, but it was easy to cast and difficult to get rid of. It was one of the things that made slyness so powerful. After looking at the 2 sword stats, Zhao Fu felt pleased and happily returned them to Wang Jian and Wei Liao. Afterward, he looked around at the desolated area around him and bitterly smiled, deciding to go even further away next time. As the Myrtle Imperial star in the Heaven Awakened world disappeared, the one in the real world also disappeared. Countless elders of families, sect masters, and hidden experts finally came back to their senses. The Myrtle Imperial star has descended. The world will now descend into chaos. Normally, when the Myrtle Imperial star descended during chaotic times, it foretold the appearance of the Son of Heaven, that the land would be united, and that peace would descend in the near future. However, the situation right now was different. The Myrtle Imperial star hadn't appeared for hundreds of years, and true emperors and kings had long since stopped existing. The world had been modernized, and there was no reason for the Myrtle Imperial star to descend. Perhaps it was because of the Heaven Awakened world that the Myrtle Imperial star had descended in the real world. This foretold the fall of the modern era and the rise of the ancient world again. Emperors and kings would rule once again, and China would rise. After not having the Myrtle Imperial star descend for centuries, China's massive fate had long since scattered and declined. Now that the first Myrtle Imperial star had appeared in China, this meant that the lost fate would start to return to China. However, in this special period, there wouldn't be just one Myrtle Imperial star. Not only the legatees, but any commoner could awaken a Myrtle Imperial star as well. This was because there were all sorts of emperors and kings in the past. Many of them had been born as commoners, but they had become an emperor because of the massive amount of fate that they had gathered. As such, the descent of the first Myrtle Imperial star didn't signify peace but calamity to the world. These people all understand this, so they didn't hesitate to come out of hiding. Many of these people were more powerful than ordinary families. There were those who could leap onto roofs and fly over walls with their martial arts or blow a tree away with a punch. The appearance of these people would, no doubt, cause a lot of chaos in the world. Many factions started to reveal themselves, mainly sects, ancient martial families, and hidden experts. By revealing themselves all of a sudden, it almost caused the real world to collapse. Luckily, because of the efforts of the various other factions, they were able to stabilize the situation. There were 7 famous sects and 12 famous families. They didn't have the ambition to conquer the world and become kings or emperors, or they would have long since revealed themselves. They didn't have any famed generals in history, nor did they perform any glorious deeds. They represented the pure martial way. Some of them specialized in the art of war while others specialized in pure martial prowess. If it wasn't for the Myrtle Imperial star descending and heralding a time of chaos, they wouldn't have come out, and they would have remained in their mountains or forests. However, now, they could only choose to reveal themselves. Apart from this, 2 super factions that had existed for thousands of years in China also appeared. One of them was the ancient clans. These ancient clans, being some of China's oldest clans, had existed before even the Xia dynasty had united the land. They included the Fuxi clan, the Xuanyuan clan, the Shenan clan, the Nuwa clan, the Jinshan clan, the Zhi clan, the Shuang clan, the Kuafu clan, etc. These ancient clans often appeared in Chinese legends and myths. This demonstrated just how powerful and ancient they were. If anyone from one of these ancient clans stepped out, anyone in China would have to give him face and treat him with respect. This was because the ancient clans were the seniors of everyone in China, so they had to be treated with respect. These ancient clans didn't meddle in worldly affairs, and they instead lived in seclusion in mountains or forests. Many top-tier Chinese factions knew about their existence, but they didn't dare to disturb them, much less offend them. After all, they were the most powerful existences in China, and no other faction could rival them. The other faction wasn't as famous as the ancient clans, as it had been hidden all this time. It was called Flower Moon. Flower Moon had existed very early on, ever since coins had been circulating. Legends said that it was created by a woman and that it primarily focused on business. This faction could rival the ancient clans. It was not only incredibly ancient, but its influence also permeated every corner of China and the whole world. Not only could its wealth rival that of nations, but it also controlled a lot of information. After all, the Heaven Awaken World Forum had been created by Flower Moon. Currently, Flower Moon was more powerful than China's military. This was sufficient evidence of just how terrifying it was. All of this had been caused by the Myrtle Imperial Star. These factions had all come out because of one person, and that was the person with the Son of Heaven fate. Right now, all of the factions were searching for this person, and countless legatees also returned to the real world and desperately looked for information on Great Kin. Right now, the Great Kin legatee's name had once again shaken the entire world. 248 Chayu Saber. As everyone started to madly search for Great Kin's legatee, the Taoist in the Ying family also started to move. This Taoist was called Kaiyu Fengtsai, and even though he wasn't the sect master, he was still a fairly important figure. He was quite powerful, or else he wouldn't have been able to be valued so highly by the Ying family. When the Myrtle Imperial aura had come out from Zhao Fu's body, he had immediately sensed that Great Kin's legatee was in the Ying family. However, the Ying family was incredibly big and there were many people, so he couldn't tell where the legatee was. Moreover, because of the Myrtle Imperial Star's descent, he didn't dare to try anything at the time. He didn't plan to report this to the Ying family because there was no benefit to him. After all, if he reported this to the Ying family's higher-ups, they would joyously welcome the legatee, while he would have offended the legatee since Great Kin's legatee didn't want to be found. Right now, offending the person with the most potential in the world would be incredibly unwise and would be making trouble for his future. Since Great Kin's legatee didn't want to reveal himself, he must have his own reasons for that, so it was best that Kaiyu Fengtsai didn't interfere with those plans. Right now, the best thing for him to do was to find Great Kin's legatee without anyone else detecting anything and join his faction. When he thought of the fact that Great Kin's mysterious legatee, who everyone had been madly searching for, was so close, Kaiyu Fengtsai started to incredibly excited. This matter was incredibly important to his future. The Ying family suddenly started to celebrate and cheer as it was someone from the Ying family had received the true right to become an emperor. When the elders heard about this, they laughed heartily too. Great Kin's legatee had never disappointed them, and now, all they wanted was for him to return to the Ying family. The area in front of Li Wu, or Ying Wu's residence, also became incredibly lively. Countless upper-class figures came to congratulate him and curry favor with him. Only the core members of the Ying family knew about Ying Wu's true identity, and normal members of the Ying family all thought that he really was Great Kin's legatee. As such, after the Myrtle Imperial Star disappeared, they all rushed to his residence. Ying Wu maintained a smile as he spoke with all of them, but he felt incredibly gloomy. He knew that he was just a fake. The more powerful Great Kin's real legatee was and the more famous Ying Wu became, the more ashamed he felt. By now, Ying Wu had even started to feel a trace of hatred towards Great Kin's legatee. He very much enjoyed having the identity of Great Kin's legatee and everything it brought with it. The families that had been so high and mighty now lowered their heads to him and tried to do anything to please him. All of the goddesses who were out his reach before would take off their clothes willingly for him and climb into his bed to serve him. Now, he didn't want to lose this identity. As for Ying 11, she had completely given up on succeeding the Ying family. Now, all she wanted to do was develop her own faction. When she finally had the power to speak, she would no longer be a puppet for others. Within a simple and unadorned hall, there were a few elders seated together with young people with extraordinary bearings kneeling in front of them. There was a handsome young man at the head of these young people. Most people wouldn't recognize this young man. There was a sword at his waist that was completely golden as if it had been forged out of gold. There was a picture with mountain, water, birds, and beasts on it, and it gave off a holy aura. This was the regular sword. The young man was from the Xuan Yuan family, while the beautiful and gentle-looking young woman beside him was from the Nuwa clan. Nearby, there was a good-natured young man from the Shen'an clan. These young men and women were all representatives of the various ancient clans. Now that the world has fallen into chaos and calamity will fall on all people, you all must open up new horizons. The elder, who sat in the middle and gave off a dignified aura, said loudly as he looked at the young people in front of him. We won't let down the elders. The young people said with serious but excited gazes. They had waited for this for a long time. Today, they could finally leave to make their way in the world. The elders gave them a few more words of advice, and the young people humbly listened. Finally, the elders reminded them seriously, be prudent in your actions towards the person with the Son of Heaven fate. Hearing this, all of the young people's expressions varied. Some looked earnest, some looked serious, and others looked contemptuous and uncaring. Following this, these people officially went out into the world. It wasn't just in the real world. They would also appear in the Heaven Awakened world. With their abilities and statuses, they would definitely cause quite a stir in the future. Elsewhere, within a luxurious hall, 20 or so incredibly beautiful women with extraordinary bearings were seated at a long table, including superstar Suyu Aion. Sisters, what do you say we should do in the future? A beautiful woman, who looked around 30 years old, gave off mature airs, and was seated at the main seat, slightly smiled as she asked. The other women all gave different suggestions. Some suggested maintaining the status quo by remaining neutral and not participating in any political or war affairs. They would continue to specialize in business and intelligence and develop in the Heaven Awakened world. However, some of them were discontent that Flower Moon had continued like this for many millennia, and they believed that it was time for some change. Some even suggested establishing a Flower Moon empire. After all, it was possible for Flower Moon to do such a thing. The woman in the main seat swept her gaze across the women and looked at Suyu Aion, who hadn't spoken yet, and asked, "Yu Aion, what do you think?" Suyu Aion raised her head and apologized for remaining silent before saying, "Elder sister, I was just thinking about Great Ken's legacy and don't have any ideas currently. I would like to listen to the other sisters' opinions for now." Hearing Suyu Aion mention Great Ken's legacy, everyone in the hall fell silent. By now, anyone who didn't know how dangerous Great Ken's legacy was an idiot. "What do you think about Great Ken's legacy?" the woman asked as she maintained her smile. Suyu Aion's gaze became serious as she replied, "Great Ken's legacy has always given me a feeling of fear and alarm. If Flower Moon offends him, we must be pulled up by the roots. Whether or not we establish an empire or remain neutral, I feel that he is especially important." Those words caused some dissatisfaction, and some of the women retorted that even though Great Ken's legacy was powerful, Flower Moon wasn't weak at all. They believed that Suyu Aion's words focused on Great Ken's legacy too much. After all, with Flower Moon's current strength, they didn't have to fear anyone. Why would they care about Great Ken's legacy so much? After hearing everyone speak, the woman in the main seat fell into her own thoughts. Within the Heaven Awakened world, Zhaofu returned to the Great Ken town and saw a stone stele at the center of the town. This stone stele was 1 meter tall, rectangular in shape, and of black and blood red color. There were countless corpses engraved on it, and it gave off a dense bloody aura. This was the Chaotic World stone stele. This stone stele was only a level 0 stone stele at the moment, and it could only be raised through killing and conquest. The higher the level, the better the items that could be exchanged, and Zhaofu put his hand on the stone stele to see what could be exchanged. 249 Great Ken's legacy. 1 war point could be exchanged for 2 gold coins, 2 war points could be exchanged for 200 bronze rank materials, 3 war points could be exchanged for 300 pieces of bronze rank equipment, 4 war points could be exchanged for 800 healing pills, 5 war points could be exchanged for a basic teleportation channel research book. 10 war points could be exchanged for a bronze rank city creation stone, 11 war points could be used to upgrade all of a bronze grade village's stats. There were many things that could be exchanged in the Chaotic World stone stele, but because it was only a level 0 stone stele right now, only bronze rank items could be exchanged from it. These things had no attraction to Zhaofu, but they would be very tempting to ordinary people. If they could take down a basic village, they would be able to earn 1 war point, which was equivalent to 2 gold coins or $200,000 in the real world. $200,000 in the real world was enough to make people's eyes go red from greed. What's more, this was just an extra reward. They would also gain the village itself, the resources from it, any money it had, and the population. The total benefits were enough to make anyone go mad and attack other villages without restraint. People could upgrade their stone steles to a level 1 stone stele after gaining 20 war points, and this wouldn't consume any of the war points. Once someone obtained 20 war points, that person would be able to upgrade it for free. After looking through the Chaotic World stone stele, Zhaofu went to the town hall. He found that through all of those events, the 12 metal colossi and the Imperial Ruler's seal had both received a lot of fate and had become even more powerful, making Zhaofu feel quite happy. In the following days, Great Ken didn't make any big movements and entered a relatively calm and stable period. The soldiers were once again divided into teams and sent out to conquer. They had also begun mining the energy stone mine. With this massive energy stone mine, The grade of Great Ken's soldiers was no longer limited. As long as they had high-grade corpses, they would be able to immediately refine them and obtain grade orbs to use to reward soldiers. Just like that, the soldiers' grades all became much higher. After taking care of these matters, Zhao Fu returned to the real world. Just like before, Zhao Fu asked his bodyguard to buy some food for him while he opened his laptop and started to look at the Heaven Awakened World Forum. There were many threads about him, making him once again the center of the world's attention. Zhao Fu bitterly smiled. There was a top-tier financial group in the West that was offering $50 billion to purchase information about his location. It seemed that all of the factions were desperately trying to find where he was. There were also some important figures publicly expressing their desire to meet him, and even some female celebrities boldly declared their love for him in the heat of things. Some even leaked some photos, claiming that there was a relationship between them. What made Zhao Fu the most speechless was that Thailand's #1 drag queen was still infatuated with him. It was said that after waiting 24 hours for Great Ken's legatee last time, who didn't show up, he had cried devastatingly and nearly committed suicide. This time, he had once again done a live stream to say that he would wait in the same place so that he could be with Great Ken's legatee forever. Zhao Fu was completely flabbergasted. Normally, if he walked on the streets, there wouldn't be anyone who would even give him an extra glance. He had never thought that something like this would happen. Before, he would have been content if he could just earn a few $1 million and live comfortably for the rest of his life, but it was a pity that he wouldn't be able to go back to those days. Zhao Fu didn't pay much mind to the news. However, what shocked Zhao Fu was that two major factions had surfaced. The ancient clans from Long hadn't disappeared and still existed. Zhao Fu had no idea about this because there was practically no information about them, and with Zhao Fu's identity in the real world, it was impossible for him to know of such things. It was said that someone who had the Regulus sword had appeared. The appearance of the #1 sword of the 10 epic rank swords caused countless sword fanatics to go mad. Soon, there was also news of someone having the Chayu saber. Swords represented kings, while sabers represented overlords. Ever since the ancient times, there had been many important clashes between swords and sabers, signifying clashes between the path of kings and the path of overlords. These symbols had continued for thousands of years. Just as there were 10 epic rank swords, there were 10 epic rank sabers. The #1 saber was the Chayu saber. Legends said that it was the demonic saber used by the tyrant Chayu. It was created from otherworldly demonic materials and could rival the Regulus sword. The #2 saber was the Gusrai saber. It was said that when the Yellow Emperor created the Regulus sword, there were some surplus materials that formed a saber by itself. The saber intent from it was too powerful and would devour its user, and seeing this, the Yellow Emperor wanted to destroy it. However, the saber transformed into a red magpie and flew away into the horizon. It was said that it was wielded by a mysterious person in the demon realm. The #3 saber was the Dragon Tooth saber. It was one of the 3 evil weapons of the ancient times, and it was unknown who created the saber. Legends said that many evil and poisonous materials were used and that it contained many curses and the soul of a demon dragon. It was wielded by King Ji in the late Xia dynasty. However, it was later shattered by the Regulus sword, and its shards were sealed. The #4 saber was the Tiger Wing saber. It was one of the 3 evil weapons of the ancient times, and it was unknown who created the sword. Legends said that many evil and poisonous materials were used and that it contained many curses and the soul of an evil tiger. It was wielded by King Ji in the late Xia dynasty. However, it was later shattered by the Regulus sword, and its shards were sealed. The #5 saber was the Houndgid saber. It was one of the 3 evil weapons of the ancient times, and it was unknown who created the sword. Legends had it that many evil and poisonous materials were used and that it contained many curses and the soul of an evil hound. It was wielded by King Ji in the late Xia dynasty. However, it was later shattered by the Regulus sword. The shards were obtained by an evil person, and the saber was reforged into the Houndgid saber using the fleshly essence of 1,000 people. The #6 saber was the Great Xia Dragonese saber. It was a massive bronze saber created for the Xia dynasty's emperor, and there were ancient snakes carved onto the blade, making it look both strange and beautiful. The #7 saber was the Azure Dragon Falling Moon saber. It was one that was often mentioned in novels, and it was wielded by Guan Yu, the Saint of War. He was incredibly courageous and practically invincible, killing all those who stood in his way. This sword only appeared in the Song dynasty. The #8 saber was the Marquis of Xin. During the Three Kingdoms period, when Zhang was in fifth as the Marquis of Xin, he ordered a blacksmith to refine Scarlet Pearl Mountain iron to create this saber. After being affected by Ritus Shi for a lengthy period of time, it became able to gather Ritus Shi from the heavens and earth, allowing it to slay evil creatures. The #9 saber was the Chilling Moon Edge. It was something that fell from the sky and was reforged by the state of Zhao's Master Zhu in the late Warring Kingdoms period. Its shape was like that of a new moon, and it gave off chilling chi. It was continuously refined after coming into contact with poison, turning into a poisonous saber that would immediately kill upon wounding someone. It was the saber that Jing tried to use to kill the Emperor of Qin. The number 10 saber was the Kunwu saber. It was forged from stone from the Kunwu mountain and was abnormally sharp. It could even cut through jade like it was mud. When the Regulus sword appeared, so did the Chiyu saber. There was an inborn enmity between the two, and Zhao Fu felt quite excited to see those two epic rank weapons clash. Now that these hidden experts had come out, the real world would fall into even more chaos. As for Flower Moon, Zhao Fu had always wondered who could have created the Heaven Awaken World Forum in such a short amount of time and attract so many people to it. It turned out that it was Flower Moon. However, when Zhao Fu did some investigating, he found that this faction was monstrously powerful. It was present in almost every corner of the world, and Zhao Fu couldn't help but feel serious towards this powerful and terrifying opponent. 250 assassins. So after looking through these things, the bodyguard came back with Zhao Fu's food, some rice and 2 dishes. Zhao Fu quickly ate because he was going to return to the Heaven Awaken world as soon as he finished his meal. Mr. Zhao, your grandpa and grandma are outside and wish to see you, his bodyguard suddenly walked in and said. Grandpa and grandma? Zhao Fu was quite surprised. Normally, his grandpa and grandma wouldn't come to visit him. If there was anything, they would call him. Why had they came to find him? Was it something urgent? Invite them in, Zhao Fu said before cleaning up a little bit. Afterward, he went to the living room and saw 2 elderly people with worried looks on their faces as he asked caringly, what is it, grandpa, grandma? When they saw Zhao Fu come out, his grandparents quickly grabbed Zhao Fu's hands and pleaded with tears in their eyes, Fuhrer, you must save your cousins. When he heard this, Zhao Fu thought that it was definitely something troublesome. However, seeing how worried they looked, he said reassuringly, don't worry, tell me what's going on first. If I can help, I'll definitely help. Zhao Fu helped his grandparents to the sofa before listening to what they had to say. The situation was like this, there were many talented youths from the big families, but there were also a lot of people who were scum. One of the young men from the Ying family's main branch had set his eyes on a woman, and he wanted to use money to obtain her. However, because this woman's family was quite rich as well, she wasn't tempted by his money. The young man continuously tried to woo her, but he was repeatedly turned down. In his anger, he ordered people to abduct her. However, because of their carelessness, she was able to escape and bumped into Zhao Fu's hot-blooded male cousins. Zhao Fu's cousins had learned some martial arts before, so they were quite strong. They injured the abductors and the young man from the Ying family's main branch. Injuring a main family member as a collateral family member was a grave sin within the large families, so they were both caught. It was possible that their hands and feet would be broken, and if that young man insisted on not showing mercy, it was possible that they would be killed. Fuhrer, I heard that your relationship with Big Ms. Ying 11 is quite good. With her status, she'll be able to take care of this. The 2 elderly people looked at Zhao Fu with hope and pleading in their eyes. Zhao Fu's feelings towards his cousins were only so-so. They had met a few times for family gatherings, but there was nothing special between them. Zhao Fu was a stranger to familial love apart from his mother, so he was cold towards others. If it was just an ordinary person, Zhao Fu definitely wouldn't help. After all, he was just a puppet for Ying 11 and didn't have the right to speak. Within the Ying family, he was only a very small figure. However, seeing how worried and teary-eyed his grandparents were, Zhao Fu sighed and replied, Grandpa, Grandma, you should go back for now. Don't worry, I'll take care of this. Really? Thank you so much, Fuhrer. Zhao Fu's words greatly delighted the 2 elderly people. They simply had nothing that they could do, and it was possible that their 2 grandsons could lose their lives as a result of offending these people. Zhao Fu bitterly smiled. After his grandparents left, Zhao Fu sat on the sofa and thought about this matter. His relationship with Ying 11 was just as her pawn. If it wasn't for Wu Qingniang, he would be a mere chess piece for Ying 11, one that she could sacrifice at any time. Without her protection, it was likely that he would have been killed by the Li family long ago. However, now, because Wu Qingniang had taken interest in him, Ying 11 had completely given him over to Wu Qingniang and hadn't paid any more attention to him. As such, Zhao Fu hadn't seen for her a while, so asking her for something like this would be quite difficult. Zhao Fu thought about it and sighed before picking up his phone and dialing a number. Following this, a car came to pick Zhao Fu up, and he came to a villa before following a female attendant to a luxurious room. Wu Qingniang was wearing a sleeping gown, and her long hair fell past her shoulders. She looked like she had just gotten up from bed, so her hair looked a bit ruffled. Moreover, there wasn't that air of confidence and domineeringness around her, rather, her expression seemed quite dim and frustrated. It was quite rare to see Wu Qingniang like this, so Zhao Fu asked caringly, What is it, King Nian? Wu King Nian forced a smile onto her face and shook her head as she asked, what did you come to find me for? Zhao Fu felt somewhat awkward as he told Wu King Nian about his two cousins. Normally, he hated to make requests of other people, but he was unable to do anything about this situation. After all, he had nothing to rely on in the real world. PFFT. Wu King Nian lightly laughed as she said, you were that uncomfortable just about this? It's simple. I'll mention it to Lil 11 later. Thank you very much. Zhao Fu said with a tone of gratitude while letting out a sigh of relief. Wu King Nian smiled as she looked at Zhao Fu and asked, then, how will you repay me? None of my people in the Forest of Horrors have heard any news from you. Wu King Nian suddenly came closer to Zhao Fu and stared into his eyes as she continued, don't tell me that you were lying and that you're not actually in the Forest of Horrors. And, where's the faction you promised to make for me? Zhao Fu felt quite awkward. He remembered this, but he hadn't done it. Don't tell me you forgot? Wu King Nian asked as she continued to stare at him. Zhao Fu could only shake his head to indicate that he hadn't forgotten, but he didn't admit that he had neglected this matter all this time. Wu King Nian lightly harumphed as she sat down on the sofa, feeling a bit angry. Now that the Myrtle Imperial Star has descended and the world has fallen into chaos, I don't know what you're thinking. If you don't start a faction now, it'll be too late in the future. This is especially so for you because you're in the north with Great Gen's legatee. I'm afraid the north won't be very peaceful in the future. Hearing her words, Zhao Fu thought back to her dim expression from before and asked, were you worried about Great Gen's legatee before? Wu King Nian lightly nodded before sighing, who would it be apart from him? With him present, I can only feel a patch of darkness ahead with no light. Right now, Great Gen's simply too powerful. Not only has Great Gen been ahead at every step, but Great Gen has also awakened the Myrtle Imperial Star. The rest of us can't even keep up. Zhao Fu felt quite amused, so she had been feeling like that because of him. However, he still pretended to comfort her, saying, it's not that big of a deal to awaken a Myrtle Imperial Star, I'm sure that you can awaken one too. Wu King Nian rolled her eyes as she replied, if only it was as easy as how you're making it seem. Do you think Myrtle Imperial Stars are as easy to obtain as cabbages? It's the sign of a son of heaven. However, Zhao Fu continued to look at her with confidence and said, but I still believe you'll be able to awaken one. When she saw Zhao Fu's gaze, Wu King Nian felt a wave of warmth in her heart. A slight look of happiness appeared on her face, and she didn't look so depressed anymore. A hint of her usual confidence reappeared on her face, and she stretched out her hand as a female attendant handed her the phone. Wu King Nian rang a number and spoke for a short while before hanging up. Following this, she said to Zhao Fu, your cousins will be fine, you can take them back now. However, don't forget to establish that faction as soon as possible. 251 Heaven's Choice. Zhao Fu softly responded, indicating that he understood that he would create a faction as soon as possible. Afterward, he rode in a car sent by Wu King Nian to a large house. There were currently 4 people standing in front of it, 3 men and 1 woman. Behind them were a few bodyguards wearing black suits and sunglasses. After getting out of the car, Zhao Fu looked at the 2 men to the left. One was 22 years old, slightly older than Zhao Fu, and the other had just turned 20 years old and still looked a bit immature. They were Zhao Fu's cousins, Zhao Hong and Zhao Jun. Their faces were slightly bruised as if they had been beaten. However, they looked more or less fine, and the injuries were just skin injuries. The man next to them looked quite noble, while the woman was extremely beautiful. After getting out of the car, the noble-looking man had an apologetic smile as he said, apologies, I'm that bastard's older brother, I'm Ying Ying. It was my little brother's fault for making trouble, and I've already taught him a lesson. This is our compensation for making trouble from before, please excuse us. After Ying Ying finished speaking, one of the bodyguards brought over a leather suitcase, which was filled with money. There was at least $2 million inside. Even though money in the real world was losing value quickly, it still had some value. However, Zhao Fu didn't see much value in this money and refused, saying, no need. Zhao Fu didn't believe his words at all. If it wasn't for the people supporting him, this person wouldn't even bother looking at him. How could his apology actually be sincere? This was a world where the strong reigned supreme, and that was how things played out in such a world. His gaze fell on Zhao Hong and Zhao Jun and said somewhat coldly, let's go. Seeing how cold Zhao Fu was acting, they felt somewhat dissatisfied. Ying Ying was from the main branch of the Ying family, yet he was being treated so condescendingly by someone from the collateral branch. However, he didn't display any of his dissatisfaction because Zhao Fu had Ying 11 supporting him. Even people from the main branch didn't dare to offend Ying 11. Zhao Hong and Zhao Jun also felt a bit dissatisfied, but they couldn't do anything because Zhao Fu had saved them. At the same time, they were somewhat embarrassed that they had to have Zhao Fu save them. Zhao Fu ignored all of them, and he opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Zhao Hong and Zhao Jun looked at Zhao Fu but didn't say anything. After all, they weren't very close, and it was already good enough that Zhao Fu had came to save them. Just as they were about to get into the car, Zhao Hong turned to look at the woman and smiled as he said, "Zheng Zhao, do you want to come as well?" Zheng Zhao was the woman who they had saved. She looked around and didn't dare to stay there, so she could only embarrassingly get in the car and sit with the two brothers in the back. Zhao Fu didn't mind this. After they had all gotten in, he asked the chauffeur to start driving to his grandparents' residence. On the trip, Zhao Fu didn't say anything and looked outside while the three people in the back chatted for a bit, feeling happy that they had escaped unscathed from this. "Q's, thanks for saving us this time." Zhao Hong was slightly older than Zhao Fu and had thicker skin than his little brother Zhao Jun, so he laughed and thanked Zhao Fu. Zheng Zhao and Zhao Jun also said in a small voice, "Thank you." Zhao Fu turned and looked at them, and his tone wasn't as cold as he said, "No need to thank me. Just remember what happened this time. Saving people is good, but don't do things out of your power." Those words caused Zheng Zhao to lower her head in shame, and Zhao Hong and Zhao Jun didn't feel very convinced. However, they couldn't say much, and the atmosphere within the car became colder. But I felt that I couldn't just watch in that situation. If I saw a girl in danger but didn't help, it would be something that I would regret and feel guilty about for the rest of my life. Zhao Hong said earnestly. Zhao Fu looked at him before looking outside. He wanted to tell Zhao Hong to take responsibility for himself and not make someone save him next time, but he held it in. After all, they were family. Zhao Fu couldn't strain his relationship with him too much, or his grandparents would be sad. Zhao Fu also wasn't adverse to saving people. However, that was if one had enough power. If one didn't have enough power, trying to save someone would not only doom oneself but also drag down the people around that person. The car drove on, and soon, they reached the district where their grandpa and grandma lived. At this moment, there were 4 people already waiting anxiously. There were their grandparents and Zhao Fu's uncle and auntie. When they saw that Zhao Hong and Zhao Jun had returned safely, they ran over and hugged them, looking incredibly worried. They continuously asked if they were injured or if anything had happened to them. As for Zhao Fu, he stood some distance away like an outsider, watching that heartwarming scene. After watching for a while, he silently walked away. By the time they realized it and wanted to thank him and invite him to dinner, they found that he had long since left. After returning to the Heaven Awakened world, Zhao Fu started to think about creating a faction in the Forest of Horrors. This wasn't to please Wu Qingnian but for his own goals. First, at some point, he would have to get rid of all of the other factions in the Forest of Horrors, otherwise, how could he restore Great Qin? What's more, the Forest of Horrors was Great Qin's base, so he would have to make it completely his. Since he had to get rid of the other factions in the Forest of Horrors, he would use this faction instead of Great Qin itself for most matters. He would slowly develop the faction without being detected and use both the faction and Great Qin to wipe out all of the factions when the time was ripe. Players were a massive resource, and Zhao Fu didn't want to waste this resource. Players would be the base of this faction. As for the location of the faction, Zhao Fu thought about it, and he summoned Wang Ergu and said, "Wang Ergu, bring me all of the reports on the factions in the Forest of Horrors." "Yes, Your Majesty." Wang Ergu replied and left. He replied soon carrying a stack of documents. After looking through some of this information, Zhao Fu felt quite perturbed. At that moment, Wang Ergu smiled and said, "Your Majesty, this lowly one knows a lot about the factions in the Forest of Horrors. Would you like me to tell you?" Zhao Fu smiled. He wouldn't be able to read through all of this information in one go, so he decided to listen to Wang Ergu's explanation. Hearing this, Wang Ergu felt somewhat excited and collected his thoughts before saying, "Your Majesty, right now, apart from the government factions, there are 3 factions that are on the rise and are quite powerful. They are the Zhu family, the Zhang family, and the Soldier Alliance. Within Holy Light City, the competition between the Zhu family and the Zhang family is particularly intense, and the Holy Light group is being suppressed by the 2 families, resulting in slow growth. The Zhang family and Cao family in Soldier Forest aren't able to rival the Soldier Alliance's growth, and they are in a weaker state. Finally, Demon Tree City's Yan family and Hua family have decently developed, but the original top faction, the Demon Tree Gang, split up into 2 factions because of disagreements between the 2 leaders. They are currently in opposition to each other and can no longer be called the number 1 faction in Demon Tree City. Apart from them, there are 3 factions that have been rising particularly quickly. They are Assassin Soul, Brothers Band, and the Flying Swallow Sect. 252 Historic Day Assassin Soul is primarily made up of assassins. The leader obtained some sort of assassin profession change stone steel that can allow many people to become assassins. The profession is E grade, which is quite good for this stage, so the faction has been growing quickly. Brothers Band is mainly made up of soldiers and also some elites. Brothers Band is the main force of the Chinese army in the Forest of Horrors, and it represents the Chinese army within the Forest of Horrors. It's said that the Flying Swallow sect has a counterpart in the real world. All of them have great skill, but it's quite difficult to enter the sect. Assassin Soul and the Flying Swallow sect are in Demon Tree City. Right now, there aren't any particularly powerful factions in Demon Tree City, so it suits the growth of smaller factions. Brothers Band is at Soldier Forest, and it's said that they treat the more righteous factions quite well. Zhao Fu had never paid much attention to the affairs within the Forest of Horrors and didn't know that there had been so many changes. The entire board had changed, some old factions had disappeared while some new factions had risen. Such was the cruel reality of competition. After listening to Wang Ergu's report, Zhao Fu decided to establish his faction in Demon Tree City. There weren't any powerful factions controlling it, and it was suitable for a growing faction. Zhao Fu had already planned the path for his expansion. After the faction grew, he would devour all of the other factions and become the biggest faction in Demon Tree City. After making this decision, Zhao Fu took Wang Ergu to Demon Tree City. Zhao Fu's impression of Demon Tree City from before was quite chaotic. Back when the Demon Tree Gang ruled this city, the Demon Tree Gang had been a very chaotic faction and quite barbaric in the way it did things. Zhao Fu didn't know how the Demon Tree Gang had split, but he knew that such a faction couldn't have much of a future. After the Demon Tree Gang split, Demon Tree City became a bit better. Zhao Fu first bought some properties and started to recruit people. He put people in charge of this so that he didn't have to do it himself. Rather, he stayed inside the building and watched from inside. The terms that Zhao Fu gave were quite good. Ordinary members received 2,000 copper coins per month, which was $20,000 in the real world. Elite members received 5,000 copper coins or $50,000 in the real world, and core members received 20,000 copper coins or $200,000 in the real world. As for the name, Zhao Fu decided on Heaven's Choice. This was a reference to natural selection, as those who survived were chosen by heaven. Zhao Fu wanted this faction to become strong so that it wouldn't be eliminated by the world. After they started recruiting, because of the good terms, many people were attracted. However, Zhao Fu found that these people were only so-so, and there weren't any powerful ones among them. However, it made sense that it would take time to gather powerful individuals. Right now, what Heaven's Choice needed the most was fame. With enough fame, they would be able to attract experts. The best way to garner fame was to display his might. Whether it was interest or attractiveness, a challenge would gather a large crowd, and it would be hotly discussed. This would undoubtedly increase Heaven's Choice's fame. First, he had to do this himself because he was the leader. Only then would he be able to attract people to him. However, Zhao Fu realized that he was wearing his black cloak and that he had very rarely revealed his appearance in the Forest of Horrors. If he walked out like this, those who knew him would know that he was Zhao Xin. However, Zhao Xin's identity was already that of a legatee, and he was incredibly mysterious. Zhao Fu didn't want anyone to link him to Zhao Xin, or his identity would be exposed. When he thought of that, Zhao Fu hesitated before deciding to reveal his appearance. One reason was to satisfy Wu Qingnian, but it was also to continue hiding his identity as Zhao Xin. Before, Zhao Fu hid his appearance because he was afraid that his identity would be exposed and that he would be found in the real world. He didn't have any power to protect himself in the real world, and he would be killed easily. However, revealing his appearance now would protect his identity as Great Qin's legatee. From now on, he would be that university student, the Zhao Fu, a collateral family member. Even if anyone found him in the real world, they would know that he was just a chess piece of the Ying family, and no one would truly suspect him. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu finally made his decision and took off his black cloak. His black hair, which reached his waist, his white clothes, and his delicate, handsome face, which gave off a trace of tenderness, were revealed, showing everyone his majesty and dignity. Zhao Fu's current appearance was much more attractive than his appearance in the real world. Your Majesty, you. Seeing Zhao Fu's appearance, Wang Ergu felt quite shocked. He thought that Zhao Fu's cloak had slipped off, and he had wanted to help Zhao Fu put it back on when Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Don't worry, I took it off myself." When he heard this, Wang Ergu let out a sigh of relief before asking curiously, "Your Majesty, why did you reveal your appearance?" Zhao Fu didn't explain and only said, "You'll understand in the future." Oh. Wang Ergu still felt quite confused, but he didn't dare to ask. Afterward, Zhao Fu put the two swords at his waist into his king's ring because they were both legendary rank weapons and too eye-catching. He instead equipped an ordinary dark gold rank sword and walked out. Boom. Just as Zhao Fu stepped out, a monstrous aura suddenly descended and heavily weighed on the countless people outside. The air seemed to freeze, and everyone's body became stiff. They felt as if a heavy rock was weighing down on their bodies, and their legs started to tremble as cold sweat appeared on their faces. Suddenly, a voice sounded out. This voice wasn't very loud, but everyone could hear it clearly because it was incredibly powerful and penetrating. I'm the founder of Heaven's Choice, and our goal is to continuously become stronger to survive natural selection, to be chosen by Heaven. Joining Heaven's Choice is very simple. All you need to do is withstand my aura for 5 seconds, and you'll become a core member. Zhao Fu's words pleasantly surprised everyone. They barely had to do anything to become a core member and obtain $200,000 per month. How could they not feel happy? They all thought that they would be able to endure Zhao Fu's aura for 5 seconds. All they had to do was grit their teeth and last those 5 seconds. The normal people gritted their teeth and used all of their strength, causing their faces to go red as they resisted his terrifying aura. Those with higher cultivations were better off, and they could look around while bearing this aura. They found that no one had fallen, though there were probably 3,000 or so people around. Could it be that they would all become core members of Heaven's Choice? That would be too simple. Everyone thought that to themselves and started to look quite pleased. The founder had spoken big words, saying that anyone who could last 5 seconds would become a core member. Now that so many people were going to achieve this, wouldn't it be too humiliating? However, everything changed in the next second. 253 King's Power Boom. An aura that was twice as powerful as before descended, and it was powerful to the point that it felt corporeal. The dust and sand in the surroundings were blown into the air, and many of the people who had been bitterly enduring felt their legs crumple as they fell to the ground. Some people with decent strength were given a big fright and realized that they had underestimated Zhao Fu's strength. As such, they started to muster all of their strength to withstand Zhao Fu's aura. Time seemed to slow down, and 5 seconds seemed to become extremely long. The remaining people endured with all of their might, and beads of sweat started to roll down their bodies. Facing Zhao Fu's current strength, they had felt an enormous strain. As the aura became even more powerful, many of them were unable to continue standing and fell to the ground, leaving only 5 people remaining. These 5 people all had cultivations above stage 1, and they were incredibly powerful to normal people. There were 4 men and 1 woman, who were all quite young. They were barely able to withstand Zhao Fu's massive aura. However, in the next moment, Zhao Fu's aura once again became even more powerful, and it smashed down on their bodies like a massive boulder. Finally, these 5 people also collapsed to the ground, their clothes completely soaked in sweat. Useless. None of you were able to withstand even 1/3 of my strength. A cold voice suddenly said. This made everyone's expressions become unsightly and bitter, causing them to lose their confidence from earlier. Who would have thought that the founder of Heaven's Choice would be so powerful? They couldn't even withstand 1/3 of his aura. This was simply too shameful. Zhao Fu withdrew his aura, and everyone climbed up from the ground, looking ashen-faced. Most of them planned to immediately leave and not humiliate themselves further. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu calmly said, the second and third groups to fall, I'm willing to accept you. Would you like to join Heaven's Choice? Those words caused the disappointed people to immediately react with pleasant surprise. For Heaven's Choice to have such a powerful leader on such good terms, it was a faction with good future prospects, so they all expressed their willingness to join. In total, Heaven's Choice took in 145 people, and Zhao Fu also decided to give those 5 people in the third wave the status of core members. After they all completed their registrations, Wang Ergu came over and smiled as he reported, Young Master, everything is done. Afterward, Zhao Fu told Wang Ergu to make some preparations. After all, issuing challenges was something that would make quite a big impact, so they would first have to tell the governmental faction about it first. The response from the governmental faction was that they were allowed to on the condition that they wouldn't harm any indigenous residents or cause great damage. Furthermore, it was best to target some of the more evil factions that the governmental faction couldn't deal with directly. If he did this, he wouldn't be punished by Demon Tree City and may even be rewarded. Everyone gather. Zhao Fu stood at the front and lightly called out, and the 100 or so people immediately gathered around to see what Zhao Fu had in store for them. Today is the first day of Heaven's Choice, and it is a historic day. We need to do something to leave our mark in history. I see that Demon Tree City has been quite chaotic for a while, and it deserves some peace. Are you all willing to come with me? The new members could tell that Zhao Fu wanted to lead them to fight, and some became excited and wanted to go with him, while others hesitated and felt reluctant. After all, if they made trouble in a main city, they would be disciplined by the governmental faction. They just wanted to receive the great pay without taking any risks. Zhao Fu could tell, and he loudly said, I'm going to continuously challenge other factions, and there will be much bloodshed. You might even die, and you will make many enemies. If you want out, now's the time. Heaven's Choice isn't a faction that will idly enjoy peace. Those words immediately caused around 40 people to withdraw, and now there were 108 people remaining. However, Not a single one of the 5 core members withdrew, which surprised Zhao Fu. Are you sure about this? The path ahead of us is extremely bloody, this is Heaven's Choice's path. Zhao Fu once again called out, after all, he didn't want to have useless people who just wanted a free meal at Heaven's Choice. Those people were useless to him. We're sure. Some people yelled as they enthusiastically nodded. Seeing this, Zhao Fu took out 100 or so sets of secret silver rank equipment and 5 sets of fine gold rank equipment and handed them out, shocking and delighting the members of Heaven's Choice. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would suddenly take out so many pieces of good equipment. Now, Zhao Fu became even more mysterious to them, but they could tell from his temperament that he definitely wasn't an ordinary person. Seeing so many good pieces of equipment, those who had withdrawn felt regret. Zhao Fu took this group of people and walked with aggressive airs on the streets. Seeing this, everyone in their way hurriedly gave way, feeling that something big was going to happen. Many people wanted to watch the action, so they followed behind Heaven's Choice to see what would happen. Ergu, are there any other factions around here? Zhao Fu asked Wang Ergu as they walked at the front. Wang Ergu thought for a moment before replying, young master, there's a small faction not too far ahead. I'll take you there now. Zhao Fu nodded and followed Wang Ergu to a large courtyard. There were a few rough-looking youths in front of the gate, and they were talking with crude language about whose wife had a good figure and things about wanting to rape them. Young master, this is the Azure Snake Gang. There are roughly 500 of them, and most of them are hoodlums and don't have much strength, Wang Ergu reported to Zhao Fu. Seeing that Zhao Fu had brought so many people to the Azure Snake Gang, the youths started to feel quite nervous, but they weren't too afraid. After all, there were only 100 or so people, while their Azure Snake Gang had 500 people. Their side had many times more people than the enemy, so there was no need to fear. Who are you? Why have you come to the Azure Snake Gang? One of the people from the Azure Snake Gang walked over, and because he was so used to saying these lines, he had a gangster-like tone. Zhao Fu didn't like his attitude, so he coldly gazed at this person and waved his hand. A sword light flashed as a long gash appeared on his chest. Blood gushed out, and the youth stared downwards in shock. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would instantly kill him. The Heaven's Choice members behind Zhao Fu gulped and looked completely shocked. Even though that person's tone was quite annoying, they had never thought that Zhao Fu would kill him so quickly and decisively. Seeing this, the other youths standing guard also looked quite shocked. Zhao Fu calmly threw out a duel invitation and said coldly, "Call your leader out." 254 Heaven Choice's name. The youths standing guard became extremely terrified, grabbed the duel invitation, and ran into the courtyard. Soon after, a grim-looking man bringing a large group of people came to the gate and ill-naturedly looked at Zhao Fu as he said, "You're just a brat, yet you dare to come to the Azure Snake Gang and challenge me?" Zhao Fu calmly looked at this middle-aged man and ignored his words, calmly asking, "Will you submit? Or do you want to be destroyed?" The middle-aged man's gaze became sinister when he saw that Zhao Fu didn't put him in his eyes at all. He drew his long sword and didn't even bother for the official start. He suddenly stabbed the sword towards Zhao Fu's throat. The middle-aged man's attack was as fast as lightning, and it came completely out of the blue. By the time everyone realized what was happening, the sword was nearly at Zhao Fu's throat. Those who were here to watch the action all thought to themselves, what a shameless attack. However, Zhao Fu stood his ground and didn't even move as he looked at the middle-aged man. Facing Zhao Fu's gaze, the man felt a chill in his heart, and he felt as if his opponent wasn't even looking at him like a living human being. The grim-looking middle-aged man sent even more of his strength into his attack when he suddenly saw Zhao Fu move. Zhao Fu seemed to move slowly, using 2 fingers to catch the sword. This caused the middle-aged man to feel quite surprised, and he tried to draw his sword back. Clang! Zhao Fu twisted with his fingers, breaking the middle-aged man's sword before slashing out with the part of the sword he had broken off, drawing a cold light through the air. Kai! The middle-aged man's neck was slashed open by the sword, causing blood to spurt out. The man covered his throat with both hands, a look of disbelief on his face. He couldn't understand how Zhao Fu was so strong, and even though he couldn't accept it, he still slowly slipped away. All of this happened in the span of just a few seconds, and it looked incredibly easy for Zhao Fu to kill that middle-aged man in a single attack. Everyone in Heaven's Choice was extremely shocked. This grim-looking man's cultivation was slightly higher than the 5 core members Zhao Fu had accepted, yet he couldn't even resist in front of Zhao Fu. This caused the 5 core members to feel a chill in their hearts. If Zhao Fu wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as breathing for him. The spectators stared with wide eyes. Anyone who could be the boss of a gang was definitely quite strong. And yet, he had been killed so easily and simply. Take revenge for the boss. The Azure Snake Gang members yelled, raising their weapons when they finally came back to their senses and rushing over. Zhao Fu's eyes seemed to shine with a cold light as he instilled his king's power into the sword shard between his fingers, causing it to shine with a black light. Zhao Fu swept out with it, causing the air to be torn as a 5-meter-wide arc of line appeared. Kai. 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 This incredibly sharp light pierced 10 or so people's bodies and split them in half, causing their guts and blood to spill out, making the scene incredibly gory. Zhao Fu unleashed his massive aura, suppressing the entire scene as his eyes sharply fell on the Azure Snake Gang members' bodies and coldly said, "This place now belongs to Heaven's Choice." Scram. Under this immense aura, the Azure Snake Gang members realized how powerful Zhao Fu was and didn't dare to retaliate anymore. They didn't want to die and started to scatter like frightened birds and beasts. The Heaven's Choice members were incredibly excited when they saw just how powerful and domineering their leader was. The news of the Azure Snake Gang being destroyed quickly spread. Most large factions heard about it but didn't care. After all, the Azure Snake Gang was only a small faction and wasn't worth mentioning. Zhao Fu left 50 or so people to manage this place and continued on with the rest of his people. If he wanted to become the biggest faction in Demon Tree City, he had to have great fame. As such, even though he normally didn't like to act like this, he had to do it, or he wouldn't be able to increase his fame. Zhao Fu had high hopes for this faction. In the future, he wanted it to be a top-tier faction even within the entire Heaven Awakened world. "Ergu, are there any more troublemaking factions nearby?" Zhao Fu asked Wang Ergu as the members following behind him grinned. Wang Ergu also felt quite excited and happy, and he led Zhao Fu to another courtyard and said, "Young master. This is the territory of the 100 Thief Society, and they're mostly made up of thieves and bandits. They very rarely show up during the daytime, and there are around 400 of them, a little weaker than the Azure Snake Gang." After listening to Wang Ergu's explanation, Zhao Fu walked up to the gate, where there were also a few people standing guard. However, because of their professions, the people here were quite wary, and when he saw Zhao Fu bring so many people, they nervously asked, "Excuse me, why have you come to the 100 Thief Society? Just give this to your leader." This time, Zhao Fu didn't kill anyone, and he instead just handed the duel invitation to one of the people. Before, the person from the Azure Snake Gang had died because of his poor attitude. After receiving the duel invitation, the person looked at Zhao Fu with alarm and immediately ran into the courtyard, following which a vulgar-looking young man and some others walked out. "You want to duel me? And for the 100 Thief Society to submit to you?" The vulgar-looking young man coldly harumphed as he looked at Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu calmly nodded. "Don't look down on the 100 Thief Society so much. Brothers, go. They have far fewer people than us, so let's show them our might." The vulgar-looking young man angrily shouted. The 100 Thief Society members took out their daggers and knives and rushed towards Zhao Fu and his people because it seemed that Zhao Fu had greatly disrespected them. However, what they didn't know was that compared to the Azure Snake Gang, Zhao Fu had already shown them a lot of respect. The vulgar-looking young man and his two elites equipped their weapons and rushed at Zhao Fu, wanting to deal with him together. Zhao Fu stood his ground, and a trace of a cold smile appeared on his face. The first person rushed at Zhao Fu from the side, his knife dancing with a cold light as it slashed towards the back of Zhao Fu's neck. Zhao Fu circulated his king's power and gripped his hands into fists as he punched out, hitting that person in the chest. The sound of bones cracking sounded out as that person coughed up a mouthful of blood and flew backward. The other person attacked from Zhao Fu's other side, his dagger sweeping towards Zhao Fu's throat. Zhao Fu pivoted and spun, smashing his other fist into the person and blasting him backward. At that moment, the vulgar-looking young man suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Fu and rapidly attacked with two daggers, waiting for an opportunity to use his lethal skill. The vulgar-looking young man's body suddenly split into countless clones and started attacking Zhao Fu from all directions. The vulgar-looking young man was quite confident of this skill, and when he saw that his dagger was about to pierce Zhao Fu's chest, he felt pleased. However, suddenly, his throat was gripped by a pair of steel-like hands, and he looked up and stared at Zhao Fu in shock. Crunch! Zhao Fu broke the vulgar-looking young man's neck, causing his head to droop down powerlessly with his eyes wide open. Even when he died, he had no idea what had happened. His skill would have been powerful against normal people, but how could it deal with Zhao Fu? 255 Derenji on the other side, the 100 Thief Society and Heaven's Choice started to fight. At that moment, a powerful aura weighed down on their bodies, causing their bodies to stiffen. They all slowly looked over and saw the terrifying person casually tossing their boss's corpse onto the ground like it was trash. The entire scene became incredibly quiet, and the sound of the corpse hitting the ground was especially loud. Seeing that cold gaze turn to them, all of their hearts trembled. "I'll give you 3 seconds to leave." When they heard Zhao Fu's cold words, the 100 Thief Society's people were scared into immediately running for their lives. However, 2 of them had been quite close to the boss, and they yelled and rushed over to take revenge. Zhao Fu didn't move and coldly watched them rushed over. He waved a finger, and a sword light shot out, lopping off their heads. The Heaven's Choice members gazed at Zhao Fu in worship and felt incredibly joyful that they had such a powerful leader. News of the 100 Thief Society being destroyed, combined with the Azure Snake Gang being destroyed, made everyone start to be wary of Heaven's Choice. Zhao Fu felt that there wasn't much point in bringing so many people with him, so Zhao Fu left 50 or so people here and brought along the 5 core members to see if there was any value in developing them. Right now, they were core members because of their cultivations, but Zhao Fu didn't see them as true core members. After all, apart from strength, the most important thing for core members was loyalty. Zhao Fu hadn't remembered any of their names, and as he led them on, he asked Wang Ergu, are there any more notorious factions nearby? Wang Ergu quickly nodded and brought Zhao Fu in front of a wooden building. Young master, there's a very ordinary faction here. It's not very special, and it's called Starcliff. It has roughly 200 members. Zhao Fu brought his people to the front, and against a faction of only 200 people, he didn't even bother handing out a duel invitation. Instead, he simply erupted out with his massive aura, causing people to immediately run out. Zhao Fu looked at the person who had come out and found that it was someone who he knew. This young man was simple and honest, and he had tanned skin. He was named Hyuga. Back when Zhao Fu had been studying and working, he had been one of Zhao Fu's colleagues. Zhao Fu? Hyuga stared at Zhao Fu in shock. In just a few months, Zhao Fu had seemed to become a different person. He almost couldn't believe this, so he asked in disbelief. Zhao Fu felt a bit helpless and nodded. This was the problem of revealing his appearance. Those who knew him would recognize him immediately. Hyuga awkwardly left and looked at the people around him as he waved his hands, loudly saying, "Don't worry, we're all friends here. This is Zhao Fu, my friend." Zhao Fu withdrew his aura, and Hyuga walked up and cordially put his arm around Zhao Fu's shoulders as he said, "Long time no see, Zhao Fu. You seem to be doing quite well. When you didn't come back to work one day, I thought you disappeared." When he saw Hyuga put his arm around Zhao Fu, Wang Ergu was completely startled, as he had never seen someone so daring as to do this before. If it was any normal person, that person would have long since died. However, since Zhao Fu didn't say or do anything, Wang Ergu didn't either, and he waited for instructions. Listening to Hyuga, Zhao Fu nodded and replied, "Yes, some things happened," before turning to the people from Starcliff and asking, "What's with this faction?" Hyuga said with an embarrassed expression on his face, "This is the faction that a few friends and I created. We didn't have any strength or money, so our development hasn't been too great." Zhao Fu looked around at the people from Starcliff before asking them to join Heaven's Choice. Of course, they would only be ordinary members. Hyuga and the others were only too happy to agree. After all, Zhao Fu's terms were quite good, and after seeing how well Zhao Fu was doing, Hyuga was quite shocked and repeatedly proclaimed that he wanted to get rich with him. Zhao Fu was speechless, but he still decided to bring them around to clear out the area around Heaven's Choice's territory. In total, they destroyed 8 factions. These were all small factions without much strength, as most of the decent factions already had their own villages and didn't need to rely on main cities. Destroying 8 factions in such a short span of time gave all of the factions within Demon Tree City a big fright, making them incredibly wary. Heaven's Choice was rising with great power and couldn't be underestimated. Right now, within Demon Tree City, the most commonly talked about faction was Heaven's Choice. Many people came to watch as spectators and told others stories, which were often embellished, about how domineering Zhao Fu had been when he single-handedly crushed those factions. Countless people were awed, causing Heaven's Choice's name to resound within Demon Tree City. As Heaven's Choice became more and more famous, many talents also joined, and all of a sudden, its numbers swelled to 5,000 people. In just a single day, Heaven's Choice had become a mid-tier faction, and its growth completely stunned others. Even the powerful factions within Holy Light City and Soldier Forest heard about Heaven's Choice's rise, and they became curious about Zhao Fu's identity. They decided to investigate his background. Why did this powerful person suddenly appear, and how did he have so much money? Most of the factions were able to quickly find information on Zhao Fu, and they couldn't help but admire the faction he belonged to. When they found that Zhao Fu was from the Ying family, all of the factions became serious, and some even felt fear. They weren't afraid of the Ying family stretching their hands here, rather, they were afraid of Great Qin's legatee. It was said that Great Qin's legatee was in East Green, which was right next to the Forest of Horrors, so could it be that Zhao Fu was making the way for Great Qin's legatee? Right now, whenever they thought about Great Qin's legatee, even the legatees of nations would feel terrified, and this was even more so for the normal factions and families. What do we do? What do we do? The threat of Great Qin's legatee made them feel incredibly worried, and in the end, they couldn't think of anything. In front of Great Qin's legatee, it seemed that nothing would work, and unless they had a nation armament, they wouldn't be able to resist him. As such, they could only take each day as it came. At the same time, they realized why Zhao Fu was so powerful and why he had so much money. He was supported by the Ying family, so this wasn't too strange. Many factions expressed positive attitudes towards Heaven's Choice. From how they saw things, after Great Kin's legatee took over East Green, he would lay his hands on the Forest of Horrors. Since they couldn't resist him, they could only submit to him. Because of that, Zhao Fu was extremely important. After all, Zhao Fu was part of the Ying family and making the way for Great Kin's legatee. Because of this, it was likely that Zhao Fu was working under Great Kin's legatee. Who knew? Perhaps if Zhao Fu said some good words on their behalfs, they would be able to benefit from this. In fact, sucking up to Zhao Fu might even save their lives. They had heard that Great Kin's legatee was quite bloodthirsty, and if he was angered, he might even slaughter them all. When that time came, they would have to rely on Zhao Fu to keep their lives. Their ideas were good and all, but they would never have expected that the mysterious and powerful legatee was Zhao Fu himself. 256 Region of Bones. Wu Qingnian also heard the news, and when she saw how powerful Heaven's Choice had become in just a single day, she laughed happily. It seemed that she had judged correctly. Wu Qingnian didn't pay too much attention to Zhao Fu's strength or his massive amount of money because she knew that Zhao Fu had his own little secrets. She wouldn't ask about them because it might provoke a negative reaction from Zhao Fu. With Zhao Fu's current strength, he would be a great help to her in the future. The only thing that she was worried about was Great Kin's legatee. If Great Kin's legatee, who was in East Green, revealed himself, everyone in the surrounding regions would be in grave danger. Right now, what she wanted the most was for the barriers around the regions to disappear, allowing people to move between regions through main cities, so that Zhao Fu could move his faction to where she was. Only then would he be able to help her restore the Wuzhou Empire. Now, Wu Qingnian's desire to conquer Zhao Fu became even stronger, and she wanted to grasp him in her hands. Your Majesty, there's something that needs your attention. At that moment, a slightly skinny youth with eyes filled with wisdom walked in and paid his respects. He Derenji, a famous detective and chancellor. Within the Great Tingsley residence, the old patriarch listened to the manager report about Zhao Fu, and a dark look came over his face as he coldly harumphed. Who would have thought that the Ying family would support him like this? I underestimated that little bastard's power. He seems to enjoy being a dog of the Ying family. The Li family's old patriarch had always felt threatened by Zhao Fu. And now, his eyes became incredibly cold, and they gave off dense killing intent. Seeing this, the manager bowed as he asked, Sir, do you want to send people to get rid of him? The old patriarch wanted to kill Zhao Fu, but after thinking about it, he said, Don't do anything for now. The Ying family's legatee is too powerful, so we shouldn't do anything to offend the Ying family right now. Collect as much information about him as you can. Once there's a good opportunity, kill him immediately. The manager nodded and left. In another room, Li Beiqing sat in an office chair and looked at the information that his subordinates had handed him about Zhao Fu. He lightly laughed with a trace of coldness as he muttered, Since you want to die, don't blame me. Within the Ying family's residence, Ying 11 had also heard the news about Zhao Fu and felt quite surprised. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would have hidden his strength so well and that she would have completely underestimated him. Back then, when Wu Qingnian had said that she couldn't control him, Ying 11 hadn't believed her, but she did now. It was a pity that she had already given him over to Wu Qingnian, or else he would have been a great source of support for her. After establishing Heaven's Choice, Zhao Fu expanded it to 5,000 or so people and started to tidy it up. It had developed incredibly quickly, and its foundation wasn't stable yet. As such, Zhao Fu had to consolidate Heaven's Choice's foundation first before he could continue expanding it, and he looked at the 7 people in front of him. There were the 5 core members Zhao Fu had initially accepted, and after putting them in a few battles, he found that they had good aptitude and decided to nurture them. Of the 4 men of the original 5 core members, there was the sunny Beiying, the cold Ken Kongming, the savage-looking Goshan, and the fair-skinned Cheng Shanchai. The woman of the original 5 core members was called Wei Zia, and she had ordinary looks. She had the straightforward and heroic airs of a northeasterner. The other 2 people were Nai Ugu and a foxy-looking woman called Zhao Yaya. She was the leader of a small faction and went to find Zhao Fu. She wanted to join Heaven's Choice without any conditions, and after thinking about it, he allowed them to join. Of course, Zhao Fu couldn't fully trust everyone, so he had to take time to fully understand it and develop it into a true faction. I want to talk to all of you about something. The real world is no longer safe, and the Heaven Awakened world will devour the real world at some unknown time in the future. You should all be careful and prepare for that, Zhao Fu said seriously. This wasn't big news. Most big families and factions already knew about this. However, most of the people in the lower rungs of society had no idea, so they were quite shocked. Bei Ying asked somewhat in disbelief. Chief, I've seen some rumors on the internet about the apocalypse, but experts all say that they're false and that we shouldn't believe them. Even many countries have made official statements that this is impossible. The others also nodded and looked at Zhao Fu together. Zhao Fu couldn't help but laugh. Can you still not see the truth behind this world? All of those things were to stabilize the real world so that it doesn't descend into chaos. Countless families and factions already know about this, and even now, you're blind. After these 7 people heard Zhao Fu's words and thought about it, they realized what he said made sense. The changes in the real world, the devaluation of money in the real world, and large corporations desperately trying to get rid of their inventory in order to purchase things in the Heaven Awakened world all pointed to this. They weren't stupid, and they all felt quite wary about these changes. After listening to Zhao Fu, they all came to a realization. Damn it. They actually lied to us about such an important matter. Hyuga angrily yelled. Everyone else felt the same, as this concerned their lives. If the Heaven Awakened world devoured the real world and they dumbly sat by without making any preparations, they wouldn't even know how they had died. How could they not be angry? I'm from the Ying family and have the Ying family's support, so Heaven's choice will be able to develop quite quickly. You most likely don't have any way of protecting yourselves in the real world, so you all should come to the Ying family's territory. You'll be protected by the Ying family. Zhao Fu said, revealing this big piece of news to them. What? Chief, you're from the Ying family? Everyone looked completely dumbfounded. None of them dared to even think about a superpower like the Ying family. At the same time, they realized why Zhao Fu was so powerful and why he had so much money. No wonder he had seemed so mysterious. He was from the Ying family. Chief, have you met Great Qin's legatee then? Wei Zia suddenly asked excitedly, and everyone else looked at Zhao Fu curiously. Great Qin's legatee was the most famous name in the entire world at the moment, and there was no one who hadn't heard of him. Everyone would be curious of such a thing. Hearing this, Zhao Fu suppressed a laugh and knew what they meant. They were asking if he had met that fake before. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided to nod. The others immediately exploded with questions. Zhao Fu gave some simple replies, and some satisfied expressions appeared on the people's faces. Wei Zia sighed and said, I want to meet him face to face as well, he is my ideal man. This caused everyone else to look at Wei Zia in shock, who didn't care as she retorted, what are you all looking at? What woman doesn't want a domineering and powerful man? Hearing this, Zhao Fu could only bitterly smile and shake his head, and he once again asked them if they wanted to move to the Ying family's territory. All of them expressed that they were willing. The Ying family's protection was something that they greatly desired, so how could they refuse? As for Zhao Fu, he had no way of protecting them, so he could only ask Wu Qingnian. There were 2 other reasons for asking these people to move to the Ying family's territory. 257 Catfolk. First, Zhao Fu wanted to protect them, no matter how strong he was in the Heaven Awakened world. After he returned to the real world, he would just be an ordinary person, and he could be easily killed by others. This was especially so in a world filled with large and powerful families. Normal people and families were unable to compete with them at all, and if they hindered their interests, the powerful families would easily kill them. This wasn't very fair, but that was reality. After all, the law of the jungle cared nothing about fairness. Right now, the world belonged to the large and powerful families, and only perhaps after the Heaven Awakened world devoured the real world would ordinary people be free from this and start to resist those families. In addition to this, Zhao Fu also wanted to control them. By bringing them here, if they dared to betray him, he would be able to kill them immediately. After his past experiences, it was very hard for Zhao Fu to trust anyone. After taking care of the things for Heaven's choice, Zhao Fu returned to the Great Qin town. Today was the day he had arranged to trade with the Orc City again. This was already the 4th time they had made this transaction. During the first 3 times, Zhao Fu had used a lot of equipment and medicinal pills to exchange for 3,000 or so people. Each time, Gunador would gift Zhao Fu some giant wolves. However, Zhao Fu's orcs found that there was a portion of the giant wolves that were completely controlled by the Orc City, and they could lead to disasters in the future. Zhao Fu directly killed those controlled giant wolves. After all, he had the Black Forest horses, so Great Qin didn't lack mounts. He also used the horse Jade Soul he had obtained from the region of Bones, so now, every horse's stats were around Tier 0 level 6. However, the giant wolves also had their benefits. They could be used as mounts and battle beasts, using their sharp teeth to tear at enemies. This time, Zhao Fu once again used the teleportation channel to go to the Orc City. By now, the Orc soldiers standing guard were already very familiar with Zhao Fu, and they felt quite happy about the things Zhao Fu would bring them each time. He had now won a trace of their respect, and they no longer treated him as disdainfully. Guest, you've come. I'll take you to see the Vice Lord, one of the Orc guards said loudly as he smiled. Zhao Fu also smiled and took out a bottle of little spirit pills before handing it to him. The orc guard didn't refuse and immediately took it, putting it into his pocket before taking Zhao Fu to a large tent. What surprised Zhao Fu was that Gunador was already talking to someone. This person was also wearing a cloak, so he couldn't see his appearance. However, Zhao Fu could tell from his voice that it was someone he knew. It was the Zhu family's Zhu Ming. Why would he be here? It seemed that it wasn't just Zhao Fu who wanted to collaborate with the orcs. Now that the Zhu family had received Great Ming's support, they had developed the confidence to run over here to make deals. At that moment, Gunador discovered that Zhao Fu had come in and smiled as he said, "Esteemed guest, why are you standing at the entrance? Are you dissatisfied with Kaki City's hospitality?" Zhao Fu found an excuse and quickly said, "I saw that Vice Lord was discussing matters with someone else. I didn't want to disrupt you, so I decided to wait at the entrance." When he heard this voice, Zhu Ming turned and looked, and he immediately recognized Zhao Fu, though he knew Zhao Fu as Zhao Xin. From the words they exchanged, it seemed that they had known each other for a long time and were already working together. Zhao Fu's sudden appearance had completely ruined his plans. Ever since they had received Great Ming's support, the Zhu family had been developing incredibly quickly, but they had always been at odds with the Zhang family. Ever since last time, the relations between both families had completely broken down and become antagonistic, resulting in intense competition. Zhu Ming expected Zhang Feng to have received great benefits from Zhao Xin as a result of sacrificing his little sister. Adding on the things that had happened between Zhao Fu and the Zhu family, Zhu Ming hated Zhao Fu greatly and wished him an ill death. The Zhu family was now receiving great support, and it was becoming harder for them to obtain great benefits in Holy Light City. Therefore, Zhu Ming suddenly thought about the Orc City that everyone else had overlooked. The Orc City wasn't a system main city, so it lacked many things. If they could work together, they would be able to obtain massive gains, and the Zhu family's strength would definitely surpass the Zhang family's. However, this plan had been completely disrupted by Zhao Xin. Zhu Ming glared at Zhao Fu venomously and called out coldly, "Zhao Xin." Zhao Fu could detect Zhu Ming's enmity, and he inwardly coldly harumphed. If it wasn't for the fact that it wasn't time yet, he would have destroyed the Zhu family. However, Zhao Fu decided to act courteously and asked, "Young Master Zhu, long time no see." Gunador could sense the hostility. He found out that the two of them knew each other as well, so he smiled and welcomed Zhao Fu in. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, Zhu Ming turned his head away and ignored him. Zhao Fu didn't pay much attention to Zhu Ming either, and he directly said to Gunador, "Vice Lord, I am here to trade for people again." When he heard this, Gunador smiled as he said, "I'll bring you over now then. We caught quite a few slaves this time." Upon hearing this, Zhu Ming felt incredibly shocked. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would be buying people. Did he really have that much money? At that moment, Gunador turned and apologized, and he asked Zhu Ming to wait for a moment. Of course, Zhu Ming wanted to take a look, as he was lacking people and wanted to buy some as well. He also wanted to find out Zhao Fu's true strength, so he smiled as he said, "Vice Lord, I'd like to take a look as well." Guander didn't mind, and just when he was about to agree, Zhao Fu said, "Vice Lord, let's keep these transactions a secret. I don't want anyone else knowing about them. I've bought many people from you and given the Orc City many benefits." Since Zhu Ming wasn't giving him face, Zhao Fu didn't bother giving Zhu Ming face. Gunador felt a bit awkward, but given that Zhao Fu was the person who could bring them the most benefits, he could only apologize to Zhu Ming. This caused Zhu Ming to feel incredibly infuriated, and his expression became unsightly. Afterward, Gunador brought Zhao Fu to where the people were. There were roughly 1,700 people in wooden cages, and even though their grades were quite low, Zhao Fu was still satisfied. This time, Zhao Fu took out twice as much equipment and medicinal pills as before, shocking Gunador. Zhao Fu said seriously, "Vice Lord, there is enmity between that person and myself, and I don't want to give him a chance to develop. As such, I hope that your city won't cooperate with him. In order to make up for your losses, I'm willing to double the price that I pay for these people." After thinking about it, Gunador smiled and agreed. Zhao Fu also smiled and started transporting these people back. However, a few hours later, Gunador and Zhu Ming both smiled as they came to an agreement. Indeed, Gunador had betrayed Zhao Fu in an instant. What's more, he even told Zhu Ming what Zhao Fu had said and warned Zhu Ming to be secretive when trading with the Orc City in the future. Zhu Ming loudly laughed and thought to himself, that damn Zhao Xin wants to restrict the Zhu family's development? I'll bet you never expected the Orc City to work with me. I'll have to act secretly so that Zhao Xin doesn't find out about this. To the orcs, profit was everything. Whether it was Zhao Fu or Zhu Ming, Gunador had never seen them as friends, as the orc army would one day trample over their bodies. In the distance, Zhao Fu was hiding and saw all of this, and he couldn't help but coldly laugh. 258 Great Kin's restoration. Ever since Gunador had gifted those giant wolves to Zhaofu, he no longer had even a trace of trust remaining towards the Orc City. But then again, he had never completely trusted them, which was why he had been on his guard against the giant wolves from the beginning. Of course, he had also checked the slaves that he had bought as well. Zhaofu didn't immediately enlist those people into the army, rather, he placed them on support jobs and had people secretly monitor them to prevent them from revealing anything about Great Kin. Zhaofu knew that Gunador would work with Zhuming because apart from equipment, the orcs also lacked many other ordinary things, such as food, materials, skills, spices, medicine, etc. The Orc City wasn't a system main city, so it wasn't as well equipped as the system main cities. As such, they had to purchase or take things from others. Zhaofu had considered these things a long time ago, and he knew that there were great benefits to be reaped. However, Zhaofu didn't trade these things because he didn't lack money or want to truly help the orcs develop. Since Zhaofu didn't want to help the orcs develop, doubling the price for the people was, of course, for another purpose. This was because he wanted to give as much of the shatter steel equipment and poisonous pills to the orcs as possible without arousing their suspicions. Most of the medicinal pills that Zhaofu gave them had an undetectable, slow-acting poison, and it would kill many orcs. After the orcs started to use Zhaofu's equipment and enough time had passed for the poison to take effect, that would be when Zhaofu would take down the Orc City. At first, he had wanted to offer 10 times extra for Gunador not to cooperate with Zhuming, but he felt that Gunador was quite cunning and sly himself. As such, he only offered 2 times extra because that was already quite a lot. He would find more opportunities to give them more equipment and medicinal pills in the future. As for the Zhu family, Zhaofu didn't place them in his eyes at all. After experiencing so much, Zhaofu felt that he was becoming more and more cunning. However, he had no choice, as those who were simple-minded wouldn't be able to live in this world for long. If Zhaofu wanted to survive, he had to continuously become stronger. What was now at the forefront of Zhaofu's mind was the Heaven Domain Boundary's first layer being unlocked and the legacy land mentioned by the Yin soldiers during the Ghost Festival. He felt that there was some sort of lurking danger. After returning to the Great Ken town, Zhaofu received a system announcement that Liu Subai had become a third-rank baron. Now, he was another step closer to leveling up to a city. Zhaofu smiled and thought about who to give achievement points to next. After thinking for a while, he decided to give them to Zhongdo. Back when Zhaofu had taken in Zhongdo, he had been a village chief and already had some achievement points. Now that he had been with Great Kin for so long, he already had 500 achievement points, so choosing him would allow Zhaofu to produce another third-ranked baron as soon as possible. Your Majesty, this subordinate has just conquered an ordinary village and discovered a new type of outlander. I've brought 2 of them. Would your Majesty care to take a look? After Zhaofu diverted his achievement points to Zhongdo, Doke walked in with a big smile and paid his respects to Zhaofu. A new type of outlander? Zhaofu felt quite curious. Most of these outlanders were races from Western myths and legends, and they couldn't be found in the real world. Zhaofu couldn't help but wonder when he would find some of the Eastern prehistoric races. Bring them over. Zhaofu ordered. Doke obeyed and ordered 2 soldiers to bring in the 2 outlanders. These 2 outlanders were both girls around 15 or 16 years old. They had delicate faces, snow-white skin, and looked quite cute. What was different about them from normal people was that they had a pair of cat ears on their heads, and they also had tails. It seemed that they were catfolk. The 2 girls looked quite similar, and they were most likely twins. They were huddled together, and their large eyes nervously looked around, making those who saw them want to protect them. Your Majesty, are you satisfied with them? I heard that in your world, your people are especially interested in cat girls, rabbit girls, and fox girls, Doke said as he grinned. Zhaofu also smiled. Cat girls, rabbit girls, and fox girls were indeed quite popular in the real world, and they were especially attractive to Otakus. Not bad. Zhaofu replied as he looked at the catfolk. When he heard this, Doke felt quite pleased and laughed out loud, causing the 2 catfolk girls to tremble. It was this terrifying kobold who had conquered their village. Zhaofu looked at their grades and found that they were both A grade, and he thought about how agile cats were, perhaps they would be quite agile as well. Suddenly, he thought of something and took them to an empty plot of land. He tossed 2 daggers to them and said, if you can hit me, not only will I release both of you, but I'll also release your entire village. Even though the 2 catfolk girls couldn't understand Zhaofu, through the Lord's translation, they were able to understand his intent. They looked at each other but were so scared that they were unable to make a move. As such, Zhaofu could only act as evilly as possible, coldly saying, if you don't make a move, I'll give the order to kill you and your entire village. When they heard Zhaofu's terrifying words, the 2 catfolk girls almost started crying, looking incredibly pitiful. What, you want to die? Zhaofu said with a severe glare. This caused the two catfolk girls to pick up the daggers on the ground. Their bodies quivered, but they didn't dare to attack. After all, if they hit this person, they might die for it. However, if they didn't attack, they would still die. In the end, they could only stare at Xiaofu. "Hurry up," Xiaofu said as he frowned. Finally, the two catfolk girls chose to act. One moved towards the left as the other moved towards the right, and they circled towards Xiaofu. Just as Xiaofu expected, they were incredibly fast, and their footsteps were incredibly light, being barely audible. Very soon, one catfolk girl appeared to Xiaofu's right, but just as she was about to attack, Xiaofu's hand streaked out and clamped onto her throat, lifting her up. "Big sis!" The other catfolk girl cried out and rushed towards Xiaofu. However, just as she came close, Xiaofu's left hand shot out with a blur and grabbed onto her throat, lifting her up. Doke had been watching by the side, feeling completely relaxed. This was exactly how he had expected things to play out. Xiaofu looked at the two catfolk girls and felt quite satisfied. However, the two girls thought that Xiaofu was going to kill them, and tears started to flow out of their eyes. "You pass." At that moment, Xiaofu put down the two girls with a warm smile on his face. The two catfolk girls' faces were covered with tears, and they didn't understand what was happening. However, Xiaofu took out the battle equipment set and war equipment set. They seemed to be twin sets, so they were suited to be wielded by twins. This was what Xiaofu had been thinking of earlier, and after seeing that they had good aptitude, he decided to give these equipment sets to them. 259 Great Ken's anger. Only after Xiaofu explained his intentions did the two catfolk girls realize what was happening, and they accepted the equipment sets. Afterward, Xiaofu took them to the assassin historical remnants and told them to place their hands on the profession change stone steel. Just as expected, they were able to become assassins. With regards to this assassin historical remnant, Xiaofu had only passed the second and third layers, unlocking the A-grade assassin profession and S-grade assassin profession, but he still hadn't unlocked the entire thing. Right now, most of Xiaofu's assassins had B-grade professions, 20 or so had A-grade professions, and only 2 had S-grade professions, Little Sha and Chuoba King. They obtained the full legacies from their equipment sets and could transform their equipment sets, while everyone had to put more work in to reach that level. Suddenly, Xiaofu realized that he didn't know their names, so he asked, "What are your names?" The slightly older catfolk girl replied somewhat nervously, "I'm called Lassie," before pointing at the other scared-looking girl and saying, "She's my little sister, Lam." Xiaofu nodded as he looked at them. Right now, they were too weak, so they could only obtain the B-grade assassin profession. As such, he asked his people to take them back, give them training, and give them to S-grade orbs. As for Xiaofu, he went to the 4th trial. Just like the other trials, there were a set of large doors. Xiaofu pushed them open and walked in. It was completely dark ahead as well as utterly silent, making it seem even more terrifying than the previous trials. Xiaofu stepped forwards, making him feel as if he had passed through some sort of barrier. His surroundings suddenly changed, and he appeared on a large street. There were many pointed Western-style buildings that looked somewhat fantasy-like. There were many people on the street, both humans and outlanders, and he was completely surrounded. Chaotic voices could be heard all around him, and it all felt as if he had actually entered a fantasy city. Xiaofu knew that he was inside some sort of illusion, and he looked around curiously. One day later, Xiaofu staggered out of the historical remnant looking quite wretched. Within that illusion, all of his equipment, skills, and powers were useless. What's more, he had been hunted down by various factions. The illusion was set in the end times of an age, and not only was Xiaofu required to kill people, but he also had to save people. Most importantly, he had to help a new age rise up, but he failed and didn't pass the trial. This caused Xiaofu to sigh, and he could only choose to leave the assassin historical remnant and return to the Great Ken town. Time passed quickly, and soon, 20 days had passed. The temperature was becoming colder, and tree leaves were becoming yellow. Autumn had arrived in the heaven-awakened world. Over the 20 days, Great Ken had now opened up 30 regions in total, and they included the regions that were necessary for Great Ken's restoration. Now, only one place remained. The 31 regions between Seeping River, Valiant Peace, South Leaf, and Open Flask were places that Great Ken had to conquer, but one could only imagine how difficult it would be to conquer such a large area. As such, they had to make sufficient preparations to successfully conquer these cities. Within these regions, Xiaofu discovered 5 legatees. There were 4 of the states that were opposed to Great Ken, the state of Wei of the Warring States period, the kingdom of Qi from the 16 kingdoms, later Zhou from the 5 dynasties, and 10 kingdoms and Great Shun, established by Li Zai at the end of the Ming dynasty. The 5th was the state of Jing established by Wang Shikong at the end of the Sui dynasty. Wang Shikong, a general, was quite an influential figure in the late Sui dynasty. He established a high position for himself during the Sui dynasty by pacifying the rebellion led by General Yang Xuangan and performed other meritorious deeds. After Emperor Yang was killed, he, with Yuan Wendu, Lu Chu, and others, declared Yang Tong, the Prince of Yu and Emperor Yang's grandson, the new emperor. Wang Shikong took down Li Mi, the rebel leader, and convinced many of the Wagang army's generals to join his side. Later on, Wang Shikong turned Yang Tong into a puppet and declared himself emperor, with his state being called Shang. However, it was eventually destroyed by Great Tang's Li Shimin. Zhaofu didn't have his nation armament and the system main city's armies attacked him. He wouldn't be able to resist at all and would lose without a doubt. These 5 legatees hadn't developed yet, so their strength was much inferior to that of the system main cities. However, once they developed, they would become many times stronger than system main cities, and when that time came, it would be too late for Zhaofu to deal with them. Right now, Great Qin was in the northern region of the Midland Continent, Great Han was in the southern region of the Midland Continent, Great Shang was in the western region of the Midland Continent, Great Zhou was in the eastern region of the Midland Continent, and Great Xia was in the center of the Midland Continent. The 5 great dynasties were scattered across the Midland Continent with the other dynasties scattered between them. It seemed as if the system had carefully planned who would be where so as not to have any of the great dynasties facing off against each other in the very beginning. Only in later stages would they clash. As for Great Qin, because of their conquering and purchasing of people, they now had a population of 230,000, with 40,000 soldiers. Out of these 40,000 soldiers, because most of the soldiers who had been following Zhaofu from the beginning had all reached Tier 0 Level 8 or Tier 0 Level 9, with the help of 100 Origin pills and Blood God pills, Great Qin now had roughly 1,500 Stage 1 soldiers. What's more, they were rapidly gaining more and more Stage 1 soldiers, roughly 80 per day. Most of them were the soldiers who had been with Zhaofu from early on. Most of the newer soldiers' cultivations were quite low, being only around Tier 0 Level 4 to Tier 0 Level 5. It would take them a long time to reach Stage 1 unless they received a large number of Blood God pills. The Chaotic World Stone Steel had also risen to Level 1 because of their conquering, and they could now exchange for secret silver rank items. Upgrading from a Level 1 to Level 2 Stone Steel required 100 war points. In terms of economy, the Drizzle Merchant Alliance had already entered all 30 regions and was rapidly developing, reselling all sorts of items from different regions. They had also established a farm specifically for livestock, eliminating some of the costs for some of the goods they sold. All of this brought in a massive amount of money for Great Qin. The Great Qin town had also started to expand outwards to accommodate even more people. Rising Qin Academy was also being made bigger to teach more children and develop more talents. A true nation wasn't simply a large faction that controlled a large piece of land. If the nation wanted its foundation to be firm and deep, it had to develop its own culture. In terms of production, because of the bonus stats, the crops only took up 30% of Great Qin's labor force. Most people were occupied with all sorts of manufacturing and production-related tasks, and others took up trade-related professions. 260 Great Qin's Mayas for Great Shun, it had developed fairly quickly during that period as well. This was because of Su Yan's advice, and now, Great Shun's population had reached 80,000. There were 40,000 indigenous residents and 40,000 players. This massive force was enough to become the #1 player faction in Green Apricot. However, they were pestered and thwarted by a faction called Evil Fang in all sorts of areas, causing Li Mu and the rest of Great Shun to greatly despise this faction. Evil Fang was the faction that Zhaofu had created, and he had mainly built it up from hooligans and thugs. Its main job was just to make trouble for Great Shun. Within Great Shun's restaurant, a few people who had been eating suddenly flipped the table and loudly cursed, "This food is so goddamn bad." After yelling, these people wanted to go around the restaurant and make trouble, but they were quickly stopped by a few of Great Shun's guards. A fight broke out, and the troublemakers were quickly killed without harming a single person from Great Shun. In actuality, the food was quite good, but Evil Fang's people used these sorts of despicable methods to interfere with Great Shun's businesses. Those who died were all players who were given a large amount of money. After all, they wouldn't die a true death. This had already happened a few times, and Great Shun was now on its guard. However, the effects of what had just happened were quite great. Seeing the corpses and blood on the ground, how could anyone continue eating? The other patrons all quickly paid and left, and most probably wouldn't return. In one of Great Shun's dessert shops, a person walked out, ate one of his desserts, suddenly started foaming at the mouth, collapsed on the ground, and started to spasm. Great Shun's desserts are poisoned. Don't eat them, everyone. Look, this person died after eating their desserts. Someone immediately yelled. This yell immediately drew the attention of countless other people. Seeing this scene, all of them resolved to never buy desserts from this shop. The beautiful boss of the shop walked out and angrily looked at the scene in front of her, and she prepared to order some people to grab the person faking his death on the ground. The person on the ground realized this and immediately ran off, and a few guards went to chase after him. The beautiful boss immediately explained to the crowd what was happening to regain some of the shop's reputation, but this sort of thing had already happened many times. At Great Shun's equipment store, Great Shun sold some ordinary equipment and bought good materials. Suddenly, a few people marched onto the street while beating a gong and drums and yelling, "Great Shun's equipment is complete garbage, and all of their equipment is defective. Don't be tricked, everyone." A few guards immediately rushed out, wanting to catch these people, but the troublemakers immediately turned tail and ran. The guards could only angrily curse, and the boss came out to explain to the crowd what was happening. Of course, the people who were trying to interfere with Great Shun's businesses were from Evil Fang. Great Shun did all it could to prevent these things, such as sacrificing some profits to only do business with indigenous residents. However, Evil Fang started recruiting thugs and hooligans from indigenous residents, and it used all sorts of despicable methods to hinder Great Shun's development. Great Shun wanted to retaliate by using similar despicable methods to deal with the faction behind Evil Fang, but they didn't discover any of Evil Fang's shops. Zhao Fu had long since expected this, so he had made it almost impossible to discover any links between Evil Fang and his shops. He had even given up on some of his businesses in Green Apricot. The other families didn't actually provide much help, as they didn't want to make great sacrifices by directly fighting against Great Shun. However, they were still able to somewhat restrict Great Shun. They understood that they couldn't allow Great Shun to develop too quickly, or they would be destroyed. At the same time, they had received some support in terms of items from Zhao Fu, so they had to help suppress Great Shun somewhat. Today, Li Mu was finally able to buy out a few of Evil Fang's people and discover their meeting location. He personally brought some people over and kicked open the door of the meeting place. Seeing the people inside and thinking about the things that they had done to Great Shun, Li Mu decided to release all of his pent-up rage. "Kill all of them, spare no one." Li Mu roared murderously with a savage expression. There were roughly 500 to 600 Evil Fang members within the building, and their cultivations weren't very high. They were only some thugs and hooligans, so they couldn't have very high cultivations, while Li Mu had brought Great Shun's elites, 1,000 soldiers who had roughly Tier 0 level 6 to Tier 0 level 7 cultivation. When they heard Li Mu's command, Great Shun's soldiers charged in, while Evil Fang's people became terrified and tried to flee. After this massacre concluded, all of Evil Fang's people were killed, while only 30 or so people from Great Shun were injured. Great Shun suffered no casualties. Seeing the corpses on the ground, Li Mu's anger still wasn't relieved. He gave the order for these corpses to be hung on trees outside the city and announced, "This is the result of anyone who dares to offend Great Shun." The soldiers obeyed and hung the 500 to 600 corpses within a forest outside the city. The corpses were bound to trees with ropes and covered with wounds and blood. Adding on their tortured expressions from before they died and the crows and eagles that feasted on their corpses, most people didn't dare to go near that terrifying place. This incident shocked everyone in Green Apricot, and many families no longer dared to act against Great Shun any longer. All of the factions fell silent and didn't dare to make a single sound. After Li Mu's display of might, no one dared to join Evil Fang anymore, and those who were lucky to escape that disaster all left Evil Fang and didn't dare to act against Great Shun any longer. Just like that, Evil Fang fell apart. Now, within Green Apricot, Great Shun's prestige rocketed to a new point, and no one dared to oppose them. Anyone who ran into people from Great Shun would lower their heads, and with their 80,000 people, Great Shun had become the official #1 faction in Green Apricot. Li Mu quickly released another statement: those who were cooperating with that mysterious faction and had anything to do with that faction would be opposing Great Shun, and Great Shun would annihilate their entire families. Anyone who didn't want to die should cease all cooperation with that faction. Those murderous words caused all of the smaller factions working with Zhao Fu to cut off all relations with him in terror, and the large families all became incredibly uncertain. The large families decided to talk together. "What do you all think? I think we shouldn't cooperate with that person anymore. After all, he's just using us to fight against Great Shun, and this isn't good for us at all. We'll just defend our main cities and cede Apricot City to Great Shun. If they have enmity between them, let them resolve it themselves," one of the family leaders said earnestly to the others. The other family leaders also felt that they couldn't fight against Great Shun directly. This was extremely detrimental to them, and even if that mysterious person was Great Ming's legatee, their greatest problem right now was Great Shun. They could no longer do anything to Great Shun, much less directly oppose it, so the other family leaders all agreed. When this news reached Great Kin, it caused Great Kin to erupt with anger. 261 Heaven Awaken World Bang. Zhao Fu slammed his hand down on the table next to him, a look of anger on his face. Sensing Zhao Fu's anger, the various generals before him all lowered their heads. What do you all think of this? Zhao Fu breathed out and calmed himself down as he asked. Bei Qi cupped his hands as he raised his head and said with a cold look, Your Majesty, since Great Shun has openly said that anyone who cooperates with Great Qin will be slaughtered, this subordinate believes that we should give them what they want and slaughter them, using Great Qin's strength to deal with Great Shun. Wang Jian immediately cupped his hands and followed, Your Majesty, this subordinate believes that with Great Qin's current strength, we can destroy Great Shun in battle. Wei Liao thought for a moment before saying, Your Majesty, I believe that this plan is feasible. Out of the 5 factions opposing Great Qin, Great Shun is the closest. Taking down Great Shun will not only give us their resources but also all the other factions within Green Apricot. We'll be able to replace Great Shun as Green Apricot's #1 faction, after which we can purge Green Apricot of those two-faced families and completely control Green Apricot. Most of the others all expressed their opinions as well. Most were in favor of going to war against Great Shun, while some remained silent. Zhao Fu listened to all of their suggestions and sank into his thoughts. In the end, he decided to attack Great Shun, but this was an incredibly serious matter. After all, it was attacking a legatee with a dynasty's legacy, so they had to plan carefully. Go Binglin, give me all the information on Great Shun that you have. Zhao Fu said as he concluded the meeting. Go Binglin went out and soon returned with a file on all of the information they had on Great Shun. Zhao Fu looked through these documents carefully, and after a few hours, he took a few of his generals and a large amount of money to Green Apricot. Within a secretive room, Zhao Fu looked at a bald middle-aged man and asked, Are you really able to provide the exact location of Great Shun? This middle-aged man had followed Li Mu from the beginning, and he was a core member of Great Shun. Even though Zhao Fu knew the rough location of Great Shun, which was 20,000 kilometers north of Apricot City, it would still take quite a long time to find Great Shun. The northern side was quite large, and it would be impossible to instantly find Great Shun. If they sent soldiers, they might alert Great Shun because all legatees of dynasties were quite powerful and cautious. The location of the central headquarters was incredibly important, and normal people wouldn't know it. After all, most people would use teleportation channels to move around, making it impossible for them to know the exact location of places. When he heard Zhao Fu's words, the middle-aged man nodded and had a pleased smile on his face as he said, I can guarantee that among the players, there's no one who knows the precise location of Great Shun apart from me. That boy, Li Mu, is incredibly secretive. But are you really able to give me 5,000 gold coins for the information? Zhao Fu lightly laughed before throwing down a sack of gold coins. This money is nothing to me as long as you can give me Great Shun's exact location. The middle-aged man leapt to his feet excitedly and looked at the glittering gold coins inside the sack, his face beaming. This bald middle-aged man was called Li Jo, and he was just an ordinary white-collar worker in the real world. He had worked hard his entire life to just buy a small apartment. He was often criticized by his wife for being poor, and he was also often rebuked by his superiors at work. Now, with these 5,000 gold coins, all of this would change. 5,000 gold coins were equivalent to $500 million in the real world. With that amount of money, he would buy a luxurious villa, divorce that wife of his, and live a good life with a beautiful model. Okay. I'll take you there right now. Li Jo happily and excitedly said to Zhao Fu. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face, and he went with the middle-aged man. They arrived outside the Great Shun town. The Great Shun town was hidden behind a large mountain and quite difficult to find. It was 3 times the size of other ordinary towns, and its town walls were at least 10 meters high. It seemed that walls had limits. Ordinary towns could only have walls that were 5 or 6 meters high, legatees of nations could have walls that were 10 meters high, and legatees of dynasties could have walls that were 10 or so meters high. The town walls had well-equipped soldiers patrolling them, and there were soldiers with heavy crossbows. This sort of defense wasn't something that ordinary towns could compete with. Apart from the Great Shun town, there were 20 or so villages around it that acted as a defensive barrier. Most of these villagers didn't have many people, only around 300 or less. After seeing the Great Shun town, Zhao Fu was satisfied and gave the sack of gold coins to Li Jo. Li Jo hugged the sack and had a disgusting smile on his face. Just as he was about to exchange these gold coins for money in the real world, Zhao Fu suddenly said, Do you want to earn even more gold coins? When he heard this, Li Jo paused, and a greedy light shined from his eyes as he nodded. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, Then wait for me to contact you. Don't worry, there'll be more benefits for you in the future. Li Jo nodded before running off with his gold coins. Zhao Fu started to set his plan into motion. Very soon, news that shocked countless people started to spread. Within Green Apricot's 4 main cities, The quest stone steals displayed quests to kill members of Great Shun, and 1 gold coin was being offered per kill. This news shocked countless people, and what's more, it was set so that as soon as one completed the quest, the system would automatically transfer the gold. What shocked people even more was that there was already 80,000 gold coins deposited, meaning that this quest could be completed 80,000 times. 1 gold coin was worth $100,000 in the real world, and it was just for killing a person. This wasn't the real world, and killing people here wasn't bound by strict laws. Many people were used to seeing deaths in the Heaven Awakened world now. $100,000 for killing a person in the Heaven Awakened world was a very high reward, and this tempted countless people. Everyone also felt quite curious, which faction had so much money that it was able to pull out 80,000 gold coins. Could a player really take out that much money? That was $8 billion in the real world. Could it be that Great Shun had offended a system governmental faction, which was using money to get rid of it? Otherwise, how could such a quest exist? This news caused the 4 families that had just decided to betray Xiaofu to feel incredibly regretful. They understood that Xiaofu was making a move against Great Shun, but it was a pity that they had miscalculated and underestimated Xiaofu's determination. What do we do now? The family leaders felt incredibly worried and once again gathered to talk together. The Dong family's leader was a beautiful young woman who sighed and said, We've underestimated Great Ming, they've really acted against Great Shun. Now, even if Great Shun doesn't perish, it'll take a heavy blow. Should we just submit to him? Now, Great Shun would definitely be suppressed, so if they submitted to Xiaofu, they would probably receive quite a lot of benefits. Even though they had just betrayed Xiaofu, in the face of great benefits, they could only act thick-skinned and go find Xiaofu. 2623000 assassins within the room. Xiaofu looked at the 4 family leaders and asked, despite already knowing the answer, why has everyone come to find me? When they heard this, the 4 family leaders looked quite awkward, but one of them still brazenly said, Young Master Zhu, the 4 of us were blind and made the wrong choice. Please forgive us. This time, we'll definitely do all we can to help you destroy Great Shun. Please believe us. Xiaofu coldly laughed inwardly. Believe them? Did they really think he was that stupid? These families only prioritize their own benefits. However, Xiaofu still smiled and said graciously, it's fine, and I can understand. However, I hope that this won't happen again. When they heard this, the 4 family leaders felt delighted and understood that Xiaofu was willing to work together again. As such, they quickly nodded and replied, don't worry, young Master Zhu. There won't be a next time. Xiaofu didn't believe that at all. If the situation turned against him, these 4 people would immediately betray him again. Xiaofu had only accepted because he wanted to get rid of Great Shun and the other 2 families first before dealing with these people. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to deal with 6 families allied together. Elsewhere, Li Mu also heard about this, and he received news that 10 or so of Great Shun's people had been killed. What's more, this number was continuously rising. As such, Li Mu immediately put a stop to all of his businesses and withdrew to the Great Shun town. These greedy people would do anything for money. No matter how powerful Great Shun was, they wouldn't be able to resist the temptation. 1 gold coin was worth $100,000 in the real world, and right now, all of the large families and corporations were desperately selling everything they had to purchase things in the Heaven Awakened world. This was because after the Heaven Awakened world devoured the real world, everything in the real world would be worthless, so everything in the real world was they valuing more and more. Li Mu quickly called Su Yan and told him about this. Su Yan frowned as he said, why did you break the status quo that we established? Great Shun isn't his match right now, and he should be focused on developing right now. You've only hurt Great Shun by doing this. Li Mu felt quite unconvinced and retorted, Great Shun's already the #1 faction in Green Apricot, and no one would easily act against me. That mysterious faction is just an outside faction, while Great Shun's roots are in Green Apricot. I don't think we'll lose. When he heard this, Su Yan coldly harumphed, then what if I told you that the mysterious faction was Great Kin? Would you still think that way? Right now, you only have one option, which is to abandon everything and move the Great Shun town to another region. After saying this, Su Yan hung up. To him, this chess piece was useless now. Great Kin. Li Mu was given a great fright, and he could feel cold sweat gathering on his back. There was now a trace of fear in his heart. But how could this faction be Great Kin? Wasn't Great Kin in East Green? It was so far away, but Su Yan wouldn't lie to him like this. Suddenly, Li Mu realized that the call had ended, and he quickly called back. However, despite trying a few times, Su Yan didn't pick up. This caused a chill to pass through Li Mu's heart. Did he really have to give up everything and move Great Shun to another region? That would be tantamount to crippling Great Shun. After all, relocating a legacy village wasn't like relocating a normal village. Once it was relocated, the fate it possessed would decrease by 2/3, and its grade would fall by 1 grade. In other words, Great Shun City Creation Stone would fall from dark gold rank to fine gold rank. What's more, would everything that he had worked so hard to establish be just destroyed like this? Li Mu felt very reluctant. As such, he immediately summoned his subordinates to discuss this matter: Li Go, Liu Zongman, the Red Lady, and Niu Jinxing. They were all the famed generals of Great Shun, and Niu Jinxing was SS grade, while the other 3 were S grade. Niu Jinxing thought about it before advising, "Your Majesty, I think it's best to let go of everything and develop elsewhere." Deep down, Li Mu also knew that it would be best to relocate Great Shun, but that would essentially cripple Great Shun. How could they do such a thing? Perhaps Great Kin wasn't that powerful, and what's more, Green Apricot was his territory. He wasn't necessarily going to lose. In the end, after thinking about it, Li Mu decided to stay, and he started to discuss how to deal with Great Kin. Afterward, Li Mu decided to accept anyone who wanted to join Great Shun without any restrictions. After all, since Great Kin's legatee was rich and gave out 1 gold coin for killing one of his members, he would see just how rich Great Kin's legatee was. There were 6 million players in Green Apricot, and Li Mu didn't believe that Great Kin would have that much money. Once this news spread, not many people joined, as most people weren't stupid and knew that Great Shun was obviously trying to use them as meat shields. However, there were some who were quite sly. Since players wouldn't die through deaths, they would collude in pairs. One person would join Great Shun and be killed by the other person, and they would split the money. After all, the rewards were simply too enticing. As such, there were still quite a lot of people who joined Great Shun to farm money, and soon, more than 100,000 people had joined Great Shun. This delighted Li Mu. Before, he only had 80,000 people, with 40,000 of them being players and 40,000 of them being indigenous residents. Now, with another 100,000 people, he had 180,000 people. Did he still have to fear Great Kin? What's more, the number was still rising, and after half a day, another 100,000 players joined. It could be seen how greedy and crazy these players were. Now, Great Shun totaled 280,000. By now, Li Mu felt so confident that he didn't have to fear anyone at all. Even now, the numbers were still rising. However, it was obvious that this wouldn't last. Soon, people found that the quest to kill Great Shun members had a new rule: killing members who only recently joined won't count. This caused the countless players who wanted to make easy money to feel incredibly disappointed, and they immediately chose to leave the Great Shun faction. Even despite Li Mu's promises to treat them well, they were still unwilling to stay. Without sufficient benefits, no one wanted to risk his or her own life. Just like an ocean tide, the 200,000 players quickly came, but they also quickly left. Great Shun's 40,000 players also started to act differently. They weren't as loyal as the indigenous residents, and now that Great Shun was in a precarious position, they could only hide within the Great Shun town. After all, if they went out, it was likely that they would be killed. They could endure this for a short while, but this couldn't go on forever. As such, players soon started to leave Great Shun. Li Mu wanted to kill a few people to scare the others into not leaving, but he realized that this was useless against players because they wouldn't actually die. Rather, this might cause players to retaliate, so he could only watch as the number of Great Shun's players dwindled. In a secret room, Zhao Fu looked at the 10 or so people in front of him and smiled as he said, "Great Shun no longer has any future prospects, so I'm sure that you don't want to die with it, right? Join me. Everything that Great Shun can give you, I'll give you double." 263 Fate Dragon. After speaking, Zhao Fu tossed over a few sacks of gold coins, and the 10 or so people gleefully grabbed the sacks and looked at the gold coins inside before nodding and agreeing. These 10 or so people were all players with low-ranking leader positions within Great Shun. Players weren't very reliable, and there were no punishments for betraying their faction. Perhaps only after the Heaven Awakened world devoured the real world and their lives were in real danger would they truly be loyal. Li Mu didn't trust players too much either, so players were only low-ranking leaders, while most core members were indigenous residents. He wouldn't give the players too much power. 3 days later. Now, Great Shun's situation was even bleaker. Its forces hid within the Great Shun town because the reward for the quest was now 2 gold coins for killing a member, making everyone even crazier. Now, only 7,000 players remained within Great Shun. 2,000 of these players were loyal to Great Shun, while 5,000 were people who had been bribed by Zhao Fu. This was because of those 10 or so low-ranking leaders Zhao Fu had bribed. They had continuously convinced others to betray Great Shun as well. However, Li Mu knew nothing about this, and he felt quite relieved that so many players were still willing to follow him. Zhao Fu saw that it was time to make a move, so he split his soldiers into groups to enter Green Apricot. This required some concealing, or the system main cities would definitely notice so many soldiers entering green apricot. This is for you. Zhao Fu took out a bottle of medicinal pills and a sack of gold and handed them to Li Jiao. Li Jiao took the sack with one hand and the bottle with the other, and he looked quite hesitant. He was unsure about killing Li Mu with poison. He understood that Li Mu was quite powerful in the real world as well, and he had already taken a great risk by revealing Great Shun's position. If he poisoned Li Mu, he would have undoubtedly offended him, and Li Mu definitely wouldn't spare him. Seeing this, Zhao Fu understood what he was thinking and lightly smiled as he said, "After it's done, I'll reward you with 10,000 gold coins." This caused all of the hesitation on Li Jiao's face to disappear. That was a whopping $1 billion in the real world. With that amount of money, he could escape overseas, and Li Mu wouldn't be able to do anything to him. As such, Li Jiao grinned and nodded as he agreed. That night, there were only a few stars in the sky, and the crescent moon only gave off a weak moonlight, making it seem quite dark. There seemed to be some mighty beast that appeared in the forest, and it gave off a powerful aura that caused all of the surrounding bugs to go quiet, making it seem terrifyingly silent. Zhao Fu led 40,000 soldiers and killed some of Great Shun's patrol soldiers. In order to reach Great Shun, they had to first face the villages around it. These villages were a few kilometers away from the Great Shun town, but with them there, Zhao Fu couldn't get around all of them. So, he decided to break through at a specific point. Zhao Fu had made sufficient preparations and brought 3,000 or so assassins. It was 10 p.m., and most of the villagers had gone to sleep. Just like in the ancient times, there wasn't much to do at night, so most people went to bed not too long after the sun set. Zhao Fu ordered his 3,000 assassins to enter some of the villages and tie up the villagers or kill them to stealthily create a gap. Zhao Fu left a portion of his soldiers here to prevent these villages from attacking when he was attacking the Great Shun town. They continued onwards stealthily until they finally came close to the Great Shun town. Zhao Fu wasn't in a rush to attack, and he instead waited for an opportunity. Within the Great Shun town, Li Jiao and a few others brought a few dishes to where Li Mu was staying. As the legatee of a dynasty, all of the dishes he ate were prepared by specific people who he greatly trusted to prevent him from being poisoned. Li Jiao had already killed those who were supposed to bring these dishes, or he wouldn't have had an opportunity to use the poison. The indigenous residents were essentially completely loyal to Li Mu, so Li Jiao had to use his own people to bring the food over. If it was during normal times, someone may have noticed that something was off, but because of the dire situation they were in, everyone's mind was turned to how to resolve this situation, and no one noticed Li Jiao. Plus, Li Jiao had been Li Mu's subordinate for a long time, and Li Mu fairly trusted him, which resulted in him being able to successfully deliver the food to Li Mu. At that moment, Li Mu was drinking wine in low spirits. There was a beautiful woman lying in his arms. She was the beautiful boss of the dessert shop. Because she had good looks, she had long since become Li Mu's woman. Li Jiao and the others brought the food over, but Li Mu didn't even notice. He poured a cup of wine from the wine pot Li Jiao had brought over. Li Mu picked up the wine cup and prepared to drink, making Li Jiao and the others feel quite delighted. None of them had expected the plan to go so smoothly. However, at that moment, the woman in Li Mu's arms stopped him and said caringly, "All right, Your Majesty, don't drink so much wine. It's bad for your body." Li Mu stopped and sighed as he said, "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have trusted Su Yan, that bastard. Ken resistance? That just resulted in Great Kin setting their sights on us. I'm afraid that Great Shun will fall while in my hands. If things get worse over the next few days, we can only relocate Great Shun." The boss of the desserts shop put her slender arms around Li Mu's neck, looked at him with her beautiful eyes, and lightly replied, "No matter where Your Majesty goes, this lowly one will always be with you. I'm sure that Your Majesty will be able to restore Great Shun and bring it to greater heights than your ancestors." Li Mu laughed loudly and raised his wine cup, about to drink from it. This caused Li Jiao and the others, who had just been disappointed, to feel excited again. "Your Majesty, you need to stop drinking. You've already drunk so much today, and this lowly one is already worried about you." The woman once again stopped Li Mu. This caused Li Jiao and the others' hearts to once again sink. When he heard the boss of the dessert shop's words, Li Mu lightly laughed and stopped. He suddenly raised his head, looking at Li Jiao and the others as he frowned and asked, "Why is it you bringing the food today?" Li Jiao felt a bit alarmed but smiled as he replied, "This subordinate had some matters to take care of over here, so I brought the food on my way." "Really, now?" Li Mu said before a cold light flashed in his eyes and ordered the guards nearby, "Seize them." Li Jiao and the others knew that their plan had been exposed, so they turned and tried to escape. They were quickly surrounded by numerous guards and did their best to resist. However, they were all killed in the end. As soon as Li Jiao returned to the real world, He immediately used his newfound riches to take a plane overseas. Within a heaven-awakened world, Li Mu's expression became grim as he felt that something was off. He immediately gathered all of his soldiers and headed towards the region where his player faction was based. The 10 or so leaders had been waiting for news from Li Jao this entire time, and they quickly found out that Li Jao had failed and that Li Mu was gathering his soldiers. The 5,000 players could only raise their weapons and charge towards the town gates, causing the Great Shun town to fall into chaos. Shouting filled the town, and flames could be seen at various places. Zhao Fu noticed these changes in the Great Shun town and realized that the matter had been exposed, so he immediately gave the order to attack. 264 abnormal changes. Swish, swish, swish. Fire arrows streaked through the air and landed within the Great Shun town like a rain of fire. Soon, many places were set alight. Enemy attack! Enemy attacks! People cried out, making the entire Great Shun town even more chaotic. Li Mu was incredibly shocked and yelled, "Stop!" Hearing this, Li Mu's soldiers all stopped, and the players all looked at each other, wondering why Li Mu had suddenly ordered his soldiers to stop. From the battle just then, both sides had received injuries and deaths. Because the traitor players' cultivations and equipment couldn't compare to Great Shun soldiers, the players had suffered 1,600 casualties, and there were only 3,400 of them left. On Li Mu's side, 400 people had died because there were too many players and their cultivations weren't that much inferior. Li Mu looked at the 10 or so low-ranking leaders and yelled with a cold expression, "Great Shun has treated you all quite well. I don't care what you've done in the past, but if you can help Great Shun get past this disaster, you can take anything you want from Great Shun." The 10 or so leaders were tempted. After all, they were motivated only by personal benefits. If Zhao Fu gave them more, they would naturally join Zhao Fu. However, now that Li Mu was offering such good conditions, they couldn't help but be tempted. Moreover, if they continued to fight and resist, it was likely that they would all be killed by Li Mu's soldiers. If that happened, their gains wouldn't make up for their losses. "How can we trust that you'll keep your word?" The 10 or so leaders looked at each other before one of them yelled in a loud voice. Hearing this, Li Mu coldly replied, "I swear by the name of Great Shun." The 10 or so leaders nodded and agreed. Swearing by his dynasty was different than a normal promise. This concerned the prestige of a nation and dynasty, and if he broke his word, he would become a laughingstock to the entire world. Zhao Fu saw that the defenses on the town walls were extremely lacking, as Li Mu had pulled most of the soldiers to deal with the traitor players. Zhao Fu didn't let this opportunity go, and he set his plan into motion. 300 ghost illusionists went to the northern side of the town walls and unleashed dark ghost world, causing ghostly chi to rise up from the ground. An eerie aura spread out and instantly covered the town. 300 ghost summoners simultaneously pressed their palms against the ground and roared out, causing ghostly chi to rush up from the ground. Savage-looking devil ghosts appeared, and they turned into rays of light as they leapt up the town walls easily. Devil ghosts were an extremely effective tool when attacking towns. Devil ghosts were able to easily scale the town walls, and they were difficult to deal with by normal soldiers. After climbing up the town walls, the 300 devil ghosts started to fight with Great Shun soldiers. Bei Qi, Wei Liao, and Wang Jian attacked with their soldiers from the east, west, and south. They drew their general armaments and pointed them at the sky as they roared, soldier aura formation. Boom. 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 3 massive explosions sounded out as blood red, black, and green pillars of light rushed up into the sky, giving off an enormous aura and shaking everything within a couple hundred kilometers. From a distance, the 3 pillars of light gave off a shocking aura and seemed to connect the heavens and the earth, giving off radiant light. The wind and clouds started to quickly move, and the sky in the dark night became lit up with light. The 7 Murders Star, the Voracious Wolf Star, and the Army Destroyer Star gathered together and gave off a fearsome aura, causing all creatures in a 100-kilometer radius area to run for their lives. The Green Apricot's 4 city lords detected these shockwaves, and they all looked in that direction. The light above the Great Shun town made it seem as if it was daytime, and different colored auras rose up out of Great Ken's soldiers as they rushed towards the Great Shun town. These auras gathered towards Bei Qi and the others like a fog, forming 3 massive patches of fog in the air. Scree-ee-ee-ee. An ear-piercing cry sounded out as a massive blood-red eagle giving off boundless killing intent tore through its blood-red cocoon and rushed out. It had a pair of massive wings, steel-like claws, and sharp eyes that seemed to be able to pierce through everything. Roar. A massive roar suddenly sounded out, causing countless leaves to fall. A massive black tiger giving off an air of conquest charged out of its black cocoon. It had a powerful, majestic body and claws that gave off cold glints of light. Its ferocious aura shook everything around it. A woo-oo-oo. A howl seemed to tear through the clouds and sky as a green wolf giving off an extremely strange aura tore through its green cocoon and leapt out. It raised its head to the sky and howled. It had a massive body with sharp fangs and gave off an aura that caused people to feel terrified. Just as Li Mu finished giving out orders for his soldiers to defend the town, he suddenly saw these three beasts. Feeling their aura, a look of shock appeared on his face as he exclaimed, "It really is Great Kin." By now, Li Mu was completely convinced that this was Great Kin. The Seven Murders Star, the Voracious Wolf Star, and the Army Destroyer Star had all appeared before, and it was most likely Great Kin that possessed them. When he thought of this, Li Mu felt a wave of bitterness in his heart. The three beasts appeared to Great Shun's east, south, and west, and they started charging towards the Great Shun town right after they appeared. Their massive bodies slammed against the town walls, causing the ground to tremble. Within Great Shun's town hall, a gold-colored cube gave off a dirt yellow energy that attached to the town walls to defend against the three beasts. However, the three beasts were simply too powerful, and the town walls were starting to crack. The three beasts quickly retreated before once again berserkly smashing against the town walls. If they rammed the town walls one more time, the town walls would most likely fall. Li Mu knew that he couldn't let this go on, so he made a grave decision. He raised the sword in his hand and roared, "I am Great Shun, son of heaven." Boom. A shocking explosion sounded out as a dirt yellow pillar of light rushed into the sky, dyeing the sky a dirt yellow color. Roar. A massive dragon's cry sounded out, shaking everything nearby as a 100-meter-long dragon giving off a dirt yellow light appeared in the air. As soon as this dragon appeared, its massive aura erupted outwards. The dirt yellow light it gave off contained an aura of majesty, causing the ghostly chi north of the Great Shun town to disappear and the devil ghosts to become incredibly fearful. At the same time, the dragon giving off the brilliant dirt yellow light caused the blood-red eagle, black tiger, and green wolf to stop in their tracks. This was Li Mu's fate dragon, and this dragon's cry surprised the four city lords in the distance. They understood that something big was happening and wanted to go over, but they were worried that they would be caught in the shockwaves. However, in the next moment, something that shocked them even more happened. Roar. A terrifying black pillar of light rushed up into the sky, seeming to tear the entire sky. Mountains and stones seemed to tremble as a savage-looking, domineering black dragon appeared. 265 howls of grief. The black dragon gave off a domineering aura that filled the heavens and earth, completely suppressing the dirt yellow dragon. The dirt yellow dragon gave off an even more powerful dragon's might than before, not accepting its loss, and the two dragons hung in the sky, facing off against each other. A confused look appeared on Li Mu's face as he looked at the black dragon in the sky and felt its aura. He realized that Great Ken's epic rank legatee had also come. Below the massive black dragon, Zhao Fu raised the sky demon sword and coldly looked up at the dirt yellow dragon. He gathered his strength and released it, causing traces of black aura to enter the black dragon's body. He was consuming the fate he had stored within him. Roar. A massive dragon's roar sounded out, deafening almost everyone who heard it. Even the sky seemed to tremble, and after receiving Zhao Fu's power, the black dragon looked at the dirty yellow dragon as it gave off a boundless black light. Under the black light, the blood-red eagle, black tiger, and green wolf seemed to become more powerful, and a faint black light and black arcs of lightning appeared around them. Roar. The three beasts exploded with power and once again charged at the Great Shun town's walls. Li Mu was given a big fright and tried to use his fate dragon to block, but it was completely suppressed by the black dragon. Boom. The three massive beasts once again smashed against the town walls, causing terrifying cracks to appear on the town walls. At the same time, the Great Shun town city heart continuously trembled. Boom. The three massive beasts once again smashed against the town walls, and Great Shun town city heart gave a mournful ring as the three town walls collapsed. The three massive beasts rushed into the Great Shun town and started destroying everything in their paths as the Great Kin soldiers flooded in behind him and started massacring. Great Shun's soldiers hurried to meet them and desperately resisted, but they seemed incredibly weak in front of those three beasts and Great Kin's soldiers. Seeing this scene, the 3,000 or so players who had just surrendered and the 2,000 players who were loyal to Li Mu understood that Great Shun was fated to lose, so they decided to run for their lives. It was a pity that they chose to run in the wrong direction, towards the north where there weren't any massive beasts. However, the dark ghost world was there, and in their desperation to escape, these players all stepped into the illusion. Immediately, they felt as if they had entered a different world. Everything was gray and white here, and there was a dark, ghostly moon in the sky. Terrifying ghostly howls could be heard everywhere. The players were scared into desperately running, but they could never escape. Li Mu looked at the three beasts, and a determined look appeared on his face. He raised his sword high and brought it down, summoning all of his strength and allowing the dirt yellow dragon to break free from the black dragon's suppression. It roared as it rushed down towards the three beasts. The dirt yellow dragon was 100 meters long, while the three beasts were only 10 or so meters long. At that moment, the dirt yellow dragon opened its mouth and bit towards the black tiger, forcing the army destroyer tiger to retreat. The dirt yellow dragon then swept its tail, bringing with it massive destructive power and a wild gale, sending the green wolf backward. Finally, it flew into the sky, grabbing towards the blood-red eagle with its claws and forcing the eagle to dodge in the air. The beasts created by the Seven Murders Star, the Voracious Wolf Star, and the Army Destroyer Star had been stopped by the dirt yellow dragon, but they weren't weak either. They loudly roared and joined forces, battling with the dirt yellow dragon. The dirt yellow dragon once again opened its mouth, biting towards the green wolf's throat. In response, the green wolf flipped backward, avoiding that bite, while the black tiger took this opportunity to leap forwards and bite the dirt yellow dragon's abdomen. The dirt yellow dragon angrily roared and swept its tail, sending the black tiger flying backward. Scree-ee-ee. The blood-red eagle rushed down from the sky, raking its sharp claws against the dirt yellow dragon's body and injuring it. At that moment, the dirt yellow dragon turned its head and used its two dragon horns to knock the blood-red eagle away, but the green wolf immediately followed up. This massive battle was incredibly destructive, and it gave off massive explosions and wild gales. The surrounding structures had all crumbled into ruins. However, because of the dirt yellow dragon, Great Shun's forces weren't falling as fast as before. Suddenly, a massive black dragon entered the fray and bit down on the dirt yellow dragon. It vigorously swung its head, throwing the dirt yellow dragon into the air and seeming incredibly domineering and ferocious. The black dragon was twice as big as the dirt yellow dragon, and its body was more corporeal. It looked incredibly savage, and the aura that it gave off was simply terrifying. Even the beasts formed by the Seven Murders Star, the Voracious Wolf Star, and the Army Destroyer Star felt a trace of fear towards it. A person wearing a black cloak also appeared in front of Li Mu. Li Mu's expression became grim as he looked at this cloaked figure because he knew who it was. Apart from Great Ken's legatee, who could he be? If you can spare Great Shun this once, all of Great Shun's people and resources will belong to you, and I'll swear that I will never be enemies with Great Ken again. Now that things had come to this, Li Mu didn't want Great Shun to fall while in his hands, so he spoke to Zhao Fu with an air of defeat. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he replied, "Do you really think that's possible?" By now, it was impossible for Zhao Fu to let off Great Shun. Zhao Fu wanted Great Shun's people, resources, and legacy. How could Zhao Fu do something as stupid as letting a tiger back into the mountain? Hearing Zhao Fu's words, Li Mu clearly knew that there was no room for negotiation, so he could only go all out. His expression became savage as he gripped his sword and rushed towards Zhao Fu. As a legatee, Li Mu had some fighting strength. His cultivation wasn't too inferior to Zhao Fu's, but he was still far too weak. Boom. Li Mu rushed up, and he circulated all of his cultivation's power and sent it into his sword, which gave off a large amount of sword light. Li Mu then raised his sword and slashed it down towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stood his ground, not moving at all as he casually swept out with his black sword. Li Mu immediately flew backward and smashed against a wall, causing it to collapse. Even though Li Mu's cultivation wasn't too far below Zhao Fu's, Zhao Fu already had multiple pieces of legendary rank equipment, and he had the king's power and other high-grade powers supporting him. He could now rival Stage 3 experts, while Li Mu had none of these things. How could he retaliate? Li Mu crashed to the ground and coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had long since heard that Great Ken's legatee was incredibly powerful, and now he had experienced that power for himself. Li Mu felt quite bitter, and he knew that he really didn't have any chance of winning. He turned and looked at the fight between the dragons. The dirt yellow dragon was being completely dominated by the black dragon, and the dirt yellow dragon was covered with wounds. Even one of its horns was broken. Li Mu could only withdraw the dirt yellow dragon and sacrifice the fate he had to increase his power to make a final struggle. The dirt yellow dragon circled before returning to Li Mu's body, causing Li Mu to erupt with a terrifying amount of power. His body shined with a dirt yellow light that was powerful enough to make others tremble. Zhao Fu waved his hand, and the black dragon returned to his body. Traces of black aura rose up from his body as a similar terrifying power exploded out from him. The terrifying might caused abnormal changes in the heavens and the earth, and countless dark clouds appeared as thunder rumbled. Og! Li Mu roared as he rushed at Zhao Fu and attacked, and they soon became entangled in battle. 266 clan armament upgrade. Li Mu's sword shot out yellow sword light, making it look like a 3-meter-long light sword. He swung it, and the massive sword she it contained turned into a gust of sword wind, ripping towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu coldly looked at Li Mu and sent his king's power into the Sky Demon Sword. The Sky Demon Sword gave off a black sword light as Zhao Fu raised it and blocked. Clang! The two swords collided, resulting in a metallic collision sound. black and dirt yellow sword light shot out, and as the two powers clashed, a shockwave erupted out, causing the earth to crack. Li Mu's gaze became savage. He had never thought that a full-powered strike from him would be blocked so easily. He once again roared and circulated the fate within his body, causing the dirt yellow light around him to become even brighter. Li Mu gripped his sword and hacked down towards Zhao Fu. Feeling this power, Zhao Fu felt slightly shocked before he vigorously swung his sword, forcing Li Mu back. He then flew forwards, stabbing his sword towards Li Mu. In response, Li Mu twisted to the side and also stabbed out with his sword. The sword gave off an extremely sharp aura as it pierced towards Zhao Fu's chest. However, Zhao Fu sidestepped this, and Li Mu grasped this opportunity, his sword giving off a massive sword light as he sent it towards Zhao Fu's head. Zhao Fu quickly swung up with his sword, bringing with it a sharp arc of light and sending Li Mu's sword upwards. Following this, Zhao Fu's body spun as he lashed out with a kick, sending Li Mu flying 10 or so meters away. Og! Li Mu coughed up another mouthful of blood, and he savagely glared at Zhao Fu. He stabbed his sword into the ground as he slowly stood up, and a 10-meter-long dirt yellow dragon appeared around him. Zhao Fu watched as this happened, and he knew that Li Mu was continuously using up his fate. From nations to individual people, everyone had his own fate. For them, the legatees of dynasties, they had the ability to condense their fate. It was possible for them to become kings and emperors in the future, and their fate was much more powerful than normal people's. They also possessed the fate of their legacies, but once they consumed all of their fate, there would be serious side effects, such as a reduced lifespan. Li Mu was going all out now. Og! Li Mu gripped his sword with both hands as he screamed. A yellow flame and a few arcs of lightning burst forth around his body. A formless might also spread from him, causing the ground 100 meters around him to collapse. Zhao Fu was quite surprised and leapt backward out of his range. Even now, Li Mu was consuming the fate that he had, and yellow arcs of lightning continuously flashed around him. The ground continued to crumble as his aura became more and more dangerous. You want to settle this in one blow? Zhao Fu also had this intention. He raised his sky demon sword as a 10 or so meter long black dragon came out from Zhao Fu's body. This black dragon was much more corporeal than Li Mu's dirt yellow dragon. Since his opponent was sacrificing his fate, Zhao Fu could only do the same. He coldly harumphed as a black flame appeared around him, and black arcs of lightning started to flash around him. Both of them gave off terrifying auras, and they faced off against each other, resulting in a massive gale forming around them. The trees and rocks between them were all lifted high into the air, and even the wooden buildings started to sway. No one dared to take a step closer to them. Og! Li Mu gave one final shout as an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything exploded out from him. By now, it was already impossible to see the shape of Li Mu's sword. It was now just a mass of brilliant yellow light. Countless arcs of lightning flickered around him, and the ground beneath his feet continued to crumble. Boom! Li Mu finally swept out with his sword, causing a deafening explosion. The entire world seemed to tremble as a 10 or so meter long dragon-shaped sword chi that gave off a brilliant yellow light lit up the entire area around them. The sword wind howled as the dragon-shaped sword chi slashed towards Zhao Fu with world-destroying power. The space where it passed through seemed to twist and turn, and it gouged the ground. At that moment, Zhao Fu also attacked. He loudly roared as he raised his sword, causing black light to shoot up into the sky. A violet star giving off resplendent light suddenly appeared as if it had been summoned, and it quickly descended. The violet star's bright light seemed incredibly piercing in the dark night, and a trace of violet aura descended from the star and entered Zhao Fu's sword. Zhao Fu's sword now gave off a black and violet light as well as a majestic and powerful aura. At that moment, the gigantic dragon-shaped sword chi had reached Zhao Fu's body. In that moment of life and death, Zhao Fu slightly smiled as he slashed out with his sword. A simple-looking arc of light flashed out as the gigantic dragon-shaped sword chi split in half and disappeared. Li Mu looked quite confused. He had never thought that such a shocking attack would be destroyed by Zhao Fu with such a simple attack. Suddenly, Li Mu felt a sharp pain in his chest, and he looked down. Without him noticing, a long gash had appeared on his chest, and blood was pouring out from it. Li Mu's legs weakened, and he fell to the ground. Zhao Fu smiled. He had only been able to deal with Li Mu so easily because he had received the true acknowledgement from his fate. This was because he was a true son of heaven, while Li Mu could only count as a fake son of heaven. Zhao Fu walked over and found that Li Mu was on his dying breath, but he was still alive. His eyes looked towards Zhao Fu with a look of pleading within them. This caused Zhao Fu to pause because he understood Li Mu's meaning. Li Mu was begging him to spare Great Shun, and this caused Zhao Fu to slightly hesitate. However, Zhao Fu thought about it and realized that if their positions were reversed, would Li Mu spare Great Kin? When he thought of that, Zhao Fu's gaze became cold, and he raised his sword. Li Mu understood Zhao Fu's answer, and his look of pleading became one of anger and hatred as he stared at Zhao Fu. It was as if he wouldn't let Zhao Fu off even if he became a ghost. Kai. Zhao Fu's sword descended and killed Li Mu. At that moment, those from Great Shun received a notification that their lord had died, and all of them grieved over the fall of Great Shun. Your Majesty. Someone loudly yelled as a heroic-looking female general wearing red armor and holding a cherry red spear rushed over. She was most likely one of Great Shun's famed generals, the Red Lady. By the time the Red Lady came close, she saw that Li Mu had already died. Her eyes became bloodshot, and she hatefully looked at Zhao Fu, who was standing beside Li Mu's corpse. I'll kill you. The Red Lady yelled as she raised her spear and charged at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu coldly looked at the female general speeding towards him and casually waved his hand. A sharp arc of line appeared as blood spurted out into the air. A head flew high into the air as Red Lady's headless corpse fell powerlessly to the ground. These historical figures were 100% loyal to their lords. As such, if Zhao Fu couldn't make them submit, he could only kill them. Great Qin had been suppressing Great Shun this entire time, and now that Li Mu had died, Great Qin's forces completely overwhelmed Great Shun soldiers. After the battle ended, Zhao Fu's side lost 3,000 soldiers, and 15,000 soldiers were injured. As for Great Shun, all of the indigenous generals and soldiers had died. Because the residents were all quite loyal, out of the 30,000 or so residents, only 3,000 were left after the others were killed while resisting. Zhao Fu ordered Beiqi to clean up the battlefield while he went to Great Shun's town hall and looked at the golden cube hovering in the air. 267 Hell. Looking at this cube, Zhao Fu couldn't help but feel somewhat excited. After all, this was the city heart of a dynasty's legacy. These sorts of things couldn't be bought with money, and they were priceless treasures. Zhao Fu walked up and placed his hand on the cube, after which a system announcement asked him, "Would you like to conquer this city heart?" Of course, Zhao Fu replied, "Yes." Immediately, a yellow pillar of light burst forth from the city heart and rushed into the sky, dyeing the entire sky yellow. Roar. A massive dragon's roar turned into sound waves that rippled throughout the entirety of the northern side of the Midland continent. This roar was filled with pain, reluctance, and sorrow. In the northern side of the Midland continent, all of the factions were completely shocked and rushed out of their buildings to look in the direction from which the roar came from. They knew what the sound signified: a dynasty's legacy had perished. For a dynasty to perish so quickly, the unstable northern side of the Midland continent fell into even greater unrest. Zhang Heng rode on his donkey as he looked in the direction of the Great Shun town with a serious expression, thinking to himself. Elsewhere, Su Yan's side, he had already received news that Great Shun had fallen. Green Apricot's 4 city lords all sighed and also felt somewhat thankful that they hadn't involved themselves in this battle. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Back at the Great Shun town, a 100-meter-long dirt yellow dragon gave a final struggle in the sky before its body cracked and turned into motes of light before disappearing. System announcement. Great Shun has perished, and its fate has been completely devoured by Great Qin. Great Qin has obtained a massive amount of fate. System announcement. Great Qin has destroyed Great Shun and obtained all of Great Shun's legacies. System announcement. Great Qin's city heart has been enhanced, and its progress is currently 1 out of 10. System announcement. The Great Qin town has obtained 1 out of 5 of the Great Shun town's stats. System announcement. The Nation Armament 12 Metal Colossi has been upgraded, and it has risen to a level 3 Nation Armament. System announcement. The Clan Armament Imperial Ruler's Seal has been upgraded, and it has risen to a level 2 Clan Armament. System announcement. You have conquered a town with a dynasty's legacy, and you have obtained 3,000 achievement points. Zhao Fu was delighted when he heard these system announcements. The fate that Great Qin had consumed previously had been completely restored by devouring all of Great Shun's fate, and he could now use his nation armament again. He had also obtained all of Great Shun's legacies, which included their military professions and historical figures who hadn't awakened yet. Their Heaven Prayer platform now also belonged to Great Qin as well. Great Shun's military profession was E grade, which was slightly weaker than the original Great Qin soldier profession. Zhao Fu didn't pay much mind to this, but there was a special military profession: roaming soldiers, grade, D grade military, description, the valiant soldiers in ancient times of the roaming king, effect, receives skill, valiant. This military profession was a type of infantry that used sabers, and this profession was quite good. They were incredibly valiant, ferocious, and powerful. Zhao Fu didn't know how many historical figures hadn't awakened yet, nor did he know who they were. The 4 awakened historical figures of Great Shun had all been killed by Zhao Fu already. The Great Shun town's Heaven Prayer platform was relatively weaker than the Great Qin town's Heaven Prayer platform. However, its stats could be stacked with the Great Qin town's Heaven Prayer platform. Heaven Prayer platform, a special structure of an Empire Legacy village. It can level up with a village. Special stats: resistance to natural disasters plus 35%, chance of spawning S-grade or above villagers plus 15%. After conquering the Great Shun Town, Great Kin's city heart had also been enhanced. It now displayed 1 out of 10, which suggested that after conquering 10 dynasties' legacies, Zhaofu would be able to upgrade the Great Ken Town to legendary grade. The Great Ken Town also obtained 1 out of 5 of the Great Shun Town stats. This suggested that Great Ken would receive greater stat bonuses the more dynasty legacies Great Ken conquered. There were also the nation armament and clan armament. They had been upgraded when Zhaofu had obtained the Myrtle Imperial Star, but now that they had also obtained Great Shun's fate, they had once again been upgraded. Obtaining Great Shun's fate was no small matter. After all, Great Shun had overthrown the Great Ming dynasty, and Great Shun had quite a lot of fate. Finally, he had also obtained 3,000 achievement points. Normal towns only gave 500 achievement points, so this meant that a dynasty's town was worth 6 times as much. However, Zhaofu felt that it was still a bit lacking. With the King's Ring bonus, this was doubled to 6,000 achievement points, which would be enough to boost Zhaofu to a first-ranked baron. However, because Zhaofu had diverted his achievement points to Zhongdo, his status was now the same as Zhaofu's. Zhaofu had fulfilled most of the conditions to raise the Great Ken Town to a city, as he now had 3 barons. Now, the only requirement he was lacking was experience point. The Great Ken Town was still only an intermediate town, and it wasn't an advanced town yet. Your Majesty, everything has been taken care of. How should we deal with the 5,000 or so players stuck in the Dark Ghost world? Beiqi reported as he cupped his hands. Zhaofu looked over and lightly laughed as he asked, Beiqi, what do you think should be done about them? Beiqi didn't hesitate to say with a cold expression, those traitorous, two-faced people betrayed Great Ken at a key moment. This lowly general believes that all 5,000 players should be executed. Zhaofu nodded and agreed, and he came with Beiqi to the central plaza. All of the players were kneeling there bound up, and they looked afraid as they glanced at the soldiers around them. When the 10 or so leaders walked out, they immediately called out, Young Master Zhu, we're part of your faction. Why have you bound us up? We just wanted to congratulate you on taking the Great Shun Town. Ha ha ha. Did they really think that he didn't know what they had done? Zhaofu laughed before replying, no need to congratulate me. I'll be sending you off soon. Zhaofu emphasized the second half of his sentence, but the 10 or so leaders didn't understand. They thought that they were safe now, and relieved smiles appeared on their faces. Prepare ropes. Zhaofu turned and ordered. Beiqi felt a bit confused, but he still carried out Zhaofu's orders. Afterward, Zhaofu and his soldiers took the 5,000 players to the forest where Evil Fang's 500 members' corpses had been hung. After reaching here, the players all felt that something was off, and the 10 or so leaders smiled stiffly as they asked, Young Master Zhu, weren't you going to let us leave? Zhaofu faintly smiled as he replied, Yes, I'm about to send you off. The soldiers pushed the players under the trees and tied ropes around their necks. By now, no matter how stupid the players were, they understood what was happening. They pleaded and begged before starting to curse. The soldiers pulled on the ropes, cutting off all of their voices, leaving only sounds of wheezing and struggling. 268 Great Ken Legacy. Zhaofu stood by the side and calmly watched. The 5,000 players' bodies were completely bound, and their bodies hung in the air, their faces completely red as they kicked wildly with their legs. Soon, the 5,000 players stopped struggling, and the forest fell silent, causing the atmosphere to become quite eerie. Beiqi watched from the side and saw how calm Zhaofu seemed standing in front of the 5,000 hung players. He couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. He felt that he didn't fully understand Zhaofu the way that he thought he had. Collect the high-grade corpses and hang the other corpses around this mountain. Also, hang Li Mu's corpse at the front. They said that they would do this to Great Ken and even destroy Great Ken's entire line, Zhaofu said as he lightly laughed. Beiqi diligently carried out Zhaofu's orders. He arranged for the soldiers to hang 50,000 corpses in total from the Great Shun Town around the mountain, making it seem as if the mountain and forest had lost all traces of life. The eeriness made it so that even beasts, birds, and bugs didn't dare to stay in this place because of the grey deathly aura. The hung corpses all had terrifying expressions, especially the 5,000 players who had been hung alive. Their tongues were hanging out, and their eyes were rolled back, looking incredibly horrifying. Adding on the creepy atmosphere, this now seemed like a mountain of corpses, and there seemed to also be some faint howls, making it seem like hell was in the human world. The second day, the sky was a deep blue color without a single cloud, and the sun rose over the mountain. Terrified screams came from within the mountain as 10 or so players who had just come out from the main city looked at the mountain and forest filled with corpses. The 50,000 corpses were incredibly shocking to look at, and even the players, who had seen a lot of blood in their lives, couldn't help but scream. The news about this immediately spread, shocking countless players. Some even went to take a look for themselves, and they found that the corpse hung at the front was actually Li Mu. Great Shun, which had been the #1 faction in Green Apricot, had been slaughtered overnight. How could they not be shocked? Even though the 4 system factions knew that something big had happened last night, none of them expected it to be such a bloody ordeal. This news was quickly spread into the real world, completely dumbfounding countless factions. They understood that Great Shun had been annihilated overnight, and what was even more terrifying was that it was Great Kin that had done this. Before, Great Kin had only demonstrated the might of its legacy, but no one knew how powerful its military was. Now, they had finally seen it. Great Kin had not only just bared its fangs this time, but it had also opened its mouth and devoured a dynasty's legacy. It was said that Great Kin was in East Green, but Green Apricot was a few regions away from it. Could it be that Great Kin could already cross regions easily? This sent the entire northern side of the Midland continent into panic. After the Ken Resistance Alliance heard that Great Shun had been destroyed, the alliance instantly crumbled. They all knew what Great Ken was trying to convey by destroying Great Shun. By now, the other 3 families felt incredible regret. Because they were so worried that Great Ken would act against them, they immediately sent people to the Ying family to apologize and promise that they would no longer make an enemy out of Great Ken. The Ying family didn't give any response, but the Ying family was completely delirious with joy. For Great Ken to take down another dynasty legatee so quickly, it was clear how powerful Great Ken's legacy was and how bright the future would be. At the same time, news about the corpses also spread. Many of the people who had supported Great Ken now felt disgusted because they felt that Great Ken was too cruel. After all, they slaughtered 50,000 people and hung 5,000 players alive. These things chilled many people to the bones. In the real world, tens of people dying would be able to shake a nation, and this was even more so for 50,000 people. Now, many people thought that Great Ken's methods were simply too bloodthirsty and vicious. Because of how brightly Great Ken shined and how much it had shocked the other countries, many Chinese people felt glory because of Great Ken. However, now that they saw how bloodthirsty it was, they began to feel antagonistic towards it. Some people started to criticize Great Ken, and some media outlets even reported this story, embellishing it and standing on the side of justice. Some people also jumped on the bandwagon, and the number of people criticizing and cursing Great Ken increased more and more. However, not a single faction dared to speak out, and the factions remained as still as the surface of a lake. They knew that if they offended Great Ken, their outcome would be the same as Great Shun's. This matter would later be recorded in the annals of history as Great Ken's legatee brutally slaughters 50,000 people from Great Shun and hangs 5,000 players alive, sparking outrage from across the world. Within a room somewhere, Li Mu lay on a bed, a dumb expression on his face and his eyes completely lifeless. Great Shun had been destroyed while in his hands, and his status as the next family leader had been revoked by his family's elders. His status had fallen down an abyss, and he had become the greatest sinner of his family. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had a trace of the Son of Heaven fate, it was likely that he would have already been killed his family. Great Ken. Li Mu shrieked as his facial features distorted. He hated Great Ken beyond imagination, and even though he had lost Great Shun's legacy, as long as he wasn't dead, he still had a trace of an opportunity. As long as he had this opportunity, he could still rise again. Now, Li Mu only wanted one thing, to destroy Great Ken and slaughter everyone within Great Ken. Within the Heaven-awakened world, Zhao Fu didn't know about any of these matters, and even if he did, he would have only laughed it off. After hanging those players, Zhao Fu and the other 4 families wanted to destroy the Xia family and Yu family, who had sided with Great Shun. These 2 families were relatively weaker and only had advanced villages. Each of them only had roughly 6,000 indigenous residents and 8,000 players, which made a total of 14,000 people. To Great Ken, it would be incredibly easy to destroy 14,000 people because Great Ken now had 37,000 soldiers in Green Apricot. Even though the Xia family and Yu family had a combined total of 28,000 people, it would be easy to destroy the Xia family first before turning to the Yu family. Now, it was time for the 4 other families to show their sincerity. Zhao Fu required each of them to send 5,000 soldiers, which made the 4 families feel quite hard-pressed. After all, 5,000 soldiers made up most of their fighting force. Of course, the 4 family leaders wouldn't be willing to give up so many soldiers. However, when they thought of how even Great Shun had been annihilated, how could they win? Seeing the powerful soldiers that Zhao Fu had brought, they knew that if they didn't agree, they would become the next targets, so they could only bitterly agree. Each of the families sent 5,000 soldiers, forming an army of 20,000 people. Adding on 30,000 soldiers from Zhao Fu's side, 50,000 soldiers marched towards where the Xia family and Yu family were. However, when they arrived, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. 269 natural disaster resistance. This place had already become a ruined village. The walls around it had been destroyed, and the village hall and some other structures had already disappeared. Many buildings had already fallen into ruin. It seemed that the city heart had already been relocated. Looks like the Xia family was able to run quite quickly. Zhao Fu thought to himself as he looked at this scene. The impact from destroying the Great Shun town had been too great, and because large families had legacies as well, it was impossible for them to not know what was happening. When they heard that final mournful cry, the Xia family and Yu family's people had been scared out of their wits, and they figured that it was Great Ming that had destroyed Great Shun. When they thought about how they had betrayed Zhao Fu and the fact that their two families had always been weaker than the other families in the 6 families, they knew that Zhao Fu would be coming to destroy them next. As such, they had immediately relocated their villages. They knew that they would have to pay a price, but it wouldn't be as great as losing their villages. Zhao Fu came too late, but he was pleased to find that there were still roughly 5,000 people and some resources that had been abandoned. Because they didn't have much time, it was impossible for the Xia family and Yu family to take everyone. If they brought so many people, Zhao Fu would definitely catch up to them, resulting in all of them perishing. As such, they chose to take the precious items and important people. As for the remaining normal people and items, the Xia family and Yu family allowed those who could run to run, and they destroyed and burned what they could. Even if they had to destroy everything, they weren't willing to let Zhao Fu have it. However, they had many shops in the system main cities, which they obtained good profits from. They had developed in green apricot for a long time, and they weren't willing to throw all of it away. Moreover, they were currently unable to go to other regions, so they had to hide in some remote location, not daring to even go to the system main cities. Now, the entirety of green apricot belonged to Zhao Fu, and going to system main cities would be equivalent to committing suicide. In the end, upon realizing they couldn't leave all of their resources and people, they decided to make a deal with Zhao Fu. When Zhao Fu brought the 50,000 soldiers to the Xia family's village, he found that the Xia family's people were waiting there for him. At that moment, a young man walked out from the crowd and shouted somewhat nervously, "Please don't attack, everyone. The Xia family has left some people here to talk with young Master Zhu." When he heard this, Zhao Fu felt quite confused, but he still ordered some people to bring the young man to him. The young man looked at Zhao Fu, who was wearing a black cloak, and smiled before saying, "Young Master Zhu, I would first like to apologize to you on the behalf of the Xia family. We don't dare to hope that you will forgive us, but please believe us when we say that we had our own hidden troubles. However, we still feel regretful and remorseful, so we are gifting all of the people and items here to young Master Zhu to show our sincerity." Zhao Fu understood the Xia family's intention. No wonder there were still so many people and items here. If he accepted these things, he would be honor-bound not to attack the Xia family. He knew that he wouldn't be able to catch up to the escaped Xia family, and obtaining 5,000 people without paying any sort of price was already quite good. The Xia family was given a heavy blow, and it would be reduced to an ordinary faction. The Xia family would no longer be of any threat to him. Zhao Fu thought for a moment before nodding and replying, "I can accept the Xia family's apology, but this is your last chance." The young man let out a sigh of relief. This matter was finally over. As such, he patted his chest as he promised, "Don't worry. Young Master Zhu, there won't be a next time." Zhao Fu didn't feel anything at all inwardly. By now, he didn't trust anyone. When he had the chance, he would still get rid of the Xia family. The 4 families were quite disappointed. They had thought that because they had brought so many soldiers, they would be able to split the Xia family's things among them, but they had obtained nothing. After taking these 5,000 people and items, Zhao Fu took the soldiers to the Yu family. The same thing happened again, and he once again gained 5,000 people. Just like that, he had gained 10,000 people. As for the items he had gained, Zhao Fu generously split them between the 4 families and offhandedly remarked, "The Xia family and Yu family are quite smart. They knew that they had to pay a price for their mistakes." Those words caused the 4 family leaders' faces to become stiff, as they had also betrayed Zhao Fu. They fell silent. Neither Zhao Fu nor the 4 family leaders said anything, making the atmosphere quite awkward. In the end, the Li family's leader sighed and said, "The Li family is willing to give young Master Zhu some people to make up for our mistakes. We hope that young Master Zhu can accept our apology." Following this, the other 3 family leaders could only say the same thing and hand over 1,000 people as the price for betraying Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was currently not in a position to deal with the 4 families, so getting another 4,000 people for free wasn't bad. He laughed and gave the 4 family leaders some more of the items and promised them benefits in the main cities in the future. Right now, apart from the system factions, only the 4 families could barely defend themselves. The other factions had essentially no strength, and Green Apricot essentially belonged to Xiaofu now. Bringing the 3,000 people he had obtained from conquering the Great Shun Town, the 10,000 people from the Zai and Yu families, and the 4,000 people from the four families, Xiaofu returned to the Great Shun Town with a total of 17,000 people. Xiaofu went to the Great Shun Town's town hall. Because Great Shun's legacy and fate had already been devoured by Great Qin, Great Shun City Creation Stone was now just an ordinary city creation stone, and relocating it wouldn't cause a drop in its grade. Because this place had definitely been exposed, Xiaofu wanted to move the Great Shun Town away. He didn't leave too many of his soldiers in Green Apricot, as there was basically nothing that could stand in Great Qin's way here now. Xiaofu placed his hand on the floating cube and chose to relocate it. System announcement. You have obtained 160,000 experience point. System announcement. Your intermediate town has leveled up to an advanced town. System announcement. One of the historical figures sleeping within Great Qin's legacy has awakened. Xiaofu was ecstatic upon hearing these system announcements. He separated the army and the people he had obtained into smaller groups and transported them back to the Great Qin Town before checking on the Great Qin Town's new stats. Village name, Great Qin Town, Epic rank, level, Advanced, 190 out of 750,000, Village area, 300 square kilometers. Village territory, 6,180 square kilometers. Residents, 182,950 out of 420,000. Military, 21,640 out of 72,000. Popular support, 85. Village special stats, territory crop output plus 100%, territory crop growing time minus 100%, population limit plus 70%, residence stats can randomly plus 6, soldiers stats plus 7%, population attraction plus 80%, chance of attracting higher grade population plus 80%. Subsidiary village limit, 282 subordinate villages, Logue Village, Jin Village, Drun Village, Lee Family Village, Wolf Village, Ferocious Tiger Village. 270 Defying the heavens and changing fate. The town's stats rose just like they had before, and Xiaofu now turned his gaze to the three structures that had also leveled up. Heaven Prayer Platform, a special structure of an Empire Legacy village. It can level up with a village. Special stats, resistance to natural disasters plus 65%, chance of spawning S-grade or above villagers plus 35%. Level 2 Earth Temple, contains a trace of divine power and can protect a piece of land. It requires sacrifices of incense, and the more incense there is, the more powerful the Earth Temple will become. Current stats, crop production time minus 30%, crop output plus 30%, resistance to natural disasters plus 15%. Level 1 City God Temple, grade, epic rank, description, contains a trace of divine power and can protect the residents of a village, town, or city. It requires sacrifices of incense and can be leveled up. All evil creatures that step within the territory that the City God Temple is in will be suppressed by the City God Temple, which will reduce their strength by 60%. Residents will also receive powerful protection and immunity to dark powers. The Earth Temple and City God Temple's stats had also increased, though not by too much. What delighted Xiaofu was that he now had 2 heaven prayer platforms, and their effects added together were quite powerful. What Xiaofu cared about most was the natural disaster resistance stat. In the future, when there were floods or famines, that would be a true disaster. In ancient times, many people starved to death because of such natural disasters. The natural disaster resistance stat was key in such situations. Many nations perished because of natural disasters in the past. When commoners had no food and went crazy from hunger, they would most likely rebel for food. The higher the natural disaster resistance they had, the less they would suffer in the future when natural disasters struck. Xiaofu had already re-established the Great Shun Town 300 kilometers away from the Great Qin Town. It was possible to use the Great Shun Town as an important stronghold in the future, so he gave it some space to develop. However, because Great Shun's legacy had been taken by Great Qin, as the Great Shun Town developed, some of its special structures wouldn't level up, such as the Heaven Prayer Platform. That was quite a pity. As for the 30 or so subsidiary villages around the Great Shun Town, Xiaofu also relocated them and only received a portion of the experience point and no achievement points. Xiaofu established them in the same formation as they had been in before. Now, Great Qin controlled 210 villages, which spawned 1,260 new villagers every day. Adding on the people he was buying from the various regions, Great Qin gained 6,000 people every day, and with his expedition groups conquering more villages, the growth of Great Qin was simply terrifying. Finally, Xiaofu went to the Great Qin Town's origin because a system announcement had told him that one of Great Qin's historical figures had awakened. Every time this happened, Xiaofu would always feel quite excited, and he would try to guess which historical figure it would be. A gold light flashed from the origin as a 20-year-old or so, steadfast-looking young man appeared before Zhao Fu. After appearing, the young man's eyes flashed with life as he looked at Zhao Fu and immediately half-knelt while calling out, "Your Majesty." Name, Mengtian. Grade, SS. Title, None. Profession, General. Profession effects, can hold 2 different military professions. Achievement points, Commoner, 0 out of 200, Race, Human. Age, 22, 100, Loyalty, 100. Stats, Strength, 10, Intelligence, 8, Constitution, 8. Agility, 8. Cultivation, Stage 0. Cultivation technique, non-skills, none. Equipment, coarse cloth clothes, cloth shoes, coarse cloth pants. Mengtian was someone from the time of the first Emperor of Qin, and he was a famed general who conquered the state of Qi and led 30,000 soldiers to defend the Great Wall against the Zhengnu people. The barbarians didn't dare to herd their livestock around there or shoot any arrows. He also made many meritorious contributions to Great Qin when Great Qin was unifying the other 6 states. In the end, after the first Emperor of Qin died and Huai became the new emperor, he was sentenced to death. Zhao Fu had an excited smile on his face. He had obtained yet another excellent general, and he immediately replied, "You may rise." Zhao Fu first told Mengtian to familiarize himself with the Great Qin town. Zhao Fu then took Great Shun's 4 generals' corpses to the underground region and prepared to refine them. He wondered what would happen after refining historical figures' corpses. Now, he no longer lacked energy stones, so he put all 4 corpses onto the heaven and earth refining formation and activated the formation. The 4 corpses were brought into midair by a formless energy, after which their flesh dissolved and red streams flowed towards their heads. System announcement. These 4 corpses have sealed general stars. Please choose whether you would like to perform a normal refining or special refining. Normal refining will result in 4 grade orbs, while special refining will fuse the corpses' grades and general stars into one product. Zhao Fu suppressed a laugh. It turned out that the corpses of historical figures were quite special. Not all generals had general stars, only the incredibly important and famous ones who could affect the fate of the world would have one. Only such people would have one of the 13 general stars. Normal generals had one of the 36 stars of the heavenly spirit stars or one of the 72 stars of the earthly fiend stars. However, none of them were as powerful as the 13 general stars, and all of them had different effects. When someone with a general star was born, that person would cause abnormal signs, and the corresponding general star would descend. It was evident how powerful the 13 general stars were. However, the heavenly spirit stars and earthly fiend stars were different. Although some were born with them, most were formed after birth. Most people were born as ordinary people, but because of their fate, they may have been led onto the path of generals, allowing them to obtain one of those stars. Bei Qi, Wang Jian, and Wei Liao had one of the 13 general stars, but most people would only have one of the 36 heavenly spirit stars or one of the 72 earthly fiend stars. The system announcement stated that it was possible to fuse not only the 4 corpses' grade orbs together but also to fuse their sealed general stars as well. This was quite surprising. Of course, Zhao Fu decided to pick the latter option, which was to fuse everything together. A blood-red orb formed at the center of the 4 corpses' foreheads, and they then rose up and fused together, giving off a bright blood-red light. In the end, it formed a roughly shaped blood crystal. It was as big as a small pearl. Zhao Fu deactivated the formation, and the bones of the 4 corpses fell to the ground with a crash while the blood-red crystal hovered in the air. Zhao Fu walked over and looked at it curiously. Innate talent blood crystal, after consuming it, it will greatly increase one's grade and allow one to obtain a general star. Can be continued to be fused. This innate talent blood crystal's effects were different than A-grade orbs. While A-grade orb could directly boost one's grade, the innate talent blood crystal would only greatly increase one's grade. It seemed like the innate talent blood crystal wasn't as good in this regard, but the key was how much it would increase one's grade by. Apart from the grade component, what was important was that the user would be able to obtain a general star. This was the fusion of the 4 corpses' general stars, and because he wasn't sure what its effects would be like, Zhao Fu looked into the innate talent blood crystal more. 271 World of Ghosts. There was no further explanation regarding the increase in grade, but there was a detailed explanation of the general star. Niu Jingxing's corpse had a heavenly spirit general star, while the other 3 had earthly fiend general stars. 3 earthly spirit stars could be fused into a heavenly spirit star, so this innate talent blood crystal could be said to contain 2 heavenly spirit stars within it. If it was given to someone without a general star, that person would be able to obtain a heavenly spirit star, but if it was given to someone who already had a heavenly spirit star, it was possible for that person to awaken one of the 13 general stars. This was because 3 heavenly spirit stars could be fused into a great general star. Now, Zhao Fu understood why the innate talent blood crystal could be further fused. Right now, If this blood crystal was fused with another corpse with a heavenly spirit star and then given to someone without a general star, he would be able to immediately obtain one of the great general stars, one of the 13 general stars. However, Zhao Fu didn't plan to fuse it further, as Meng Tian most likely had a heavenly spirit star. Giving it to him would save a heavenly spirit star corpse. At the same time, what shocked Zhao Fu was that 3 great general stars could be fused into a relatively weak royal star, and 3 royal stars could be fused into a relatively weak imperial star. Finally, 3 imperial stars could be fused into a relatively weak emperor star. When he read this, Zhao Fu couldn't help but feel dismayed. It seemed that even royal stars, imperial stars, and emperor stars could be obtained, albeit weak ones. Although they couldn't compare to the real ones, if an ordinary person instantly obtained one of these stars, it would be incredibly heaven-defying and change that person's fate entirely. The heaven and earth refining formations uses greatly shocked Zhao Fu, as expected from one of the 6 great heaven-defying magic formations. Zhao Fu couldn't help but wonder that if this was just one of the 6 great heaven-defying magic formations, what were the other 5 like? Zhao Fu didn't know if he would be able to find them in the future, and their effects would definitely be quite monstrous as well. To be able to obtain the heaven and earth refining formation was definitely the luckiest thing that had happened to him in his lifetime. When he thought of this, Zhao Fu couldn't help but feel incredibly joyful and excited. After returning to the surface, Zhao Fu called Meng Tian over. By now, Meng Tian had taken a look around the Great Ken town and had heard about Great Ken's current status from the others. Meng Tian was excited that Great Ken was developing so well. To subordinates like them, it was a great comfort. Your Majesty. Meng Tian came to Zhao Fu's side and cupped his hands as he looked at him with a respectful smile. Zhao Fu smiled, handed the innate talent blood crystal to Meng Tian, and told him to use it. Meng Tian originally wanted to refuse, as he had just awakened and hadn't performed any meritorious deeds yet. How could he accept something so precious? However, under Zhao Fu's insistence, he eventually gave in and used it. The blood crystal gave off a brilliant blood red light and fused into Meng Tian's chest, after which Meng Tian was covered with a red light. After a while, the blood red light disappeared, and when Zhao Fu once again looked at Meng Tian's information, he was delighted to find that Meng Tian was now SSS grade. However, because Meng Tian's general star was sealed, Zhao Fu was unable to see the changes in that. Only after Meng Tian received a general armament or after the real world was devoured by the heaven-awakened world would he find out. At that moment, a soldier came up to report that they had discovered some matters in North Nam, and Zhao Fu immediately asked him to explain further. Now that the first stage of the chaotic world had been unlocked, the situation in the heaven-awakened world had become even more chaotic. The chaotic world stone steels encouraged warfare, and everyone was caught up in this. There were essentially no longer any friendships between lords anymore, and all of them fought among themselves. The border regions, which had already been very chaotic, became even more tumultuous because of the chaotic world stone steels. Player villages were now easier to find and conquer. Many players turned their eyes to other players' villages. Because there was enmity between the two sides already, they continuously attacked the villages near the system main cities. In the beginning, it was the Vietnamese side that initiated. 10,000 or so players stealthily went to the Chinese side and picked their targets, taking down 20 villages during the night. They hung the people they killed at the entrances of the villages and used blood to write offensive messages on the walls. After these Vietnamese players made such great achievements, they went back to boast in front of the others, causing the Vietnamese side to all cheer and plan to try this a few times. As for the Chinese side, the Chinese players were angered to the point of death. A large number of players ran over to take revenge, resulting in a chaotic battle between the two sides, which became more and more intense. In the end, almost all of the people from both sides joined the fray, and at least 10,000 people died every day. Given this horrific casualty rate, if it wasn't for the fact that players continuously spawned, North Nam wouldn't have been left with many people. In fact, this even affected the system main cities. 1,000 Chinese players chased 100 Vietnamese players to the side of a system main city on the Vietnamese side. 100 city guards came out from the main city to prevent private battles within the territory of the main city, stopping the 1,000 Chinese players. The Vietnamese players laughed and provoked the Chinese players, provoking them to continue attacking. Before, this group of Vietnamese players had killed many people, angering the Chinese players to the point of chasing to a main city. Now, they had been stopped by city guards but still had to face the provocation of the Vietnamese players. In the end, the Chinese players were unable to withstand it and attacked. Border regions were quite chaotic, but they had their advantages. Players received a lot of battle experience and received all sorts of rewards for fighting, such as equipment and skills. These players' cultivations weren't weak, and they had 1,000 people. As such, the 100 city guards also attacked. The Vietnamese city guards looked down on the Chinese players, and most of the players endured for a long time because of the difference in their power. However, now, all of this exploded out. The battle was incredibly intense. Only 320 Chinese players survived, while all of the city guards and the 100 Vietnamese players died. This news outraged the Vietnamese main cities, which banned all Chinese players from going in. They also slaughtered all of the Chinese players within them and listed quests to kill Chinese players. There was no limit to this, and anyone who killed Chinese players would be rewarded. This enraged the Chinese side's main cities, and they gave out similar quests for killing Vietnamese players. Now that the main cities of the two sides had done this, the fights between players became more intense, and the system factions of the two sides also continuously clashed. After hearing this, Zhao Fu thought of a way to obtain a large number of Stage 1 corpses as well as how the Vietnamese guard could become an entity that was worshipped by the Vietnamese players. When he thought of this, Zhao Fu couldn't help but laugh. Great Ken's opportunity had arrived. 272 Inciting discord. The first thing to do was to make the system main cities on the two sides to start fighting, which required detailed planning. Zhao Fu first needed all of North Nam's information in order to plan this out. A few days later, Zhao Fu led 1,000 or so Stage 1 soldiers, some elite assassins, and 300 ghost illusionists to North Nam to carry out his plan. Because the Vietnamese main cities had banned Chinese players from using their teleportation channels to enter, Zhao Fu and his soldiers were unable to directly reach the Vietnamese main cities. As such, they could only use their own teleportation channels to go nearby and walk the rest of the way. Normal city guards stayed inside the main cities unless they were sent out, so Zhao Fu took his people to the Vietnamese side's Cao Tooth city and lay in ambush. He then sent some of the Vietnamese indigenous residents on his side to the city gates. "Sir, it's terrible. There are Chinese players killing our indigenous residents outside, and many of Cao Tooth city's residents have been killed," one of the indigenous residents with a terrified expression on his face. Hearing this, the captain of the city guards replied angrily, "It'd be bad enough if those trash people were making trouble elsewhere, but they dare to come to Cao Tooth city to kill our residents? They're simply seeking death. How many of them are there? I'll immediately take people there to destroy them." The conflict and hatred between the two sides had grown greater and greater. It was already a normal thing for people to even kill each other right outside the main cities, so the captain and the other city guards easily believed this. Chinese players would run over to kill Vietnamese players and indigenous residents, and the Vietnamese players would do the same. However, they didn't go all out and still mainly defended their own main cities. Roughly 300 or 400 people, the indigenous resident sent by Zhao Fu quickly replied. When he heard that there weren't that many people, the captain smiled disdainfully. Killing these players would be like killing a bunch of chickens. As such, he brought along 300 soldiers just to be safe. Now, even if there were 1,000 players, they would have nothing to fear. "Bring us there. Don't let those evildoers escape," the captain said to the indigenous residents sent by Zhao Fu after gathering the soldiers. The indigenous residents continued to act afraid and initially refused, but after the captain threw them a few silver coins, they pretended to reluctantly agree. Following this, the indigenous residents led the captain and the city guards to an empty area that looked like a shallow bowl. It had a flat region in the middle and higher land around it, making it easy to ambush. The captain felt that something was off and asked coldly, "Where are the Chinese players?" The indigenous residents continued to act afraid and pointed ahead as they replied, "Sir, they're right ahead." The captain already felt quite suspicious at this point, and he narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, a saber light flashed as he slashed towards that indigenous resident. Everyone else couldn't understand why their captain wanted to kill these people. What no one expected was that just as the saber was about to land and kill that person suddenly raised his hand, and a hidden blade shot out, blocking that saber. Suddenly, the energy ripples of Stage 1 cultivation emanated from that person. This person was called Shou Mao, and he was a Vietnamese indigenous resident Zhao Fu had nurtured into one of the core members of the Vietnamese Guard. He was one of the most powerful Vietnamese indigenous residents under Zhao Fu's command. By now, the captain knew that he had been tricked, and he yelled, "Kill him immediately and quickly leave, we've been tricked." However, as soon as the captain yelled, a strange smile appeared on Shou Mao's face as ghostly chi started to rise from the ground. The captain was caught off guard and immediately cried out, "Retreat." The Vietnamese indigenous residents quickly scattered, and in a few moments, the scene around the city guards changed. It was as if they were in a different world, and ghosts started to leap towards them. Under Zhao Fu's care, the 300 ghost illusionists' cultivations had reached around Tier 0 level 7 to Tier 0 level 8, but because most of these city guards had cultivations of Tier 1 level 4 or above and good equipment, the Dark Ghost World's effects weren't as effective against them. The captain yelled, "This is an illusion, everyone remain calm." We'll be able to break through soon. If they had half an hour, it was possible that they really could break through the dark ghost world.